Chapter 2085. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second Go. We will provide you with exciting novels to read. The number of martial artists who were fanatical about the Ling clan was much more than what Fang Chun had imagined. On the afternoon of the second day, Fang Chun took the number plate and arrived at the Ling clan residence. Just as he entered the residence, he saw the plaza filled with martial artists. They were fighting to be the first to stand on the plaza, hoping to be chosen by the Ling clan. Fang Chun also stood according to the order. During this period, there were still many martial artists who came one after another. Fang Chun scanned with his divine sense. There were about 300 people who signed up, but the notice of the Ling clan clearly stated that they only needed 3 people. Choosing 3 out of 300 meant that 99 out of 100 people would be eliminated. Even though they knew that the elimination rate was high, they still came to compete with fanaticism. In some people's opinion, even if they could not become a servant of the Ling clan, it would be enough as long as they could see the Ling clan's daughter. Soon, the head housekeeper of the Ling clan arrived. So powerful, Fang Chun could feel that the head housekeeper of the Ling clan was at least a Unity Realm expert. His aura was very dense. He could not help but be speechless. Even the head housekeeper of a residence was a Unity Realm expert. This was indeed the primal chaos void. This was the ultimate place to pursue the martial Tao. The esoteric competition, the golden age where geniuses were born. Quiet. The head housekeeper waved his hand and said solemnly. His voice contained a terrifying aura, causing the noisy square to quiet down immediately. This time, the Ling clan is recruiting 3 servants. As long as you can pass the test, you will be chosen. The head housekeeper continued. Among the 3 chosen servants, one of them will be assigned to young Lady Shuang Er's palace to work for her. Hearing this, the plaza was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes turned red. They wished they could be the only one. If you want to join our Ling clan, it is very simple. That is to speak with your strength. The head housekeeper looked at everyone and said, "Those with less than 100 divine imprints of order can withdraw. You are too weak and are not qualified to join the Ling clan." A divine imprint realm expert with 100 divine imprints of order was considered not bad in the Myriad Devil Island. However, in Zakai Town, he wasn't even qualified to be a servant of the Ling family. The difference between the two was too great. Sighs could be heard coming from the crowd. Those who had condensed less than 100 divine inscriptions left the square in disappointment. Fang Chun was also somewhat astonished. Almost 200 people had left in such a short time. Now, there were only a little more than 100 people left in the square. Only those who have condensed more than 100 divine runes of order are barely qualified to participate in the next test. The chief butler paused for a moment before continuing. I looked at the registration list. There are a total of 3 Void Realm martial artists who signed up this time. The 3 of them each absorbed a fused divine rune. 3 Void Realm cultivators can directly enter the finals, the chief butler said. The 3 of you stand to the side. 3 people walked out of the crowd, including Fang Chun. The 3 of them looked at each other, then walked behind the head butler. To be able to absorb the divine runes of order in the Void Realm required monstrous talent. Moreover, their abilities were far stronger than those who had condensed their own divine runes of order. All right. All of you will engage in a chaotic battle with the square as the boundary. As long as you leave the square, you will be eliminated. The battle will end when there are only 7 people left. The chief butler waved his hand. Immediately, a huge array enveloped the entire square. Soon, the chaotic battle began. More than 100 divine inscriptions realm martial artists engaged in a chaotic battle. Divine runes of order of various colors constantly emitted dazzling light in the sky. There are so many divine inscriptions realm martial artists in a border town like Zakai Town. What about the Limitless Sword Sect? No matter what, the Limitless Sword Sect was one of the large sects in Eastern Profound Heaven. There were countless disciples there. Even divine inscriptions realm disciples could only do odd jobs there. Fang Chun felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He was still too weak. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Limitless Sword Sect, he had to at least reach the Unity Realm. Only then could he bring his wife and daughter to the Void Star sky. Otherwise, it would be too risky. I have to quickly earn origin stones and absorb the divine runes of order, Fang Chun thought. The chaotic battle was very intense. But with the restriction of the huge array, the shock waves from the battle couldn't cause any harm to the Ling residents. Just an hour later, the chaotic battle had already ended. The 7 strongest divine inscriptions realm martial artists had been decided. Among them, the one who had condensed the most divine runes of order had 1,000. The rest had less than 1,000. Those who were eliminated go to the accounts room to collect an origin stone as compensation and quickly leave the Ling residence, the chief butler said. Then, he looked at the 10 people and said, "The 10 of you will fight one-on-one." Soon, the 10 people were divided into 5 groups. Fang Chen's opponent was a fellow who had condensed 500 divine runes of order. At the beginning of the battle, Fang Chun released his divine runes of order. The scorching aura of flame directly enveloped his opponent. The latter had no way to resist. His divine runes of order were suppressed, and his body was sent flying by the terrifying power. Just like that, Fang Chun easily advanced to the next round. After a short moment, the other 4 matches also ended. Out of the remaining 5 people, 2 of them would be eliminated while the remaining 3 would become servants of the Ling residents. Chief Butler. Right at this moment, a melodious voice that sounded like a silver bell was suddenly transmitted into the square. Immediately, the few people turned their heads and saw the fairy-like daughter of the Ling family. "She's Ling Shuang." Fang Chun was slightly stunned. Ling Shuang was indeed devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, her temperament gave people a very comfortable feeling. It said that the daughter of the Ling family is a cultivation genius. When she was in the Void Realm, she had already absorbed 5 divine runes of order. Now that she has reached the divine inscriptions realm, she has condensed more than 10,000 divine runes of order. Fang Chun muttered in his heart. "Miss Shuang, why are you here?" The chief butler smiled when he saw Shuang. "I'm here to bring a servant back," Ling Shuang said gently. "Miss Shuang, please wait a moment. I haven't finished choosing yet," the chief butler said. Ling Shuang nodded lightly and walked to the side. Seeing Ling Shuang at the side, the few people became even more excited. They scrambled to perform well and impress Ling Shuang. "The 3 of you are in the Void Realm, so the 3 of you can challenge either of them. As long as you win, you can occupy the top 3 positions. Of course, the loser can continue to challenge the winner until both sides admit defeat," the chief butler said. Ling Shuang was waiting, so he didn't want to waste time. "I want to challenge you." The blue-robed man stepped out and pointed at the guy with 1,000 divine runes of order. "You're courting death." Rumble. 1,000 divine runes of order were instantly released and suppressed the blue-robed man's divine runes of order without any effort. The latter was undoubtedly defeated. How could this be? The Void Realm warrior suffered a huge blow. He thought that after absorbing the divine runes of order, he could look down on everything. However, reality gave him a harsh wake-up call. "If you absorbed 3 divine runes of order, I might be afraid of you. However, 1 divine rune is nothing to be afraid of." The blue-robed man was a little unwilling. He continued to challenge the other guy with 800 divine runes of order, but he was still defeated. After losing 2 rounds in a row, he was disheartened and directly withdrew from the competition. Seeing this, the other Void Realm warrior who had absorbed a divine rune of order looked at Fang Chun. "Chief Butler, there are only 4 of us left. We only need to eliminate 1. Can I request to challenge him?" The man pointed at Fang Chun. "Yes." The chief butler nodded. The other 2 divine rune realms were almost in the top 3. They could sit back and relax. The next thing to strive for was to be chosen by Miss Ling Shuang. This was the most important thing. However, at this moment, Fang Chun spoke. "I think there is no need to carry out this challenge," Fang Chun said. "Are you afraid? Just admit defeat. You're no match for me. Why waste time?" Fang Chun said indifferently. "T. You are the one who doesn't dare to compete." The chief butler frowned slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, Above Fong Chen's head, 3 divine runes of order shone, dazzling and eye-catching. Now, is there still a need to continue fighting? Fong Chen said calmly. 3. The guy who had previously threatened to challenge Fong Chen was terrified. Chapter 2086. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The result was obvious. Fong Chen was taken away by Ling Shuang, leaving behind 2 divine inscriptions realm fellows with resentful eyes. Xianghe Court was Miss Ling Shuanger's residence. It occupied a large area. Almost all the servants lived in this area. After Fong Chen was brought to Xianghe Court, Ling Shuanger briefly told him what he needed to do in the future. Your strength is not bad. From now on, you will be in charge of all the servants in Xianghe Court, Ling Shuanger said in a sweet voice. Fong Chen nodded. All his forbearance was for the sake of earning origin stones. Work hard. If you do well enough, the Ling Mansion will give you a lot of cultivation resources, Ling Shuanger continued. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and finally asked, Miss Shuang, what's wrong? Ling Shuanger asked. What? What about my salary? Fong Chen was a little embarrassed. In order to earn origin stones, he had to throw away his dignity. About that, go to the accounts room and get 10 origin stones every month, Ling Shuang said. 10 origin stones every month. At this rate, it would take 10 months to get 100 origin stones. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. At present, he was unfamiliar with the place, so he could only stay in the Ling Mansion. Maybe he could even get some divine inscriptions of order. Right. How'd I almost forget to ask this? Miss Shuanger, you just said that if my performance is good enough, the Ling Mansion will give me a lot of cultivation resources. I wonder if these cultivation resources include the divine inscriptions of order? Of course, but the divine inscriptions of order are very precious to the Ling Mansion. They can't just give it out casually. Then how can I get it? Fong Chen asked eagerly. Ling Shuang naturally knew why Fong Chen asked this. For example, complete some blood-level missions issued by the Ling Mansion. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu Ling Shuanger smiled gently and said, however, the blood-level missions are very difficult. With your strength, you probably can't complete them alone. Don't be too greedy, or the gains won't make up for the losses. After saying that, Ling Shuanger turned and left. Fong Chen stood in place, carefully thinking about what Ling Shuang had just said. What she means is that as long as we complete the blood-level mission, we will be able to obtain the divine rune of order. Then, if I complete 6 blood-level missions in one go, wouldn't I be able to obtain 6 fuse god runes of order directly? Fong Chen was secretly delighted. Since he couldn't leave Zakai Town for the time being, he might as well focus on fusing the divine pattern of order. Even in the Limitless Sword sect, if one did not have impressive talent, they would not be able to attract the attention of the upper echelons. It's a good opportunity to strengthen myself before heading to the Limitless Sword sect. Fong Chen had already decided that he would take on the blood mission whenever he had nothing to do. Early the next morning, Fong Chen arrived at the mission hall. The Ling residents did not have strict requirements for their servants. As long as they had sufficient strength and courage, they could accept any mission from the mission hall. Just as he entered the mission hall, he bumped into the 2 servants who had joined the Ling residence with Fong Chen. The servant in black stared at Fong Chen and snorted. The other servant in red looked at Fong Chen and sneered. I really don't know what kind of luck you have to be chosen by Miss Shuang. Hearing this, Fong Chen frowned slightly and ignored them. He went straight to the mission board. The missions here would be refreshed every 2 hours. There were a few colors on the board. The red words were the blood-level missions. Why is there only one blood-level mission? Fong Chen was a little surprised. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Chen accepted the blood-level mission. Suddenly, the mission hall was in an uproar. Many divine rune echelon experts stared at Fong Chen with their mouths agape. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? He actually dares to accept a blood-level mission? You guys still don't know, right? This kid was chosen by Miss Shuang yesterday. His confidence is inflated and he wants to perform well. This kind of trash dares to accept a blood level mission. I think he will most likely die. Isn't this good? We will have a chance to enter the Xianga court. In the crowd, mocking voices were endless. The black-clothed and red-clothed servants, in particular, kept mocking Fong Chun. If you guys have the guts, why don't you accept a blood level mission too? If you don't have the guts, don't mock others. Fong Chun said coldly. Trash like you only know how to mock others for fun. After leaving behind a ruthless remark, he left directly. BR Xianghe Court. You accepted a blood level mission? Few people dare to accept a blood level mission alone. Fong Chun's acceptance of a blood level mission had caused a stir. Naturally, Ling Shuang'er knew about it. I want to fuse with the divine rune of order. Fong Chun did not hide anything from Ling Shuang. What is the mission about? Hunting a star-devouring blood wolf in the Red Dragon Mountains west of Zakai Town. Fong Chun said. Ling Shuang'er pondered for a moment and finally said, This mission seems simple, but it is actually very dangerous. Since you have accepted it, then I have nothing to say. After all, Ling Shuang'er was the daughter of the Ling Mansion. It was not easy for her to ask about the mission that the servants accepted. She would not worry about them. Of course, Fong Chun was not stupid enough to think that this blood-level mission was simple. He had also accepted it after careful consideration, thinking that he had a certain degree of confidence. First of all, his combat strength was at least on par with a divine rune level with 3,000 divine runes of order. Secondly, his space-time cultivation system was getting more and more mysterious. His strange movement technique could increase his combat strength by a lot. In addition, he was a master array master. In summary, he should be very confident in dealing with the star-devouring blood wolf. Once he killed it, he would get a fused divine rune of order. After the plan was ready, Fong Chun hurriedly left the Ling Mansion and came to the Red Dragon Mountains. Is this the Red Dragon Mountains? After taking a look, he plunged into the Red Dragon Mountains. According to the mission information, he quickly found the star-devouring blood wolf's lair. The star-devouring blood wolf is not here? Fong Chun frowned. He actually did not find the star-devouring blood wolf. That's not right. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly felt a trace of energy fluctuation. Then, he spread out his divine sense and frantically searched every corner nearby. A wolf cub. Fong Chun found a wolf cub covered in blood lying on the ground in a corner, dying. Opposite, it was a big brown bear that was also riddled with wounds. Both sides are injured. Fong Chun was a little stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing. The wolf cub is also a star-devouring blood wolf. The mission did not say that the wolf cub can't do it, right? Just as Fong Chun was thinking, the big brown bear dragged its tired body and pounced in front of the wolf cub. Poochie! Its huge claws pierced into the wolf cub's body. Immediately, the wolf cub lost its life. At the same time, the big brown bear also sat on the ground, panting. It had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Wealth came from danger. With a thought, Fong Chun's figure entered the void and quietly approached the big brown bear. Then a big hand suddenly appeared, grabbed the dead wolf cub, and fled. Roar! Seeing this, the big brown bear roared to the sky. Just as it was about to chase after Fong Chun, it was scared away by another aura. The star-devouring blood wolf is back. Fong Chun cursed inwardly and sped up his escape. As he gradually moved away, he could vaguely hear the deafening sounds of battle in the Red Dragon Mountain range. At the same time, he could hear the big brown bear's miserable cries and the star-devouring blood wolf's angry roars. Phew! After escaping the Red Dragon Mountain range, Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief and quickly returned to Zakai Town. My luck is pretty good. Looking at the wolf cub in the spatial ring, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. It was so easy to obtain a fused divine pattern of order. After absorbing it, his strength would definitely skyrocket. When he entered the Ling Mansion and passed by the square, he happened to meet the black-clothed and red-clothed servants. Ha ha, look at this guy's face and ears. He must have been scared back. With his strength, he dared to accept a blood mission. He's really courting death. I bet he was scared out of his wits and ran to the mission hall to cancel the mission. The two fellows gloated and followed behind Fong Chun. Arrogant. Let it be arrogant again? What a piece of trash. Oomph. He'll get it later. Without strength, he recklessly accepted a blood mission and was scared back. This is simply a disgrace to Miss Shuang. This kind of person can't be allowed to stay in Xianghe Park. Chapter 2087. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Along the way, the two of them kept mocking Fong Chun. Their words were unpleasant, but the latter didn't want to pay attention to these two clowns. They didn't have the strength, yet they liked to be jealous of others. This was a typical idiot. Today's mission hall was particularly lively. So many people. Fong Chun was also a little surprised. Usually, there wouldn't be so many people in the mission hall. Soon, he heard the discussion in the crowd. It seemed that 5 blood-level missions were released today, which was rare. Boy, hurry up and cancel the mission. You're scared out of your wits, yet you're still pretending. The servant in red sneered. Do you think the start-devouring blood wolf is so easy to kill? You're too naive. The servant in blue sneered. Suddenly, some people in the crowd recognized Fong Chun. Isn't this the guy who took the blood-level mission before? What? Did he complete the blood-level mission? Didn't you hear what the two servants said? He dared to take the blood-level mission without the strength. I guess he was scared out of his wits by the star-devouring blood wolf. For a moment, everyone in the mission hall burst into laughter. Boring. Fong Chun curled his lips and said disdainfully. His actions caused many people to be dissatisfied, but before everyone flipped out, he had already entered the mission submission room. Mission submission. As soon as he entered, Fong Chun said straightforwardly. The old man in charge of the mission submission lazily looked up at Fong Chun and said, "What mission?" "Blood-level mission. Kill the star-devouring blood wolf." Hearing this, the old man's face changed. He widened his eyes and carefully observed Fong Chun. "You completed the blood-level mission?" the old man asked in disbelief. Fong Chun nodded. He turned his palm and took out the dead wolf cub. "This is the star-devouring blood wolf." The old man quickly finished the identification. It was indeed a star-devouring blood wolf. Although it was only a cub, he had completed the mission. "Wait here, I'll call Deacon Lee." After a while, Deacon Lee came into the room. He looked at Fong Chun seriously and said with a smile, "Are you the one who completed the blood mission?" "Not bad." Fong Chun nodded. "This is your reward." Manager Lee passed the divine pattern of order to Fong Chun and said, "I've seen your information. You're a servant of Miss Shuang's auspicious harmony court. You have great potential. Being able to absorb 3 divine runes of order in the void realm is already very impressive. He would work hard in his cultivation and strive to step into the divine inscriptions realm as soon as possible. At that time, you might even be able to get the patriarch to personally bestow you a surname." Although he had completed the blood class mission, he had only attracted Deacon Lee's attention. After chatting with Deacon Lee for a while, Fong Chun walked out of the room. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on him. They were all curious as to whether he had canceled the mission or not. "How is it? Were you scolded?" "This time I was scolded. Next time, I'll be beaten up." The two servants laughed, taking pleasure in his misfortune. "Idiot." Fong Chun walked from the crowd to the mission panel. After looking at it carefully, he immediately accepted all 5 blood class missions in one go. What? Is he crazy? Fong Chun's crazy actions finally caused some dissatisfaction. Many Rune Realm martial artists jumped out and criticized Fong Chun, believing that he was not qualified to accept the blood class missions. Love go little, say W. Chu kid, quickly cancel the blood class missions you accepted. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the mission hall. That's right. You don't have the strength to complete the blood class missions, but you deliberately took them. Are you provoking the mission hall? Trash. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Many people surrounded Fong Chun in the middle. They were filled with righteous indignation, and some even wanted to beat him up. However, at this moment, Manager Lee appeared. "What are you doing?" Manager Lee frowned slightly and was somewhat unhappy. "This is the mission hall. Whoever dares to cause trouble, get out." Manager Lee was furious. Everyone trembled and lowered their heads. Manager Lee, this kid is here to cause trouble, the blue-clothed servant said. He previously accepted the blood class mission to kill the star-devouring blood wolf, but he was scared out of his wits. After canceling the mission, he took all the blood class missions in one go. He is deliberately occupying them and not letting others take them. Yes, that's right. Manager Lee, please punish this kid. The red-clothed servant also cupped his fists and said. Inside the mission hall, there was silence. Everyone was looking at Manager Lee. They wanted to see how Manager Lee would punish this kid. In the past, this kind of situation had not happened before. Usually, the mission hall would not be merciful. Get out. Manager Lee was furious. He suddenly threw a punch and blasted the blue-clothed and red-clothed servants out of the mission hall. Don't ever step into the mission hall again. Otherwise, bring your head to me. Manager Lee said coldly. The two servants who were blasted out of the mission hall turned pale. They were very humiliated. But after hearing Manager Lee's words, they were so scared that their bodies trembled and they ran away. What's going on? Why did Manager Lee attack the two servants? Many Divine Inscriptions realm warriors did not understand and were very curious. Manager Lee looked around and said in a deep voice, Fong Chun completed the mission to kill the star-devouring blood wolf. I can bear witness to that. Therefore, he has the qualifications and strength to take on the blood class missions. As for the purposeful occupation, I don't think it exists. Crash. The entire mission hall was in an uproar. Everyone stared at Fong Chun with their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. As the person in charge of the mission hall, Manager Lee naturally would not lie. Did this Void Realm guy really complete the blood class mission? This is too shocking. While the crowd was still in shock, Fong Chun nodded at Deacon Lee, cupped his fist, and left. Xianghe Court. Fong Chun immediately went into seclusion to absorb the fused divine inscriptions of order that he had obtained from Manager Lee. The absorption process was very smooth. In almost half an hour, he had absorbed the 4th fused divine inscriptions of order. Dong! The power in his body vibrated. The 4 divine inscriptions of order complemented each other, giving Fong Chun an extremely powerful feeling. Now, even if I face a Divine Inscriptions realm warrior with 5,000 Divine Inscriptions of order, I won't have a problem, right? Fong Chun muttered to himself. Fong Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. He was looking forward to how much his strength would soar after absorbing 9 Divine Inscriptions of order. However, he also knew that the more Divine Inscriptions of order a Void Realm warrior absorbed, the more difficult it would be to reach the later stages. It was easy to absorb now, but it would become extremely difficult when he absorbed 7 or 8 divine inscriptions. If he wanted to absorb 9 divine inscriptions of order, he would need to be extremely talented. In the entire Dongxin heaven, there were only a few Void Realm warriors who had absorbed 9 divine inscriptions of order. I hope I can succeed. Taking on 5 blood class missions in one go was naturally not a blind decision. This was a decision made after careful consideration. Fong Chun looked carefully. Among the 5 blood class missions, one was relatively simple. With his current strength, he could complete it. Recently, a group of unknown Divine Inscriptions realm warriors came to Zakai Town. Investigate their identities. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually risky. According to the mission, this group of unknown Divine Inscriptions realm warriors was most likely from the Ling Residence's archenemy, the Blood Dragon tribe. I'll consolidate my cultivation first. Fong Chun thought to himself and closed his eyes. At night, Zakai Town was brightly lit. In a secluded courtyard, there were 5 Divine Inscriptions realm martial artists sitting together, discussing important matters with each other. Big brother, do you think we can fool the Ling residents with our disguise? A man with a scar on his face asked. By the time the Ling residents discovers us, the mission will have been completed. What's there to be afraid of? The purpose of our trip is to ambush Ling Shuang. It would be best if we can kill her. The man who was addressed as Big Brother said, according to the intelligence, Ling Shuang has already condensed over 10,000 divine inscriptions. Her strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, there are many experts in the Ling residence. It will be very difficult to ambush her. However, we have all the time in the world. Let's first figure out all of Ling Shuang's habits, and then come up with a plan, the bald man said. If it doesn't work, some of us will have to make the necessary sacrifice. For the Blood Dragon tribe, we are willing to sacrifice. Chapter 2088. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Being a servant in the Ling residence's Xianghe court wasn't as busy as he had imagined. At least, Fang Chun was very free. He could receive 10 origin stones every month. In fact, with his current strength, he could accept some other missions to earn more origin stones. However, his mind wasn't on this. He would get 100 origin stones sooner or later. It wasn't easy to find a place to fuse the divine runes of order. He wanted to try and see if he could absorb 9 divine runes of order. Among the 5 missions he accepted, the first one was to explore those unknown divine rune realm martial artists. Fang Chun wasn't in a hurry. He followed the prescribed order and tracked these martial artists step by step. It took them about a month to lock onto their location. Every day after that, Fang Chun would use the space-time cultivation system to hide in the void and secretly monitor these 5 people. A month's time wasn't wasted in vain. Fang Chun grinned. At least, he was 80% sure that these 5 people should be members of the Blood Dragon tribe. They're actually plotting to sneak attack Ling Shuang. How bold. Fang Chun smiled sinisterly. He told Ling Shuang about this conspiracy. After hearing this, the latter's eyes flickered and she smiled faintly. Are you sure this news is true? Ling Shuang asked. Of course it's true. I won't fool you with my blood mission, Fang Chun said. Well, since they want to sneak attack me, then we'll prepare a big gift for them, Ling Shuang said with a smile. The wait was long. After Fang Chun and Ling Shuang were ready, they waited for a full 7 days before the Blood Dragon tribe began to move. First, they chose a dark night. This night was stormy, and it was more suitable to hide in the dark. Although the storm was raging, Xianghe court was still brightly lit. Ling Shuang stood in front of the window of the pavilion, seriously admiring the spectacle brought by the majestic storm. As for Fang Chun, he was already hiding in the dark. As soon as the Blood Dragon tribe martial artists appeared, he would immediately activate the formation. He's here. Suddenly, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Through the space-time cultivation system, he could sense the fluctuations in the air. Although it was very subtle, it was still unable to avoid his tracking. Ling Shuang's face was calm as she continued to watch the scene outside. Suddenly, a giant bloody hand appeared in front of the window of the pavilion and attacked Ling Shuang with lightning speed. Fire refinement array. Fang Chun bellowed, and a raging fire ignited. The terrifying, transcending heaven formation whizzed through the air and enveloped the 5 of them. Then, Ling Shuang let out a shout, and tens of thousands of divine runes of order were released. They drilled into the fire formation and began to slaughter the Blood Dragon clan members. Ling Wushuang told Fang Chun that the Blood Dragon race was afraid of fire. That was why Fang Chun had chosen a fire array formation to welcome the enemy. Damn it, we've been tricked. Seeing this, the bald man's face darkened and he cursed loudly. Even if we die, we must make Ling Shuang pay the price. With the bald man's order, they dealt with the fire formation while dealing with Ling Shuang die. Although Ling Shuang usually looked very gentle, she was ferocious in battle. Under her control, tens of thousands of divine runes of order directly wrapped around one of them and killed him instantly. Kill! The bald man tried his best to fight to the death with Ling Shuang. However, with the obstruction of the fire formation, he was forced to retreat. Love go little say W. Chew big brother, what should we do? The others cried out helplessly. The bald man gritted his teeth and said, We're going to die anyway. We can't let the Ling residents take advantage of us. After saying that, the bald man took the lead to self-destruct, followed by the other 3. Rumble. The terrifying power of self-destruction instantly erupted. Be careful. Fang Chun pulled Ling Shuang into his arms and threw her out of the fire formation. Dong! In the dark night, the Xianghe court shook, breaking the silence of the Ling residence. The torrential rain in the sky had gradually stopped, and whooshing sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the higher-ups of the Ling residence had arrived, including the Unity Realm Chief Butler. Miss Schwanger, what happened? The Chief Butler asked. The Blood Dragon race attacked me. Fortunately, Fang Qin was here. Quickly save him, Ling Shuang said anxiously. The Chief Butler took action and instantly controlled the monstrous fire. The ground was full of potholes, and there was no trace of Fang Qin. Dead. Seeing this, the Chief Butler frowned. At this moment, Fang Qin's cry came from a corner. Walla! The Chief Butler came and found Fang Qin covered in blood. He was seriously injured. Wong. The Chief Butler placed his hands on Fang Qin's body and injected violent energy into his body to help heal him. Soon, the bleeding stopped, and Fang Qin's life was no longer in danger. The Chief Butler brought Fang Qin to Ling Shuang. The latter's beautiful face was full of apology. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Miss Shuang, I'm fine, Fang Qin said with difficulty, but the 5 clansmen of the Blood Dragon race are dead. What about my blood mission? At this time, Fang Qin was still thinking about his blood mission. This made the Chief Butler a little dumbfounded. You've completed it, the Chief Butler said. Hearing this, Fang Qin laughed and fell into a coma. Fang Qin protected Miss Shuang and made a great contribution. After the clan head comes out, I will report this matter. As for the reward, it will be decided by the clan head, the Chief Butler said. The self-destruction of a divine inscription realm expert was too powerful. After being in a coma for a month, Fang Qin felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Fortunately, the Chief Butler and Ling Shuang helped him heal. Otherwise, he would have to lie in bed for a long time. You're awake? Ling Shuang asked with a smile after seeing Fang Qin. Fang Qin pursed his lips. I'm going to rot from lying here. All right. Where's my God's Order imprint? You are still thinking about the God's Order imprint? Ling Shuang pursed her lips and smiled. Of course I am, Fang Qin said. My father came out of closed-door cultivation. After knowing that you saved me, he wants to meet you personally. Ling Shuang said with a smile. Your father? Fang Qin felt his heart trembling. Wasn't Ling Shuang's father the clan head of the Ling clan? Even the Chief Butler was a Unity Realm expert. Then what was the strength of the clan head? An existence beyond the cosmos god realm? Ling clan discussion hall. A black-robed, middle-aged man sat on a wooden armchair. He held a book in his hand and a cup of tea by his side. If one did not know him, they would definitely not associate him with the clan head of the Ling clan. Father, I brought Fang Qin over. Ling Shuang knocked on the door and walked in. Prodigal Ling clan head. Fang Qin hurriedly cupped his fists. He felt that the gaze of the Ling clan head was sharp. He did not dare to look at him directly. Not bad, not bad. The Ling clan head nodded in satisfaction. He then said, You risked your life to save Shuang. You have done a great service. What reward do you want? Just say it. Fang Qin remained silent. He did not speak easily. Fang Qin, just say whatever you want. My father has already said so. As long as the Ling clan has it, we will definitely give it to you. Ling Shuang revealed her white teeth and smiled. Fang Qin raised his head. He forced himself to look at the Ling clan head. He tried his best to calm down the trembling in his heart. He said, Clan head, I would like to fuse several God's Order imprints. Oh, I have observed your body. It seems you have absorbed 4 God's Order imprints. The Ling clan head said with slight surprise. You wish to challenge the limits of the Void Realm? Fang Qin nodded. His eyes were blazing. Who doesn't want to reach the peak in the path of martial arts? Since there's a chance to reach the limits, why not give it a shot? This way, in the years to come, I will not have any regrets when I look back. Even if I fail, at least I tried. The Ling clan had admired Fang Qin even more. He could tell at a glance that Fang Qin had extraordinary potential. The most important thing was that this child had a heart that was never afraid. This was the most valuable thing. Although the Ling clan is a small clan, we can still take out a few God's Order imprints. the Ling clan head said. I can give you 5 God's order imprints for you to absorb. However, you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Join the Ling clan. Fang Chun did not even think about it and directly refused. Chapter 2089. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, /go, /little. We will provide you with interesting novels to read. His purpose for joining the Ling mansion was simple. It was to earn origin stones and leave Zakai town. Master, it's not that I don't want to join, but I can't disobey my master's orders, Fang Chun said. Oh, you have a master? The Ling family head asked in surprise. Fang Chun nodded and told the Ling family head that he was a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. The Ling family head was shocked. Are you really a disciple of the Wuji sword sect? The Ling family head repeated. It wasn't until Fang Chun took out the token that the Ling family head finally believed that Fang Chun was a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. Although the Ling family was an overlord in Zakai town, the gap between them and the Wuji sword sect was too big. He wouldn't dare to provoke the Wuji sword sect even if he had 10,000 guts. If you're a disciple of the Wuji sword sect, why did you come to the Ling mansion to be a servant? The Ling family head asked in confusion. His attitude towards Fang Chun had obviously improved a lot. Speaking of this, Fang Chun was a little embarrassed. To be honest, I came from a miniature universe. Although I'm a disciple of the Wuji sword sect, I've never been there. The reason I joined the Ling mansion was because of origin stones. If I want to go to the Wuji sword sect through the teleportation array, I need enough origin stones, and I see. No wonder. The Ling family head finally understood. His face was filled with a bright smile. His thoughts had changed. Fang Chun, I won't make things difficult for you. As for the 5 divine runes of order, I can give them to you. However, I hope that if the Ling family needs your help one day, you can lend a hand, the Ling family head said. The head of the Ling family said, Don't worry, patriarch. I'm someone who knows how to repay kindness. Fang Chun nodded. All right, I hope I didn't misjudge you. The Ling family head and Fang Chun exchanged a few words before letting Fang Chun go back. Father, do you think so highly of him? Ling Shuang-er's beautiful eyes twinkled as she asked. Love go little say W. Chu, the head of the Ling clan, stood up and walked to Ling Shuang-er's side. He looked at his daughter dotingly and said, The Wuji sword sect is a big sect. This person has great potential. If he can absorb the 9 divine runes of order, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Wuji sword sect. At that time, if we can establish a relationship with him, our Ling family will have a backer. Although the head of the Ling family was very strong, he still had to consider the future of the Ling family. 5 divine sequence runes were just a small investment. There was no loss even if he failed, but if he succeeded, the profits would be doubled. Very quickly, Fang Chun obtained 5 divine sequence runes. No, to be exact, it should be 6. Because the Ling family's patriarch had given him 5, and the head butler had also sent him 1. Fang Chun canceled the remaining 4 blood grade missions and focused on absorbing the divine order runes. The Ling family had also been ordered by the patriarch not to disturb Fang Chun. The latter entered a long period of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At this moment, Fang Chun had successfully absorbed the 6th divine sequence rune. As expected, the later it is, the more difficult it is to absorb the divine sequence runes. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Absorbing the first divine sequence rune took only the blink of an eye. By the time he absorbed the 5th rune, it had already taken more than a month. As for absorbing the 6th rune, it took a full 2 months before he succeeded with great difficulty. Continue absorbing. Time was nothing to Fang Chun. He also planned to cultivate hard because he knew that after absorbing the divine sequence runes this time, he would leave the Ling family and head to the Wuji sword sect. This was a good opportunity to build a foundation and could not be wasted. One day, the most talented member of the Ling family, who was at the Rune Realm, came out of seclusion. The patriarch gave him 5 divine sequence runes and ordered no one in the Ling family to disturb him. Ling Kuang's face was a little gloomy, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Beside him, a servant said in a low voice, "My lord, that Fang Chun was just a servant of the Xianghe court at the beginning. But because he saved Miss Shuang and made a great contribution, he was summoned by the patriarch. After that, the patriarch took a fancy to him and promised him many resources. Humph, a fledgling also dares to compete with me for the Ling family's resources. Really courting death," Ling Kuang said in a low voice. The way he saw it, the patriarch's attitude toward Fang Chun had already affected his status in the Ling family in the future. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had already become a thorn in his side. "My lord, this person absorbed 4 divine sequence runes in the Void Realm. He can't be underestimated. It is said that he is preparing to absorb 9 runes in one go this time," the servant reminded. "9 runes? Dream on," Ling Kuang said coldly. The entire Ling family was paying attention to the Xianghe court. Fang Chun was in seclusion in the Xianghe court. They wanted to see if this boy could really absorb 9 divine sequence runes. Fang Chun, who was in seclusion, had no idea that he had already become a celebrity in the Ling family, and that everyone was paying attention to him. Absorbing the 7th divine sequence rune took a year. Fang Chun felt that the speed was a little slow, but if the outside world knew, it would definitely cause a commotion. In the history of Dongxian Heaven, the Void Realm genius who took the shortest time to absorb 7 divine sequence runes took a full 5 years, and he had improved this record by so much in one go. When absorbing the 8th divine sequence rune, Fang Chun encountered a bottleneck. "Strange, I clearly feel that I can absorb it, but why am I being rejected by the other 7 divine sequence runes?" Fang Chun could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He sank into deep thought. Countless experiments had ended in failure. He even suspected that with his talent, he would not be able to absorb the 8th divine sequence rune. However, after thinking about it, he still decided to continue working hard. If he succeeded, his combat power would soar. Absorbing the divine sequence runes was a long process. Dongxian Heaven's many cultivators had long been used to it. He was stuck at the 8th divine sequence rune for a full 30 years before finally succeeding in one go. Boom! When he absorbed the 8th godly rune of order, the sky above the auspicious Harmony Garden was filled with the sound of thunder. Fang Chun felt that his body was full of power. Continue. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and absorb the 9th divine sequence rune in one go. Buzz! When he absorbed the 8th divine sequence rune, Fang Chun's body also underwent some changes. The bones in his body became more transparent, and the aura faintly emitted was already enough to make one tremble. And all the meridians in his body had disappeared. His blood was still flowing, but his meridians had mysteriously disappeared. What a strange phenomenon. Fang Chun did not even have time to think before the 9th divine sequence rune had already fused into his body. His eyes widened, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. He had been stuck at the 8th divine sequence rune for 30 years, but he succeeded in absorbing the 9th one in a matter of minutes? Could it be related to my body's mutation? Fang Chun muttered to himself. 9 was the extreme number and also the limit. In history, the limit of the Void Realm was to absorb 9 divine sequence runes. Over countless epochs, no genius could absorb the 10th one. This had become an iron-like law, and even those unparalleled existences who surpassed the cosmos god realm acknowledged this point. Should I give it a try? Fang Chun's blood was boiling, and he could not help but want to try. But after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up. This was the Ling clan, not the Limitless Sword sect. They could not provide him with sufficient logistical support. The moment an accident happened, no one could help him. Thus, he chose to be cautious. 9 divine sequence runes. With a thought, the 9 divine sequence runes were completely released, and a terrifying pressure swept over. Fang Chun felt the powerful energy brought by the divine sequence runes and was incomparably excited. After coming to the primal chaos void for a few decades, he had unknowingly become an apex void realm expert. With his current potential, Even in the limitless sword sect, he was considered one of the top Void Realm experts. After all, he was the same as those heaven-defying geniuses in history, absorbing 9 divine sequence runes. He tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart, stood up, and walked out of the cultivation room. But what he did not know was that the 9 divine sequence runes had caused a powerful phenomenon in the world, attracting the attention of the entire Zekai town. Everyone in the Ling clan was paying attention to the auspicious Harmony Court. Even the Ling clan head was quietly waiting for Feng Chun to appear. Chapter 2090. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Chun walked out of Xiang'a court. Love go little say W. Chu instantly. All eyes were focused on him. The Ling family head's eyes were burning as he stared at him. He wanted to see if he had absorbed the 9 fuse gods' order runes. His aura has become stronger. The Ling family head thought to himself. Then, he leaped and arrived in front of Feng Chun. You succeeded? Feng Chun nodded and cupped his fists. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to succeed. 9. The Ling family head's eyes widened when he heard that. He looked at Feng Chun with a burning gaze. Feng Chun chuckled and nodded. There was nothing to hide from the Ling family head. Moreover, only by letting them know about his monstrous talent would he be able to gain their attention. Ha ha ha. I knew I didn't misjudge you. The Ling family head was the most excited at this moment. He had originally wanted to give it a try. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed and become the most monstrous and top-notch Void Realm cultivator? Amazing. After a long while, the Ling family head suppressed the excitement in his heart and gave Feng Chun a thumbs up. Feng Chun's success completely changed the Ling family head's mind. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to be on good terms with Feng Chun at all costs. In the history of the Chaos Void, the most monstrous Void Realm cultivator could only absorb 9 fused gods' order runes. He thought that he would never see such a person again in his life. Who would have thought that one would be standing in front of him? Moreover, when this person had just joined the Ling family, he had only wanted to earn the teleportation origin stone to the Wuji Sword sect. If this news were spread, it would definitely be unbelievable. Feng Chun, if you are willing, from today onwards, you will be the next Ling family head candidate. The Ling family head once again extended an olive branch to Feng Chun. However, the latter was obviously not interested. He gently shook his head and tactfully rejected the Ling family head's invitation. All right, for a prodigy like you, this little Zekai town is not your stage. The entire Eastern Profound Heaven, or even the entire Void Star Heaven, is your stage. I look forward to the day you dominate the Void Star Sky and even the Primal Chaos Void. The Ling family head laughed. But don't pretend you don't know me when the time comes. How could that be? I will never forget the kindness that the Patriarch has shown me. Feng Chun cupped his fists and said. Seeing this, the Ling family head became even more excited. Everyone in the Ling residence was paying attention to Xiang'a Park. The conversation between the Ling family head and Feng Chun wasn't leaked. Although they saw the two of them talking, they didn't know what they were talking about. Thus, up until now, they only knew that Feng Chun had made a breakthrough. They still didn't know that he had absorbed 9 fused divine sequence runes. Amidst their curiosity, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and stepped into Xiang'a Park. Feng Chun, I want to challenge you. The person who spoke was the Ling family's prodigy, Ling Mang. Ling Mang. Seeing this, the Ling family head scolded unhappily. Patriarch, please allow me to challenge Feng Chun. I'm a straightforward person. I just can't stand an outsider. Moreover, he's a servant of Xiang'a Park. How can he be appreciated by the Patriarch? Is it because he absorbed 4 fused divine sequence runes? Ling Mang said in a low voice. A mere servant dares to take over our Ling family's cultivation resources. I'm not convinced. Actually, Ling Mang was jealous. Even when he absorbed the divine sequence runes, the Patriarch didn't pay too much attention to him. Now, he was paying so much attention to a servant. How could he be satisfied? Thus, When he heard that Fong Chun had come out of seclusion, he immediately came to Xianghe Park to challenge him. The Ling family head wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fong Chun. Patriarch, some things are better resolved by me personally, Fong Chun said. Besides, I also want to see how strong I am. Hearing that, the Ling family head's eyes lit up, and then he nodded. Okay, I'll be your witness. The two of you can fight in Xianghe Park, but don't hurt the harmony. Don't go too far, the Ling family head said. Since the patriarch had spoken, Ling Meng naturally didn't dare to say anything. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. He took a few steps back and walked to the square. You make the first move. Otherwise, you won't have chance. Ling Meng's attitude was very tough and arrogant. He looked down on Fong Chun. Okay. Fong Chun didn't say anything. The fused divine sequence runes vibrated, and a wild power gathered on his fist. Dong! The space was distorted. The wild power rushed out from Fong Chun's fist and bombarded Ling Meng's body with lightning speed. The latter didn't even have time to release the divine sequence runes before he was sent flying by this terrifying punch. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Ling Meng's mouth. At the same time, his eyes were scarlet, and his face was ferocious. He had fallen into madness. Buzz! Above Ling Meng's head, the dense divine sequence runes were extremely shocking. However, in the face of such a powerful Ling Meng, Fong Chun's expression was unusually calm. Compared to Ling Shuang, he's much stronger. Roughly estimating, Ling Meng had condensed at least 20,000 divine sequence runes. If it was before, Fong Chun would definitely not be his opponent. However, after absorbing a few of the fused divine sequence runes, his strength had reached a qualitative leap. He even felt that he didn't need to use his full strength to defeat Ling Meng. Buzz! Fong Chun released 6 fused divine runes of order. They were colorful, and a vast power swept out. Dong! Another punch. It seemed simple, but it contained all the power of the divine sequence runes. It suddenly bombarded Ling Meng's body. Crack! The protective divine runes of order around Ling Kuang's body emitted a crisp sound as cracks appeared. His body was sent flying again. This time, he directly smashed a big hole in the square. Around Xianghe Court, everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene in shock. Ling Meng was considered very strong in the divine pattern realm, but he couldn't withstand Fong Chun's punch. This boy is really amazing. Soaring to the sky, he really soared to the sky in one go. No wonder the patriarch thinks so highly of him. He really is a monstrous genius. In the crowd, the sound of discussion was endless. Ling Shuang, who was dressed in a pink robe, had a smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Fong Chun with interest. Ling Meng was so humiliated that he roared and attacked crazily. However, he was stopped by the patriarch. Enough! Ling Meng, you are no match for him. This battle ends here. Patriarch, Ling Meng's eyes were scarlet as he roared crazily. Go back quickly and be grounded for a year, the patriarch said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the crazy aura on Ling Meng's body gradually dissipated. He lowered his head, exuding a decadent aura, and left Xianghe Court. Whoosh! There was an uproar around Xianghe Court. Everyone was shocked by Fong Chun's strength. However, what they didn't know was that Fong Chun didn't use his full strength at all, as expected of a monstrous genius in the Void Realm. I admire you. Even the patriarch of the Ling family couldn't help but admire Fong Chun. If they were in the same realm, he would definitely be no match for Fong Chun. I made a fool of myself, Fong Chun said with a smile. Let's go to the meeting hall. The patriarch of the Ling family left Xianghe Court with Fong Chun and went to the meeting hall, leaving the confused crowd behind. In the meeting hall, I think the patriarch should know what I'm thinking, right? Fong Chun asked with a smile. If a monstrous genius like you stays in Zakai Town, it'll be a waste of your talent. Don't worry, I won't stop you. On the contrary, I'll do my best to help you. Isn't it just origin stones? Although the Ling family doesn't have a lot, we can still take them out. The patriarch of the Ling family laughed. At this moment, a few servants carry a large box over. There are a total of 10,000 origin stones in here. Feel free to use them. The patriarch of the Ling family said heartily. Patriarch, you don't have to refuse. The Wuji sword sect is a big sect, and the competition must be fierce. If you don't have enough origin stones, how can you survive in the Wuji sword sect? The patriarch of the Ling family waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Fang Chun secretly remembered this kindness in his heart, and then put the source stone into the Sumeru ring. Thank you for your kindness, patriarch. If you need Fang Chun's help in the future, just let me know. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked the patriarch. Chapter 2091. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Void Star Sky was divided into 4 huge plates. The Unbounded Sword Sect was located in the Eastern Profound Sky. The Unbounded Sword Sect was similar to the Divine Phoenix Sect. They were both first-rate superpowers in the Eastern Profound Sky, but they were still lacking by a bit. But even so, the disciples of the Unbounded Sword Sect could do whatever they wanted in the Eastern Profound Sky. The teleportation array in Zhe Kai Town could only send them to the foot of the Unbounded Sword Sect. It was impossible to send them directly to the sect. For a superpower like the Unbounded Sword Sect, most of the teleportation arrays built were single-use. Only some core cities would have a dual-use teleportation array. The Unbounded Sword Sect was located in the central region of the Eastern Profound Sky, above the Unbounded Sword Mountain. Speaking of the Unbounded Sword Mountain, it was absolutely a famous mountain in the Eastern Profound Sky. There were countless legends about the limitless Sword Mountain in the streets, but no one knew which one was true. The Eastern Profound Sky had 5 famous mountains. For the Unbounded Sword Mountain to be ranked second, one could see how famous it was. Looking from afar, the Unbounded Sword Mountain towered into the clouds. It was like an enormous sword falling from the sky and piercing into the ground. The bottom of the mountain had a very small diameter. The higher one went, the larger the diameter. Without the permission of the Unbounded Sword Sect, it was too difficult for ordinary people to climb up the mountain alone. The Unbounded Sword Mountain was surrounded by sword chi all year round, forming a natural barrier. One should not underestimate this sword chi. It was said that even experts who surpassed the Cosmos God realm could not break through this natural barrier with their full strength. Thus, one could not see any protectors in the Unbounded Sword Sect, including the disciples guarding the mountain gate, because there was no need for them. The weaker ones did not dare to behave atrociously in the Unbounded Sword Mountain, and the stronger ones could not enter at all. Below the Unbounded Sword Mountain, there was a small town called Unbounded Town. Honestly speaking, this was only the size of a small village on Earth. It could not be called a small town. Compared to Zeikai Town, the difference was like heaven and earth. This was originally a barren land, but because many sword cultivators in the Eastern Profound Sky wanted to join the Unbounded Sword Sect, they failed in the end. Love, go little, say W Chu they admired the Unbounded Sword Mountain, so they built some buildings here. Over time, more and more people came to admire the limitless Sword Mountain, and it developed into a small town. Almost all the major cities had teleportation arrays set up in Everlasting Town. Fang Chun took Zakai Town's teleportation array and arrived at Limitless Town. So spectacular. Just as he walked out of the teleportation array, he saw the majestic, limitless Sword Mountain in front of him. Sword Unbounded Sword Sect was Little Unbounded Sword Sect. Fang Chen's heart trembled. The limitless Sword Mountain could actually cause the sword energy in a martial artist's body to resonate. It was too shocking. A sect is many times stronger than a galaxy or a universe. Fang Chen sighed. Then he left the teleportation array. After a long time, Fang Chen calmed his emotions and a token appeared in his palm. This was the token given to him by the white-bearded old man. It could prove that he was a disciple of the Unbounded Sword Sect. It is said that the Unbounded Sword Sect's outpost is an unbounded town. Let's go find them first, Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon, he found out where the Unbounded Sword Sect's outpost was and came here. There were 3 to 5 middle-aged men in a luxurious pavilion. Looking at their robes, they were from the Unbounded Sword Sect. What are you looking at? Get lost. Fangchen stood at the door and looked inside. He was scolded by the people inside. Some of the people around shook their heads. These people were extremely domineering in Unbounded Town because they were from the Unbounded Sword Sect. Very few people dared to stay near the luxurious pavilion. Little brother, leave quickly. If you anger the people inside, you will end up badly. An older Void Realm martial artist said in a low voice. What? I can't go in? Fang Chun asked in confusion. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he heard a furious voice coming from inside. Then, a middle-aged man walked out angrily. The old man who warned Fang Chun walked away silently. He did not want to offend the people from the Unbounded Sword Sect. This is not your home. Why can't I stand? Fang Chun asked calmly. You're courting death. The middle-aged man suddenly threw out a punch. With a bang, it hit Fang Chun's body. However, the latter only took a few steps back and stabilized himself. You dare to fight back? Do you believe that I will kill you? The middle-aged man stared at Fang Chun angrily and shouted. You're just a few handymen from the Unbounded Sword Sect. Why are you being so unreasonable? Fang Chun finally understood that these people were not official disciples of the Unbounded Sword Sect. They were just a few handymen who were assigned here to help the Unbounded Sword Sect with their daily purchasing and other matters. However, they were using the name of the Unbounded Sword Sect to show off in the Unbounded Town. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the surrounding crowd shook their heads. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Isn't this kid too bold? How dare he say that to the people of the Unbounded Sword Sect? Isn't he playing with his life? Kid, are you here to find trouble? The middle-aged man said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and used his aura to suppress Fang Chun. Am I not telling the truth? You only dare to bully these outsiders. If you have the ability, why don't you go and bully the disciples of the Unbounded Sword Sect? I'm afraid you won't dare to do so, even if I buy you 100 guts. Fang Chun sneered. He looked down on this guy who was using his connections to intimidate others. You're courting death. The middle-aged man shouted angrily and was about to attack. I want to know the consequences of offending the people of the Unbounded Sword Sect. Fang Chun said, Consequences? Only death awaits you. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Chun's head. Whoosh! Fang Chun dodged easily. Then, he sneered and said, If that's the case, you can kill yourself. Then, Fang Chun took out his identity token. I wonder if you recognize this? The middle-aged man who was about to attack with all his might stopped when he saw the token in Fang Chun's hand. Then, his pupils constricted, and he looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. You are a disciple of the Unbounded Sword Sect. Then, the middle-aged man shook his head vigorously and said, Your token is fake. Fang Chun sneered and kept the token. You know better than me whether it's real or fake. Now, tell me, what are the consequences of offending a disciple of the Unbounded Sword Sect? The middle-aged man, who was extremely arrogant a moment ago, suddenly lost his aura. His expression changed, and he was extremely conflicted. At this moment, a few other people walked out one after another. Third brother, what's going on? Fang Chun took out his token and waved it in front of them. He said he wants to kill me. I'm asking him what the consequences of offending a disciple of the Unbounded Sword Sect are. Third brother, why are you? When they saw the token, their expressions changed drastically. Of course, they could tell the authenticity of the token at first glance. Furthermore, in the entire Dongshin heaven, no one dared to forge a fake Unbounded Sword Sect disciple's token. My lord, third brother was blind and didn't recognize it. Please forgive him. The few of them pleaded for mercy for the middle-aged man. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Fang Chun snorted and walked into the luxurious pavilion. The few of them followed him in hurriedly. They looked at the dejected third brother and shook their heads. They were only doing odd jobs in the Unbounded Sword Sect. Compared to the official disciples, their status was too different. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if the official disciples killed them, the unbounded sword sect would not say anything. Whoosh! There was an uproar around the luxurious pavilion. Countless onlookers were shocked, especially the Void Realm elder who had kindly warned Fang Chun. Is actually an official disciple of the unbounded sword sect. The elder felt like he was dreaming. The others were also shocked. At this moment, in the luxurious pavilion, the few of them were trying their best to please Fang Chun, hoping that he would not vent his anger on them. I don't want to see this kind of situation in the future. If it happens again, do as you see fit, Fang Chun said. Thank you, my lord, the few of them said emotionally. Chapter 2092. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by little? We will provide you with interesting novels to read. It was Fang Chun's first time in the Wuji Sword sect, so he needed their help. Ever since Fang Chun showed his identity token, these people's attitude towards him was no different from sucking up to him. Knowing that Fang Chun was returning to the Wuji Sword sect, they quickly contacted the person in charge of the sect and helped him solve this problem. Master Fang, the elders in the sect already know about this. He is activating the teleportation array. You could go back in a while. One of them chuckled. Fang Chun nodded. After waiting for a while, the teleportation array in the luxurious pavilion was activated. Master Fang, the teleportation array is ready. You can go in now. Under the guidance of several people, Fang Chun entered the teleportation array. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chun disappeared from the luxurious pavilion. The few of them looked at each other and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Their hanging hearts were finally at ease. Third brother, you're really lucky. The middle-aged man in gray robes shouted at third brother, who did not dare to come in. The latter hurriedly ran in. Luckily, this official disciple is easy to talk to. If we met someone who was difficult to talk to, we wouldn't be able to survive. Third brother lowered his head and nodded. At the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, there was a huge sect. At this moment, in front of the teleportation array, an elder was waiting. A disciple of the Wuji Sword sect? The elder was a little confused. Logically speaking, the disciples of the Wuji Sword sect should have a token on them. They should be able to return to the Wuji Sword sect through the token. Love, go little say, W. Chuin, this disciple had an identity token on him, but he needed the help of a few servants in the Wuji town. This made the elder very confused. But no matter how curious he was, he had to wait. Whoosh! Just as the elder was waiting, the teleportation array flashed and Fang Chun walked out. Buzz! As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, he felt extremely terrifying sword chi coming from all directions and squeezing his body. The sword chi in his body instantly gushed out and confronted the sword chi. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin also covered his body, blocking the attack of the terrifying sword chi. You're the disciple who just came back from the Wuji town? The elder suddenly asked. Only then did Fang Chun notice the white-haired elder standing in front of the teleportation formation. Junior Fang Chun greets Senior. Fang Chun cupped his fists. Take out your command medallion, the white-haired elder said with a nod. Fang Chun took out the token and handed it to the black-haired elder. After the elder examined it carefully, his expression changed drastically. Where did you get this badge? The white-haired elder asked in a deep voice. His voice was filled with iciness. Fang Chun was stunned. Was there something wrong with this token? Why did the white-haired elder become like this after seeing the medallion? Elder, this token was given to me by Elder Bai Wu, said Fang Chun softly. What did you say? You've seen Bai Wu? Where is he? The elder seemed to know Bai Wu. After hearing these two words, his expression kept changing as he asked anxiously. Love, go little, say, W. Chu, however, he soon realized that he had lost his composure. Come, follow me to the Crane Celestial Residence. The white-haired elder grabbed Fang Chun, and the world spun. In the next moment, Fang Chun found himself in a place with beautiful scenery. This is my residence in the Wuji Sword sect, the Crane Celestial Residence. I was a little too excited just now. Bai Wu is my good brother who went missing a long time ago. I searched the entire Dongxian heaven but couldn't find him. The last time I saw Bai Wu's token was several 100 million years ago. The white-haired elder tried his best to calm himself down as he slowly spoke. A few 100 million years ago? Fang Chun felt his heart tremble. Was the elder talking about the token brought by his teacher Gu Yuan? Elder, this junior came out from the miniature cosmos. Elder Bai Wu was chased by his enemies. After experiencing many intense battles, he was heavily injured and fell into our miniature cosmos. Although his life was saved, his cultivation realm had fallen to the God Emperor realm. He has always been waiting for a cosmos god to appear in our miniature cosmos and bring the news back to the Wuji Sword sect. Fang Chun slowly said, "That means Brother Bai Wu is still alive?" The elder laughed heartily. He was incomparably excited. "That's great. I knew Brother Bai Wu was so popular. How could he have fallen?" At this point, the elder changed the topic and said coldly, "If I find out who is the one who chased after Brother Bai Wu, I'll definitely not let him off." From the elder's expression, one could see that he was really on good terms with Elder Bai Wu, who was also the white-bearded old man in the Yuan Wilderness Danger Ground. Otherwise, things would not have turned out this way. So the reason I couldn't find Brother Bai Wu for so many years was because he fell into the miniature cosmos. The elder could not help but sigh. Following that, he looked at Fang Chun and revealed a warm smile. After all, this child came with Bai Wu's token. He naturally had to take care of him. "Tell me about the miniature cosmos. I'll go find Brother Bai Wu in a while," the elder said. Even though Fang Chun did not know the exact location of the Star River cosmos, he told the elder its name. Who would have thought that the elder had heard of the Star River cosmos? "I really couldn't tell that you came from the Star River cosmos." The elder laughed. "Amen? Elder knows about the Star River cosmos too? It's not just me. I'm afraid there isn't anyone in the entire eastern profound heaven who doesn't know about the Star River cosmos." The elder said, "The creator of the Star River cosmos is Ancestor Star River. The latter is one of the rulers of the void star sky. With a stomp of his foot, the entire eastern profound heaven would tremble." But what? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He had not expected Ancestor Star River to be so strong. As the ruler of the entire void star sky, Ancestor Star River's strength could be considered a super expert even in the chaos void. However, Ancestor Star River seems to have never taken the initiative to help warriors from the Star River cosmos. According to Ancestor Star River, everyone has their own path. If he forcefully interferes, it will change the warrior's destiny. The elder said, "Therefore, even though Ancestor Star River is one of the rulers of the void star sky, people from the Star River cosmos can only rely on their own efforts and work hard from the bottom." Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. At the same time, he was also very eager to meet Ancestor Star River. Actually, there were many geniuses in the Star River cosmos many epochs ago. However, in recent epochs, there seems to be signs of decline. Especially in this universe era, no one has walked out. The white-haired elder said. However, this is normal. After every miniature cosmos is established, it has to follow the rules of the chaos void. There is life and death, creation and destruction, peak and underestimation. This is the normal law of nature. Senior, hundreds of millions of years ago, you saw Elder Bai Wu's token. Did someone come with the token? Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chun concluded that the person who came with the token must be his master, Gu Yuan. Strictly speaking, I have not seen him. The elder's face was a little gloomy when he mentioned this person. He did not seem to be in a good mood. What happened? Fang Chun asked anxiously. The elder shook his head and muttered with his hands behind his back, "He is dead." Buzz! Fang Chen's mind suddenly exploded with a roaring sound. He could not accept this fact for a moment. Dead? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? His heart was in a mess. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he had been guided by the golden heart left behind by his master, Gu Yuan. Without Gu Yuan, he would not be who he was today. He had thought that he would be able to see his master after coming to the Wuji Sword sect, but he had heard bad news. When I found him, he was already dead. If I did not find Bai Wu's token on him, I would not have known that he was a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. The elder said helplessly. When I sensed Brother Bai Wu's token, I immediately went to the battle site. However, I was too late. He had a conflict with the Divine Sword sect disciple and was killed by the other party's prodigy. When I arrived, the Divine Sword sect disciple was nowhere to be found. Only his corpse was lying on the ground with the token on him. The elder continued. Fang Chen clenched his fists. His heart was filled with hatred. Chapter 2093. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with exciting novels to read. The white-haired elder had an ordinary status in the Wuji Sword sect. He was just an ordinary elder who received disciples. His name was He-san, and he was good friend with Bai Wu. Therefore, when he saw the man with Bai Wu's token being killed by a Divine Sword sect disciple, he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear his enemy into pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure this. That was because the Wuji Sword sect would not start a conflict with the Divine Sword sect over an ordinary Void Realm disciple. If he did not have the Wuji Sword sect as his backer, how could he fight the Divine Sword sect? Therefore, he chose to endure it. He endured it for hundreds of millions of years. If not for Fang Chen's arrival, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. Where is he buried? Fang Chen asked woodenly. At the foot of the Wuji Sword sect mountain, Elder He-san said. Can you bring me there? Fang Chen asked. Elder He-san nodded and brought Fang Chen down the mountain again. Soon, the two of them arrived at a small mountain beside the Wuji Sword Mountain. There was a tombstone in the middle of the mountain peak. There were no words on it. Fang Chen walked towards the tombstone step by step. His heart had never been so heavy. He rubbed the tombstone gently with his palm. His heart was filled with endless pain. Master! Fang Chen knelt on the ground. Tears flowed out of his eyes. Men do not cry easily. They only cry when they are deeply hurt. Fang Chen's journey was all because of the inheritance left behind by Gu Yuan. If not for the golden heart left behind by Gu Yuan, he might have returned to Earth a long time ago. He would not have been able to dominate the universe and come to the Wuji Sword sect. The golden heart had been with him since he was a teenager until he stepped onto the peak of the universe. During this process, Fang Chen was very grateful to Gu Yuan. Although they had never met, he would never forget Gu Yuan's kindness to him. When he was in Yuan Huang Impasse, he was puzzled. Master Gu Yuan had clearly left the universe. Why did he not call for reinforcements? Now, the truth was finally out. Before he could even enter the Limitless Sword sect, he had already fallen. Fang Chen could imagine the scene back then. A Void Realm cultivator who had just arrived in the Primal Chaos Void had finally arrived at the Limitless Sword sect after much difficulty. He was just one step away from reaching the top of the Limitless Sword Mountain. However, a conflict broke out between them and the disciples of the Divine Blade sect. Fang Chen didn't know the reason for the conflict. He only knew that his master, Gu Yuan, had been killed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fang Chen held the star-hidden sword in his hand and quickly carved small characters one after another on the tombstone. In the blink of an eye, a vertical line of words appeared on the blank tombstone. Master Gu Yuan's tomb. At the bottom, it was written Unfilial Disciple Fang Chen. Master, have a safe journey. I will avenge you. Fang Chen suppressed the sadness in his heart and muttered to himself. After adjusting his emotions, Fang Chen turned around and asked, shouldn't the tomb of a Limitless Sword sect disciple be in the Sword sect? Elder He-san shook his head and smiled bitterly. How easy is it to place the tomb in the Sword sect? Under normal circumstances, only peerless geniuses or high-ranking members of the Sword sect are qualified to build their tombs in the Sword sect. So my master, Gu Yuan, has always been here? Fang Chen said. As a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect, he didn't step into the Limitless Sword sect until his death. Fang Chen's voice contained a trace of anger. This was his dissatisfaction towards the Limitless Sword sect. Actually, there are some things that are beyond your control in the Sword sect. If one day you can become an incomparably dazzling disciple or a high-ranking member of the Sword sect, your master's tomb will naturally be moved to the Sword sect cemetery. Elder He-san said softly. In the Limitless Sword sect cemetery, Those who were buried were all senior experts who had contributed greatly to the sword sect or were highly respected, as well as those monstrous geniuses who died prematurely. It was impossible for someone like Gu Yuan to be valued by the limitless sword sect. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the main theme everywhere. It was the same in the limitless sword sect. His master's corpse was exposed in the wilderness, and no one cared. It was all because his master was too weak and could not attract the attention of the higher-ups. Take it easy. Because of the white fog, He-san's attitude towards Fang Chun was very friendly. I know, Fang Chun hid the hatred in the depths of his mind. Right now, he was too weak. He did not have the qualifications to avenge his master. He could wait. He was not in a hurry. One day, he would reach a level where his enemies would tremble. When that time came, blood would be repaid with blood. Don't be too sad. On the path of martial arts, if your strength is inferior to your opponent, your outcome will usually be the same. Therefore, only perseverance and hard work can be the only foundation. He-san comforted him. Soon, He-san brought Fang Chun back to the limitless sword sect. Before leaving, Fang Chun looked at the tombstone longingly. Let me explain the rules of the limitless sword sect to you first, Elder He-san said. After I settle you down, I'll go and bring Brother Baiwu back. Fang Chun had already calmed down. He listened carefully. After all, his master had already died. So what if he was sad? He might as well focus on cultivating and avenge his master as soon as possible. The limitless sword sect is divided into many factions. Each faction represents a miniature universe. Warriors from the same miniature universe will naturally take care of each other and help each other. Moreover, when there are more factions, the disciples will compete with each other. This is beneficial to the long-term development of the limitless sword sect, Elder He-san said slowly. Warriors like you who have just come from the miniature universe can only be considered the most ordinary official disciples. Through Elder He-san's introduction, Fang Chun completely understood the structure and operation of the limitless sword sect. The limitless sword sect was divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. Official disciples could only live in the outer sect. All the miniature universe factions were in the outer sect. As for the inner sect, only those who had reached the unity realm were qualified to apply for it. However, it was uncertain whether they would succeed. The inner sect disciples were the elites of the elites. Basically, all of them could build their own universes. It was just that their cultivation time was too short. Some of the universes they built did not even have a lifespan of more than one universe epoch. The outer sect had a total of 72 factions. However, after Fang Chun's arrival, it became 73 factions. Kid, you'll be under a lot of pressure if you have your own faction in the future, Elder He-san said. This was because in the past few universe epochs, almost no one from the galaxy universe had come out of the primal chaos void. Even if someone did come out, they would not join the limitless sword sect. Instead, they would join another sect. Hence, before Fang Chun came, the galaxy universe did not have any factions in the outer sect. Since he appeared, it was natural for him to establish his own faction. This had happened before in the history of the limitless sword sect. However, many people could not withstand the pressure and chose to join other powerful factions in the end. They gave up on their own faction. I've already reported your news to the higher-ups. They've also agreed to let you establish your own faction, Elder He-san said. Elder He-san said, there's an empty mansion next to my immortal crane residence. From now on, the Galaxy Sect's base will be in this mansion. Many thanks, Elder He-san. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. These things seemed simple, but in reality, Elder He-san had dealt with quite a lot of things. Otherwise, if Fang Chun were to do it alone, who knew how long he would have to wait? Perhaps it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Elder He-san brought Fang Chun to the empty mansion. He pointed at the golden plaque above the mansion and said, give this mansion a name. You'll be cultivating here for a long time. Since I'm from the Galaxy universe, then this mansion will be called the Galaxy Mansion. Hearing this, Elder He-san waved his hand lightly. Instantly, 3 bold and powerful words appeared on the golden plaque. All right, it'll be called the Galaxy Mansion. Elder Hisan laughed heartily and said, wait for me in the Star River Prefecture. I'll go to the Star River Cosmos and bring Brother Bai Wu back. Elder Hisan. Fong Chun looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. If there's anything, just tell me. Elder Hisan said. I wonder if the Limitless Sword sect allows disciples to bring their family members. Fong Chun asked. Chapter 2094. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. His wife and daughter couldn't stay in the Star River Cosmos forever. It would be best if he could bring them along, especially his wife and his 4 brothers. Their cultivation had reached the level of the strongest god emperors. They just lacked an opportunity to step into the Void Realm. Senior Hisan, can you bring me back to the Star River Cosmos? Fong Chun asked. Sure. Elder Hisan might be a Unity Realm expert, but he was strong enough to travel through the void freely. Under Elder Hisan's lead, they traveled through the endless void. Fong Chun didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt it was very long. After an unknown period of time, Fong Chun suddenly felt the origin source power become thinner. He knew that the 2 of them should have left Dongxian Heaven and were on their way to the Star River universe. Voila! After another period of time, Fong Chun heard the sound of space being torn apart. Then, he felt a familiar aura. The aura of my hometown. Fong Chun opened his eyes and looked down. He was excited. Although he had only left for a few decades, the God Realm had changed a lot. I found Brother Bai Wu. I'll go find him first. Get ready, Elder Hisan said. Then his figure flashed and entered the Origin Wilderness Forbidden Ground. Divine Sunlight Palace. The current Divine Sunlight Palace had developed to its peak. Fong, she had passed the position of Palace Master to Tian Xian. Divine Sunlight Palace ruled on behalf of the heavens. Anyone who went against the God Realm and did something that destroyed the universe would receive the punishment they deserved. The other top forces were also developing with each passing day. Brother Fong arrived at the territory of Divine Sunlight Palace with a thought. While traveling through space, he could often hear martial artists from various places discussing the many experts of Divine Sunlight Palace. However, what surprised Fong Chun was that the names that came up the most were not Fong Shi or Star and Moon, but the 4 God Emperors. Heaven-devouring God Emperor, Astro-sovereign Pegasus God Emperor, and Mountain-piercing God Emperor. The combination of these 4 great God Emperors swept through the entire divine realm. They were unstoppable, and no one dared to offend them. Even God Emperor Destruction and the others felt a headache when they saw the 4 of them. Ever since the 4 of them became the strongest God Emperors, they often liked to disguise themselves as weaklings and play around. When he approached the Shinshi Palace, Fong Chun found the Old Faker. At this moment, the Old Faker's main body was surrounded by a strong aura. It seemed that the Old Faker had made a breakthrough. This guy, with a single glance, Fong Chun could tell that the Old Faker was breaking through to the God Emperor realm. However, he had encountered some bottlenecks. Beside the Old Faker, the 4 great God Emperors were waiting anxiously. Old Faker, can you do it? Little Mouse asked anxiously. It should be about the same. With us 4 great Emperor gods here, the Old Faker should be able to break through easily, right? The Old Faker seems to have encountered a bottleneck. How can we help him? Why don't we ask Shi'er for help? Even though Pangolin had become the strongest God Emperor, he was the calmest among the 4 of them. He suggested to ask Fong Shi for help. After all, the latter was the only cosmos god in the galaxy universe. No need. I can do it myself. The Old Faker's hoarse voice could be heard from the huge tree trunk. Dong! A deafening sound could be heard from the huge tree trunk. The Old Faker did not want Fong Shi to help him for the sake of his reputation. He was trying to break through forcefully. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was in the clouds, had already discovered the difficulty that the Old Faker was facing. There is a limit to the cultivation height of plants. It is too difficult for him to break through to the God Emperor realm with his own strength. Fong Chun shook his head lightly. The old faker was already considered very strong to be able to reach this stage. Since he had met the old faker, he naturally had to help him. Voila! Fang Chun tapped lightly with his finger. Immediately, a vast amount of origin source energy entered the old faker's huge tree trunk silently. Suddenly, a terrifying aura could be felt from the huge tree trunk. Hon Long Long. Following that, the old faker's main body started to expand crazily and soared into the sky. The old faker has broken through. When Little Mouse saw this, his eyes widened and he was very excited. The old faker's main body kept expanding until it reached the sky. Voila! The main body shook a little and a shocking aura filled the entire deity world. Immediately, the countless branches and leaves on the old faker's body covered the entire sky of the deity world. At this moment, the entire deity world noticed this strange phenomenon. The God Emperor of Destruction and the others had already arrived at the territory of the Divine Light Palace. The plan has broken through to the God Emperor realm. Amazing, the God Emperor of Destruction said. It is indeed the divine tree that followed my disciple. The bone progenitor grinned. After the old faker broke through to the God Emperor realm, he immediately retracted his aura and the lush branches and leaves on his main body gradually retracted. Immediately, the sky of the deity world became clear again. Ha ha! I have finally broken through. The old faker laughed and was very excited. Brother Mouse, I can travel the deity world with you in the future and have fun everywhere. Congratulations. The 4 God Emperors came forward to congratulate him and sat on the main body of the old faker. The God Emperor of Destruction and the others were speechless. Only the 4 God Emperors dared to do this. If it were anyone else, the old faker would have been furious. Congratulations, my friend, for becoming a God Emperor. The God Emperor of Destruction and the others congratulated him. Ha ha! It has been a long time since we last met. How are you? Fang Chen's sudden appearance stunned all the God Emperors. Fang Chun, the bone progenitor, was stunned when he saw the familiar voice. Father. Fang Shi was a cosmos god. He noticed the old faker's breakthrough at the first moment and soon found his father. Voila! Fang Shi tore through the void and brought his mother, the moon god emperor, to Fang Chen's side. You have worked hard. Fang Chun hugged his wife and daughter with an indescribable emotion. Father, you are finally back. Fang Shi's eyes moved as he said excitedly. Ha ha ha, boss is back. The 4 God Emperors were even more excited. They flew away from the old faker and surrounded Fang Chun. The other God Emperors were even more shocked. He had left the cosmos for a few decades, and now he was back. How much had his strength increased? Everyone, it has been a long time. After a long time, Fang Chun let go of his wife and daughter and clasped his fists towards the God Emperor of Destruction and the others. He said, Let's return to the Divine Light Palace first. The group of God Emperors followed Fang Chun back to the Divine Light Palace. The incarnation of the old faker also came to the Divine Light Palace and stood with the 4 God Emperors. Everyone, I came back this time because I have something to announce. Fang Chun looked at everyone. I have safely arrived at the Limitless Sword Sect in the Primal Chaos Void and have settled down there. I have come back this time to bring some people to the Limitless Sword Sect. At this point, Fang Chun paused for a while and continued. I have 20 places. Besides my 5 brothers, there are also my wife and daughter. There are a total of 7 places. As for the remaining places, if you want to go, you can let me know. The God Emperors widened their eyes in shock. On the other hand, Fang Shi and Xing Yu revealed a faint smile on their faces. Star and Moon, especially, had never doubted her husband. She knew what kind of price her husband had paid to protect them. She also knew that one day, her husband would come back from the Primal Chaos Void to pick them up. You don't have to make a decision now. Go back and think about it. Then, Fang Chun transmitted some information about the Primal Chaos Void to the God Emperor's minds. Soon, the God Emperors left in a hurry. Boss, I missed you so much. After you left, the 4 of us were very bored. Little Mouse smiled. Wasn't challenging at all. You guys better behave yourselves when you go to the Limitless Sword Sect, Fang Chun said. Master, Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Tian Xin ran over, panting. Qing Ho was behind him. Good brother, I knew you would come back. Suddenly, the Divine Light Palace was very lively. At this moment, in the Yuan wilderness, when Elder He-san walked to the entrance of the Yin-Yang Valley, his body trembled and his face was filled with excitement. At the same time, on the stone platform in the valley, the white-bearded old man turned around. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Valley was very peaceful and peaceful. Chapter 2095. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many people's strength had increased this time, such as Qing Ho and Tian Xin. Although they hadn't reached the God Emperor realm, they were famous among the true gods, especially Tian Xin. With Palace Master Shun Shi's name, even the leaders of the other 6 top forces didn't dare to disrespect her. Qing Ho had become a famous puppet master in the God realm. No one in the God realm could compare to his attainments in puppetry. Moreover, Qing Ho had brought the Heaven Puppet Clan from the lower world to the God realm. He was trying to revive the Heaven Puppet Clan. Although it was just the beginning, with Qing Ho around, it wouldn't take long for the Heaven Puppet Clan to flourish. Of course, there were 2 people who surprised Fong Chen. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian had ascended to the God realm with their own efforts. They could have joined Shan Shi Palace and enjoyed endless resources to quickly increase their cultivation. However, the 2 women didn't seem to want that. They were training and improving their cultivation in various places in the God realm. However, Tian Xin was afraid that something would happen to them, so she had secretly sent a message to many experts to keep an eye on Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. Palace Master Shun Shi's words were very authoritative. Master, Aunt Qing and Aunt Xian have been unwilling to come to Shinshi Palace. They don't even want to go to the Sky Bone Palace, Tian Xian whispered. In fact, Star and Moon had already known about Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian's existence. She had even gone to meet the 2 of them personally, but no one knew what had happened during their meeting. Leave it to me. Thank you. Fong Chen patted Tian Xian's shoulder lightly, then turned to Star and Moon with an apologetic look. Go and see them, Star and Moon said considerately. As long as her husband loved her, she didn't care about anything else. Whoosh! Fong Chen spread out his consciousness, and soon found Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. The 2 seemed to have encountered some trouble in a certain area of the Beast God Clan's territory. With a single thought, Fong Chen arrived at the Orc God Tribe's territory. Ancient Sword Emperor, would you like to visit my Beast God Tribe? God Emperor Destruction sensed Fong Chen's arrival and immediately sent a message to him. I'm here for some matters. I won't trouble God Emperor Destruction, Fong Chen said. In the clouds of the void, Fong Chen looked down quietly. The 2 women were fighting with a group of desperados. Beauties, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. This man had just entered the Divine King realm. He wanted to use his strength to suppress Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. He wanted to take them back to be his wives. Scram. Princess Xian had a violent temper. How could she allow him to humiliate her? It's really strong, but that's what I like. The Divine King Realm Warrior walked towards the 2 ladies step by step, his eyes filled with greed. If you take another step forward, there's no need for you to continue living. Suddenly, a light voice came from the void. The 2 women, who were preparing to fight to the death, suddenly heard this voice. Immediately, their beautiful faces were filled with astonishment. Their beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. It's him, the 2 ladies said with certainty. Who? Who's talking? The Divine King Realm Warrior lifted his head and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he shouted angrily. Fong Chen walked out from the void with a bitter smile on his face. He looked at the 2 ladies and said, Why do you have to do this? The 2 ladies were silent. Their beautiful eyes twinkled as they stared at Fong Chen. You can go and find Tian Xin. Fong Chen continued. At this moment, he had already walked to the side of the 2 women. You're back. There were many things that she wanted to say. However, at this moment, Bai Qingqing felt that her throat was a little hoarse. She couldn't say anything that she wanted to say previously. Princess Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She tried her best to hold back her tears. "Kid, do you want to die?" The Divine King Realm Warrior was furious that he was ignored by Feng Chun. "Get out of my way. Don't waste my time." The Divine King Realm Warrior continued to shout. However, in the next moment, he found that his body was confined in the void. He couldn't move or even speak. The Divine King Realm Warrior was shocked as he looked at Feng Chun in fear. "You're too weak. I don't want to kill you. However, as a punishment, you'll have to stay here for 100 years. After 100 years, the confinement will be lifted automatically," Feng Chun said calmly. "As for the rest of you, get lost." Immediately, the Divine Realm Warriors who came with the Divine King Realm Warrior dispersed in an uproar. "You've worked hard." Feng Chun strode forward. He opened his arms and hugged the two ladies overbearingly. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian were stunned for a moment. Then, they blushed as they lowered their heads and struggled. "Let's go. Come back with me." Feng Chen's attitude was forceful. He brought the two ladies back to Shenxi Palace without any explanation. Shenxi Palace on a misty mountain peak. Feng Chun let go of the two ladies. Their faces were still blushing as they were shy. "Are you going to leave after coming back?" After a long while, Bai Qingqing played with her skirt and asked softly. "We'll be back soon," Feng Chun said. Suddenly, the air was filled with a complicated aura. The two ladies fell into silence. "However, before that, can I invite the two of you to follow me to the chaotic void?" Feng Chun looked at the two ladies' expressions and said with a grin, The two ladies raised their heads at the same time and looked at Feng Chun in surprise. The two ladies loved Feng Chun from the bottom of their hearts. However, ever since they knew that Feng Chun had a wife, they had hidden their love for him in the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, they also wanted to be together with Feng Chun. However, as time passed, Feng Chun had already become the strongest person in the God Realm, while they were still at the bottom. This made the two ladies feel that they were not worthy of Feng Chun, so they hid their love even more. However, Feng Chun had invited the two of them to head to the primal chaos void together. This made the two ladies very surprised. Their eyes were filled with joy, but they tried hard to suppress it. "We're too weak. We'll only be a burden if we go." Bai Qingqing had already recovered her previous expression and said calmly, "That's right. We're not even divine kings. We'd better not go." Princess Xian also said. Feng Chun spread his hands and said, "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." After speaking, Feng Chun turned and left without any reluctance. The two ladies were a little disappointed when they saw this. However, just as Feng Chun left, the Moon God Emperor appeared. The three ladies were devastatingly beautiful. They were rare beauties that only appeared once in 100 years. When they stood together, they complemented each other even more. The three ladies had three different auras. At this moment, in the clouds, Feng Chun looked at the three ladies and said, "I'll leave it to you." In Yinyang Valley, Bai Wu and the He-San brothers met. Naturally, they were very excited. The two chatted for a long time. In the end, they decided to leave the universe and return to the Limitless Sword sect. As for Old Kuei, his mission was to protect the primitive wilderness. He would not leave easily. "Old Kuei, we'll take our leave first," Bai Wu said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Come visit me often in the future," Old Kuei said with a smile. After a period of preparation, the name list was basically decided. First, it was Feng Shi and Star and Moon. Then, it was Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian, Little Mouse, and the other three, plus the old faker. In this way, Feng Chen's side had already occupied 8 spots. There were still 12 spots left. The God Emperor of Destruction pursued perfection and agreed to follow Feng Chun to the primal chaos void. As for the other Supreme God Emperors, they all chose to reject. The competition in the primal chaos void was too fierce. They felt that they were not qualified to go. Even if they went, they would need Feng Chen's protection. They would never be able to grow. As for the bone progenitor, his research on the space-time cultivation system had reached a certain level. He did not want to leave. He would only leave after he perfected the space-time cultivation system. After the name list was confirmed, Feng Chun brought his parents on Earth to the Divine Light Palace. Feng Chun specially set up a time-accelerated cultivation space for the two elders. He also left a large amount of resources for them to cultivate. As for Luo Lioli and Feng Tianyu, they also rejected Feng Chen's invitation. Luo Lioli also came to the God Realm. With the protection of the Divine Light Palace, there was almost no danger. In the end, he raised the cultivation of his avatar to the God Emperor realm and stayed with his parents for a long time. Chapter 2096. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Little? We will provide you with exciting novels to read. Actually, his parents had long grown tired of the conflicts in the mortal world, and they had the intention to retire. Their only wish was to spend more time with their son. Hence, Feng Chun arranged for his parents on Earth to stay in the Divine Sunlight Palace. With his own God Emperor avatar accompanying him, it could be considered as relieving his parents of their worries. Luo Lioli was still the same as when she was in the Luo clan Holy Ground in the lower realm. Being the only holy maiden of the Holy Ground, the Luo clan bloodline in her body was incomparably pure. It had even faintly reached the stage of atavism. This allowed Luo Lioli's potential to surpass the majority of warriors. Ever since Feng Chun left the lower realm and ascended to the deity world, his mother Luo Lioli gradually became an apex expert in the lower realm. During the years when Feng Chun left the primal chaos void, Luo Lioli had relied on her own strength to ascend to the deity world. She was even famous among the true gods in the deity world. This time, Feng Chun returned and met with his mother Luo Lioli. The latter expressed that she was not willing to leave the Star River cosmos. Furthermore, his father Feng Tianyu's potential was limited. It was entirely due to his wife that he could come to the deity world. She had to take care of Feng Tianyu, so she did not follow her son to the primal chaos void. This time, Feng Chun returned and resolved some of the worries in his heart. Furthermore, his avatar had just reached the God Emperor realm and was already an apex God Emperor. He even left behind some origin stones. As long as his avatar's comprehension reached a certain level, it would absorb the origin stones and easily become a cosmos god. After this, Feng Chun no longer had any worries. Void Star Sky, Eastern Profound Sky, Limitless Sword Sect. This is the Limitless Sword Sect? How magnificent! Feng Chun was bouncing around the Star River Prefecture. She was very excited, but at the same time, she was very shocked. Love, go little say, Netku the Limitless Sword Sect was too magnificent. Even if all the superpowers in the entire Star River cosmos were added together, they could not compare to a single faction of the Limitless Sword Sect. Primal Chaos Void indeed. Little Mouse could not help but sigh. After Feng Chun settled everyone down, he reminded them, everyone, the rules of the Limitless Sword Sect are very strict. The reason why I brought you here is because you are my servants. Therefore, before you join the Limitless Sword Sect, do not leave the Star River Prefecture. Otherwise, you will be punished. Father, it's so boring to stay here all the time. She pouted. Feng Chun gently patted his daughter's shoulder and said, you have the myriad fusion body. If you were to cultivate diligently, you would have reached the unity realm long ago. But look at your current cultivation. Over the past few decades, his daughter had only condensed 20,000 God sequence runes. This was all because she didn't like to cultivate. Every time she went into seclusion, it would never exceed a month. When you condense 50,000 divine runes of order, you can join the Wuji Sword Sect, Feng Chun said. The upper echelons of the Wuji Sword Sect had already approved the establishment of the Star River Prefecture. As the only disciple of the Star River Prefecture, he could be considered the leader of the Star River Prefecture. As long as the warriors from the Star River Prefecture met the standards of the Wuji Sword Sect, Feng Chun had the right to recruit them. Don't worry, Father. I will condense the God sequence runes as soon as possible. She clenched her pink fists and said solemnly. Feng Chun nodded. He also believed in his daughter's potential. As long as his daughter was willing to cultivate diligently, it would not be long before she could walk openly in the Wuji sword sect. Then, Fang Chun looked around at everyone and said, I will try my best to earn more origin stones for all of you to absorb. Absorbing origin stones was also a shortcut to the Void Realm. Apart from Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian, everyone else present had already reached the level of an ultimate emperor god. As long as they had enough origin stones, they could break through to the Void Realm. After arriving at the Star River Prefecture, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian's expressions became more solemn. The two of them were originally not strong. Furthermore, there was a limit to their potential. They had long been left behind by Fang Chun, and now they were filled with helplessness. Within the Wuji sword sect, the weakest were cosmos gods at the deity inscription realm. Those who did the miscellaneous chores were at the apex void realm, and the two of them had not even reached the god emperor realm. Seeing the expressions of the two girls, Fang Chun said, the two of you do not have to feel burdened in your hearts. The cultivation environment of the Wuji sword sect is many times better than the Star River Prefecture. The air here is filled with abundant origin energy. The two of you can cultivate here. It won't be long before you step into the God Emperor realm. By then, I will prepare the origin stones for you. Stepping into the Void realm is just around the corner. Hearing this, the expressions of the two girls became more relaxed. I will go into closed-door cultivation first. The two girls bade farewell and entered a hidden room to begin their closed-door cultivation. As for Star and Moon and the others, they went into closed-door cultivation too. Wasn't that mansion empty all this time? Why would there be people entering and leaving? Near the Star River Prefecture, there was a splendid residence. Even though there were not many disciples in this residence, it was not something the Star River Prefecture could compare with. There was a golden plaque hanging above the entrance of the residence. Written on it were 3 bold and powerful words, Blue Moon Prefecture. The Wuji sword sect was divided into outer sect and inner sect. Frankly speaking, the outer sect was a faction established by some warriors who came from the miniature universe. The outer sect was just a way for the Wuji sword sect to select disciples with potential. The moment they discovered someone with monstrous potential, the higher-ups would pay attention to them and accept them into the inner sect. The reason why the Wuji sword sect could become an apex power in the eastern profound sky was entirely due to the deep foundation of the inner sect. There were many factions in the outer sect, of which this Blue Moon Prefecture belonged to the lineage of the Blue Moon Cosmos. In the history of the Blue Moon Cosmos, there were many outstanding geniuses. Some monstrous geniuses had even entered the inner sect to cultivate. Because of their deep background, the disciples of the Blue Moon Prefecture were usually arrogant and domineering. On this day, Blue Moon Prefecture disciple Lan Jun saw someone entering and leaving the Star River Prefecture. Star River Prefecture? After seeing the words on the golden plaque, Lan Jun's expression changed. Soon after, he was surprised. Could it be the Star River Cosmos created by the legendary Star River ancestor? After the initial shock, Lan Jun was very surprised. Although the Star River Cosmos was very famous in the Void Star Heaven, in reality, other than the Star River ancestor, there wasn't a single powerful expert. In the Wuji sword sect, there hadn't been any warriors from the Star River Cosmos for tens of billions of years. Strange. Could it be that there are warriors from the Star River Cosmos who came out? Lan Jun's interest was instantly piqued. He usually liked to bully new martial artists and extort some origin stones from them. Let's go and take a look. Lan Jun quickly arrived at the Star River Prefecture. He hesitated at the entrance of the residence, but still went in. I'd like to see what kind of person has come from the Star River Prefecture. Lan Jun swaggered into the Star River Prefecture without concealing his aura. He was immediately discovered by Fang Chun. Whoosh! Fang Chun's figure appeared out of thin air. He stared at Lan Jun and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you barge into my Star River Prefecture without permission?" Facing Fang Chun's questioning, Lan Jun was a little displeased. "Kid, are you a warrior from the Star River Cosmos?" Lan Jun asked disdainfully. "Trash like you dares to talk to me like this? The Wuji Sword sect has a rule. Without the permission of the mansion master, no one is allowed to barge into other people's residences. You have violated the rule. Do you believe that I will immediately report it to the elders? Fong Chun sneered. Lan Zhun glared at Fong Chun and said, I thought there would be some powerhouse from the Star River Cosmos. It turns out that it's just a Void Realm warrior. It seems that the Star River Cosmos has really declined. Even a Void Realm trash can be the mansion master. Get lost. You are not welcome in the Star River Prefecture. Fong Chen's attitude was very tough. Lan Zhun had broken the rules of the Wuji Sword sect by barging into the Star River Prefecture. If he reported it, the latter would definitely be punished. Lan Zhun hesitated for a moment, but finally retreated. Kid, we will be in the same sect from now on. We will often meet in the Sword sect. I hope you will be careful when you walk. With your strength, anyone can easily kill you. With that, Lan Zhun turned and left. Fong Chen's face was gloomy as he watched Lan Zhun leave. He frowned. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were conflicts, there would be conflicts. This was the rule of history and was unavoidable. Although today's incident was a small episode, it attracted Fong Chen's attention. Chapter 2097. Genius 1, Second, remember love, divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Although the outer sect of the Wuji Sword sect forbade disciples from killing each other, there were some places where they could fight openly. Love go little, say W. Chu as one of the top forces in Dongxian heaven. The Wuji Sword sect had too many cultivation resources. However, if one wanted to obtain something, one had to pay a sufficient price. It was the same in the Wuji Sword sect. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Including the Galaxy Province, there were a total of 73 branches. Aside from the Galaxy Province, where there was only Fong Chun, the other 72 branches had already matured and had many disciples. Therefore, there were often conflicts between the major factions for resources. Blue Moon Province, Lan Xing's residence. This guy doesn't know anything. How dare he use the rules to threaten me? What a joke. Lan Xing sneered. After the probing just now, he had already treated Fong Chun as his prey. The Galaxy Province has just been established. The Sword Sect will definitely give this kid a certain amount of origin stones so that he can gain a foothold in the outer sect in a short time. This is my chance. I must snatch the origin stones from him as soon as possible. Lan Xing's eyes flickered as he said sinisterly. Once the other factions noticed the Star River Prefecture, Lan Shui would not have any chance. One had to know that origin stones were very popular in the Wuji Sword sect. As long as one had enough origin stones, they could use them for cultivation. Of course, most disciples used origin stones to purchase other cultivation resources. Origin stones were also divided into grades: subgrade, low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The official exchange rate was 1 to 10,000. Previously, Fong Chun had obtained 10,000 origin stones from the Ling family in Zakai Town, but they were only low-grade origin stones. In the Primal Chaos Void, substandard origin stones were of the worst quality. The origin energy contained in them was extremely rare and could be said to be non-existent. Even so, ordinary itinerant cultivators treated them as treasures. However, for a major force like the Wuji Sword sect, the subgrade origin stones were not enough for their disciples to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, most of the origin stones circulating in the outer sect were low-grade origin stones. It was rare for middle-grade origin stones to appear. As for high-grade origin stones, it was said that they could only be found in the inner sect. After thinking for a long time, Lan Xian had already made a plan. I don't believe that you won't show up. Lan Xian sneered sinisterly. He already had a plan to deal with Lan Xian in his mind. In the Star River Prefecture, Fong Chun was carefully reading some of the outer sect rules. The road ahead is destined to be difficult, but since I've made my choice, I can't back down. Sitting on the stone bench, Fong Chun glanced at the secret chamber behind him. His heart skipped a beat. His wife, daughter, and good friends were all cultivating here. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to protect them from harm. This time, Fong Chun brought a total of 10 people with him back to the Star River universe. His daughter, Feng Shi, his wife, Star and Moon, Little Mouse, the old faker, and the God Emperor of Destruction. BR among them. Feng, she was already a divine inscription realm expert. He could absorb the origin energy in the air and did not need origin stones for the time being. As for Little Mouse and the others, they needed origin stones. A total of 10,000 origin stones. After paying 100 origin stones, he was left with 9,900 origin stones. He gave his wife and the others 100 origin stones, each to break through to the Void Realm. In the end, he was left with 1,000 origin stones. Love goat, little say W. Chew with a thought. Feng Chen's origin stones in the Sumeru ring suddenly appeared in front of him. The Wuji Sword sect has a rule. When a new sect is established, they will give 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Feng Chen muttered. In addition to the 9,000 origin stones he had left, the number of origin stones had reached 19,000. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible and earn more origin stones, Feng Chen thought to himself. A few days later, Feng Chen walked out of the Star River Prefecture and happened to bump into Lan Jun, who was walking towards him. The latter looked at Feng Chen with a smile and said, "Brother, I was wrong before. Today, I came to apologize to you." Seeing this, Feng Chen was a little stunned. He did not expect Lan Jun to apologize to him. "I'm a disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture. We all came from a miniature universe. It is not easy to survive in the Wuji Sword sect. I hope we can take care of each other in the future," Lan Jun said. Feng Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Lan Jun asked, "Brother, where are you going? You are new here, so you don't know much about the outer sect, right? I can explain it to you." "I'm going to the Sword Puppet Arena to take a look," Feng Chen said. The Sword Puppet Arena was a place specially for disciples to fight with their swords. The so-called sword puppet was actually similar to an ordinary puppet. However, this kind of sword puppet contained sword chi in its body and could activate its own sword chi. Some disciples had some small conflicts and were unwilling to fight to the death. They would go to the sword puppet arena and use the sword puppet to fight with their swords. Of course, in the process of fighting, there would be some prizes. This way, the fight would be more interesting. In the process of controlling the sword puppet, they could comprehend the sword Tao. Many disciples were willing to cultivate here. Of course, the weaker disciples would also be slaughtered if they came. "Oh, the sword puppet arena? I am also going to the sword puppet arena. Why don't we go together?" After saying that, he led the way without waiting for Feng Chen's agreement. The sword puppet arena was in the cultivation area. Soon, Lan Jun and Feng Chen arrived in front of the sword puppet arena. At this time, there were two sword puppets fighting with each other. Below the sword puppet arena, the two disciples' control of the sword puppets had reached the point of perfection. Ding, ding, ding. The two sword puppets fought fiercely. The sword puppet arena was filled with wild sword chi. The sound of metal clashing could be heard constantly. Interesting. Feng Chen carefully observed the two sword puppets on the sword puppet platform and revealed a smile on his face. He had some understanding of puppets and could feel that the design of the sword puppets was very exquisite. Moreover, to control the sword puppets, one didn't just have to be proficient in puppets. It seemed that the deeper one's understanding of the sword Tao, the easier it would be to control the sword puppets. This sword puppet looks simple, but it is actually very valuable. At least in the miniature universe, it is impossible for such a treasure to appear. Feng Chen sighed. Such a valuable sword puppet was only a tool for disciples to fight with each other in the outer sect of the Limitless Sword sect. Just as Feng Chen was thinking, a deafening sound suddenly came from the sword puppet arena. Then, a sword puppet flew out and left the sword puppet arena. The winner had been decided. With a smile on his face, the winner looked at the loser and said, "You lost. 1,000 origin stones. Humph. I will beat you next time." The loser snorted and handed over 1,000 inferior grade origin stones before turning and leaving. "If I am strong, it is actually very easy to earn origin stones," Feng Chen thought to himself. "Brother, you are new here, so you must not be familiar with the sword puppets. How about it? Do you want me to practice with you?" Lan Xian said with a smile. Sure. To be honest, Fang Chun really wanted to feel the sword puppets and see how much of an impact it had on his understanding of the sword Dao. Lan Xian pretended to be embarrassed and said, Brother, you know the rules of the sword puppet arena. If you want to fight, you have to be injured. Shouldn't the two of us do the same? Hearing this, Fang Chun finally understood why Lan Xian brought him to the sword puppet arena. Do you want my origin stones? Fang Chun sneered. This Lan Xian was too whimsical. He obviously wanted to bully the newcomer and rip him off. Sure, I don't mind. Fang Chun spread his hands and did not have the intention to expose Lan Xian's intentions. How about this? The two of us will bet 1,000 origin stones. What do you think? Lan Xian said. Fang Chun nodded and agreed directly. The two of them came before the sword puppet arena. In front of them, there was a long sword inserted. Although the long sword was inserted into the ground, its interior was closely related to the sword puppet. By controlling the long sword, one could control the sword puppet. Brother, if you put your palm on the long sword, you will naturally be able to control the sword puppet, Lan Xian said. Fang Chun tried to put his palm on the long sword. Immediately, the surging sword chi in his body poured into the long sword. Dong! The sword puppet on the martial arts practice arena suddenly shook. What a wonderful feeling. Fang Chun closed his eyes and could feel the pure sword Dao comprehension coming from the sword puppet. Chapter 2098. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. Showa.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Rumble. On the sword puppet platform, two sword puppets fought fiercely with each other. Their every move and style was completely controlled by Fang Chun and Lan Zhen. In the beginning, Fang Chun's sword puppets retreated step by step, unable to resist Lan Zhen's sword puppets' attacks at all. Seeing this, Lan Zhen's face revealed an excited expression. To completely control the sword puppets, it will at least take a few tries. It's impossible to completely control the sword puppets in the first sword battle, Lan Zhen thought to himself. This was also why he was not worried about the sword battle with Fang Chun, because he knew that no matter what, the result would be the same, and that was his victory, so there was nothing to worry about. How can a Void Realm guy's comprehension of Sword Dao compare to mine? 1,000 low-grade origin stones is too easy to earn. Lan Zhen was secretly delighted. Because his strength was not too strong in the Divine Pattern realm, it led him to always lose in sword battles with others. Over time, Lan Zhen specially selected those new disciples, especially those disciples who came to participate in the sword battle for the first time. Those who were familiar with Lan Zhen knew that he was just a small fry who was as timid as a mouse and specialized in bullying newcomers. In the Blue Moon Mansion, many people looked down on him. Isn't that Lan Zhen? Why does he dare to come to the sword puppet platform to fight? In front of the sword puppet platform, there were some disciples from other factions. After seeing Lan Zhen, they were somewhat surprised. That kid should be a newcomer, right? His control of the sword puppets is too weak, right? He doesn't even know the most basic control. No wonder that kid Lan Zhen dares to come to the sword battle. Turns out that he found a newcomer again. It's the first time a newcomer can't control the sword puppets to the fullest. This Lan Zhen is really lucky to actually encounter such a good thing. For a moment, the gazes of many disciples fell on Lan Zhen. Ding, ding, ding. On the sword puppet platform, Fang Chun's sword puppets retreated in defeat, but it was a little better than before, barely able to resist Lan Zhen's attack. Fang Chun glanced at Lan Zhen, who was gloating, and muttered to himself, regardless of strength, controlling the sword puppet depends on the comprehension and attainments of the sword principle. Was it his comprehension of the sword Dao? When Fang Chun thought of this, a disdainful smile appeared in his eyes. Lan Xian's true strength might not be stronger than him, let alone his attainments in sword principle. This sword puppet is really strange, but I think I have already completely mastered it. The battle lasted for an hour. Fang Chun's sword puppets had been bitterly holding on. Everyone knew that the outcome was already decided. It was just that Fang Chun was still unwilling to surrender. On the opposite side, Lan Xian launched fierce attacks at Fang Chun again and again, but no matter how he attacked, Fang Chun was able to turn the situation around at the last moment. Tama in this. Lan Xing shouted in a low voice and devoted himself to controlling the sword puppet. Immediately, the sword puppet on the sword puppet platform erupted with a terrifying power of sword principle, directly enveloping Fang Chen's sword puppet. Lan Xian is showing his power. The battle seems to be over. Many disciples were discussing in low voices. However, just when everyone thought that the battle was over, Fang Chen's move was beyond everyone's expectations. He took his hands off the long sword and closed his eyes slightly, no longer looking at the sword puppet on the sword puppet platform. Has he given up? The disciples were confused, but what happened next caused their hearts to be filled with astonishment once again. What does he want to do? Does he want to use his spirit to control the sword puppet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a newcomer use his spirit to control the sword puppet for the first time? In front of the sword puppet platform, there were exclamations one after another. Love, go little, say, W. Chu, however, many people did not believe that Fang Chun could succeed. Even Lan Xian, on the opposite side, sneered disdainfully. Trash. After Lan Xian spat out these two words, he once again increased his attack on the sword puppet. The situation on the sword puppet platform was already clear. I'd like to see how you can turn the tables, Lan Xian said coldly. At the same time, Fang Chen's divine sense directly shrouded the long sword, and then penetrated into the long sword. Buzz. The wild sword principle aura, following the divine sense, merged with the sword chi inside the long sword. Dong! On the sword puppet arena, the sword puppet controlled by Fang Chun suddenly erupted with a power that caused people to tremble. Immediately, an amazing scene appeared. Normally, the sword puppet would be suppressed, but at the last moment, the sword puppet turned the tables. Rumble. The sword puppet controlled by Fang Chun constantly brandished the long sword in its hand, creating incredible sword lights. These sword lights gathered together in the sky and launched the fiercest attack on Lan Xian's sword puppet. Crack! Lan Xian's sword puppet could not resist this terrifying attack at all and flew out directly. No! Seeing this, Lan Xian exclaimed. The sword chi around his body surged, trying to salvage the situation. However, the result was already decided. Dong! As Lan Xian's sword puppet fell to the ground, this sword battle ended with Fang Chen's victory. Crash! There was an uproar around the sword puppet platform. All the disciples stared at Fang Chun with burning eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. After a long time, someone broke the silence of the sword puppet platform. Oh my God! A newcomer can really control the sword puppet with his primordial spirit. Who is he? Why is he so incredible? It's difficult for an outer sect newcomer to control the sword puppet in his first sword battle. It's even more difficult to win. Not only did he defeat Lan Xian, but he also used his primordial spirit to control the sword puppet. At this moment, the hearts of all the disciples were filled with shock. There were two ways to control the sword puppet. The first was manual control, placing both hands on the long sword to control the sword puppet. This method was also the most basic method, which any disciple could learn. As for the second method, it was more advanced. Using the primordial spirit to control the sword puppet had very strict requirements. It required the controller's primordial spirit to reach an extremely high level. At the same time, the controller's comprehension and attainment of sword principle had to be far beyond the martial artists of the same level. To put it simply, those who could do the second method were almost all monstrous geniuses with incredible sword principle potential. In the entire outer sect, there were many who could control the sword puppet with their primordial spirit. However, there were very few who could do this on their first contact with the sword puppet. In the uproar, Fang Chun walked in front of Lan Xian, stretched out his finger, and asked for his spoils of war. 1,000 inferior grade origin stones, you're welcome. Fang Chun grinned. Back then in Zakai town, in order to earn 10 origin stones, he was willing to be a servant. However, now 1,000 origin stones could be obtained so easily. Sure enough, as long as one had strength, one could get enough resources anywhere. You tricked me? Lan Xian stood up abruptly, looked at Fang Chun angrily, and berated. Many senior brothers present can be witnesses. Did you take the initiative to invite me to a sword duel? How did I trick you? Fang Chun spread his hands and pretended to be innocent. You can control the sword puppet with your primordial spirit. It's not your first contact with a sword duel at all, Lan Xian said angrily. Fang Chun looked at Lan Xian and said calmly, "Does this have anything to do with me defeating you? Or you can't afford to lose it all and want to deny it?" Fang Chen's words immediately caused the gazes of many disciples to fall on Lan Xian. In an instant, Lan Xian felt great pressure. Damn it! Lan Xian gnashed his teeth in hatred of Fang Chun, but due to the rules, he could only take out 1,000 origin stones. "Kid, remember my name. Lan Xian, will not let you go." After speaking, Lan Xian turned and left angrily. "Junior brother, your control of the sword puppet is perfect. How about exchanging pointers with me?" "Yes, junior brother, let's exchange pointers." After Lan Xian left, many disciples wanted to fish in troubled waters and cheat Fang Chun of his origin stones. However, they were all rejected by Fang Chun. "Senior brothers, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Then, Fang Chun swaggered off. As soon as he arrived at the Wuji sword sect, it caused a great sensation. The first time he came into contact with a sword duel, he could control the sword puppet with his primordial spirit and defeated Lan Xian. This matter spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Soon, the entire outer sect knew. At the same time, they also knew that the outer sect had an additional lineage of Star River. At this point, the 72 lineages had become 73 lineages. Have you heard? Lineage of Star River has an amazing genius. Chapter 2099. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Blue Moon Prefecture. Love go little say, Netku Lan Xian, what's going on? A middle-aged man in a black robe had a gloomy expression. Beside him stood Lan Xian, who had lost to Fang Chun. Lan Xian looked at this person with a hint of fear in his eyes. In Blue Moon Prefecture, Lan Xian's strength could only be considered to be at the bottom. The person in front of him was an expert ranked in the top 100 of Blue Moon Prefecture's disciples. "Senior brother Che, it's my fault for handling this matter. Give me a chance. I'll make those voices disappear," Lan Xian said in a low voice. The rumors in the outside world were that Lan Xian had been defeated by a Void Realm fellow. To a certain extent, this had damaged Blue Moon Prefecture's reputation. Therefore, Lan He had found Lan Xian. He didn't want such a thing to happen, nor did he want Blue Moon Prefecture's reputation to be damaged. It's not like a Void Realm expert has never established a lineage in our Wuji sword sect. However, it won't be that easy for the Galaxy lineage to gain a foothold in the outer sect, Lan He sneered. In Galaxy Prefecture, Fang Chun was still thinking about the sword battle with Lan Xian. "I wonder which senior created this sword puppet. It's really mysterious." Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. He could feel that the requirements to create a sword puppet were very high. At least in terms of sword Dao comprehension, they were far from the outer sect disciples. After experiencing the sword battle on the sword puppet platform, Fang Chun clearly felt that his comprehension of sword Dao had deepened by a lot. During the sword battle with Lan Xian, a crazy idea seemed to have appeared in my mind. Fang Chun was reminiscing about the sword battle back then. At that time, the crazy idea in his mind only appeared for a moment. He was carefully sensing the sword Dao aura contained in the sword puppet. He didn't have time to think at all. Now that he calmed down and recalled it, there was a trace of impulse in his heart. Can a Void Realm expert really absorb the 10th Divine Order rune? Fang Chun asked himself. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly erupted in the peaceful Galaxy Prefecture. In the next moment, a piercingly cold aura whizzed over. "Fang Chun, get the hell out here." Hearing this, Fang Chun's expression changed. Did he fly into a rage out of humiliation because he had lost a sword duel? In a moment, Lan Zhan appeared in the garden. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chun. At the moment, his mind was already clouded by anger. He simply did not consider the consequences of barging into the Star River Prefecture without permission. "I want to duel with you again," Lan Xing roared in a low voice. Fong Chun stood up from the stone bench and said with a hint of ridicule, "Didn't we already duel before? Oof, you cheated. I don't believe that you can really control the sword puppet with your primordial spirit. I am not reconciled. Do you dare to duel with me again?" Lan Zhun said crazily. Fong Chun wanted to refuse, but he suddenly thought of the origin stones. Immediately, he grinned and said, "That depends on whether the origin stones you offer can arouse my interest." Lan Zhun sneered when he saw that. He extended a finger and said coldly, 10,000 low-grade origin stones. That's half of my wealth. If you don't dare to take the bet, then hand over the 1,000 origin stones that you took from me earlier and compensate me with another 1,000. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Lan Zhun was very arrogant. He was certain that no one in the Star River Prefecture was his match, so he dared to rush and so unscrupulously and threaten Fong Chun. Fong Chun hated being threatened the most. Lan Zhun's words undoubtedly ignited the anger in his heart. "Love go little say W Chu you want to give me origin stones. How can I refuse?" Fong Chun immediately agreed. Lan Zhun was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "I'll wait for you at the sword puppet arena." With that, Lan Zhun's figure flashed, and he left the Star River Prefecture. "Boss." Little Mouse suddenly appeared behind Fong Chun and asked worriedly, "That person wants to kill you. Be careful." Little Mouse was the one who absorbed the origin stones the fastest. After absorbing 100 origin stones, he had already stepped into the Void Realm. However, even though he was in the Void Realm, he did not dare to be too high profile in the Wuji Sword sect. He was accumulating strength. When he broke through to the Divine Inscription Realm and joined the Wuji Sword sect, he could relax. "Don't worry, he's giving me origin stones. You stay in the Star River Prefecture. I'll be back soon." Fong Chun patted Little Mouse's shoulder gently and said. Many disciples gathered at the sword puppet arena. They had all heard that Lan Zhun was going to have a sword duel with Fong Chun and had specially come to watch. After all, Fong Chun's achievements had been spreading throughout the outer sect for the past few days. A newcomer who had just arrived and was able to control a sword duel with his primordial spirit. This was definitely something amazing. If that was the case, then his potential in the sword principle was comparable to Wen Kong's. Wen Kong of the Empty Sword Prefecture came from the Empty Sword Cosmos and specialized in the sword principle. His potential in the sword principle was extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, Wen Kong was the second prodigy in the history of the Wuji Sword sect to be able to control a sword with his primordial spirit in his first sword duel and defeat his opponent. As for the first one, he had already become a legend in the outer sect and had entered the inner sect many years ago. Back then, when Wen Kong had just arrived at the Empty Sword Prefecture, he had already caused a commotion. In fact, as everyone had expected, Wen Kong had grown step by step with his great potential. Now, he was already one of the top experts in the Empty Sword Prefecture and was even one of the top existences in the Wuji Sky Tablet. Many people had come because of this. They wanted to see if Fong Chun had Wen Kong's potential. Soon, Fong Chun also arrived at the sword puppet arena. "Humph!" Lan Zhun snorted coldly. Fong Chun walked to the other side of the sword puppet arena calmly. Under everyone's gaze, the sword duel began. Ding, ding, ding. The two sword puppets on the sword puppet arena instantly erupted into a fierce battle. This time, Fong Chun did not hesitate and directly used his primordial spirit to control the sword puppet. Rumble. Terrifying sword principle power came out from the sword puppet, and the long sword in the sword puppet's hand pierced out rays of sword light in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was too fierce, and Lan Zhun's face became more and more ugly. Damn it! The situation on the sword puppet arena was almost one-sided, and Lan Zhun's sword puppet was unable to resist. At this moment, Lan Zhun gritted his teeth and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the long sword. Suddenly, the long sword emitted a sword hum, followed by a scarlet aura that instantly swept over. At this moment, the sword puppet on the sword puppet arena had also undergone a great change. From initial defense mode, it instantly switched to attack mode. Fong Chun was also a little surprised. How could Lan Zhun's sword puppet suddenly become so powerful? In front of the sword puppet arena, Many people shook their heads when they saw this. In order to defeat his opponent, Lan Zhan really used all his means. The blood essence stimulated the strongest sword chi in the sword puppet. Lan Zhan is determined to win the sword duel. It seems that Fang Chen's sword principle potential should not be as good as Wen Kong's. After all, the latter is a rare sword principle genius, but even so, he has surpassed most of the sword cultivators. This boy's future is destined to be bright. However, now that he has established the lineage of stars alone, he is destined to move forward with difficulty. Once he succeeds, he will erupt with dazzling light. Fang Chen, who was controlling the sword puppet with his primordial spirit, also heard the crowd's discussion. Blood essence technique? This was also a technique in the Wuji sword sect, but it was very harmful to oneself. Ordinary people would not use it unless it was a last resort. One's own blood essence contained one's own understanding of sword principle. When it was sprayed on the long sword, it could effectively stimulate the deep power inside the sword puppet, thus defeating the opponent. It was not that no one had used it before, but the backlash was too great. Many people were unwilling to use it for some origin stones. In front of me, you are trash. Fang Chen's aura sword. A huge divine sense invaded the long sword, frantically controlling the long sword. Buzz. On the sword puppet arena, the sword puppet's power was incomparably strong, resisting Lan Zhan's sword puppet. Time is running out. Let's end this quickly. There was a time limit to using the blood essence technique. To some extent, it was similar to some secret enhancement techniques. After the time limit, the body would become extremely weak. Chapter 2100. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. To be honest, Fang Chen did not use much primordial spirit power to defeat Lan Shui. When the latter's sword puppet flew over his head and smashed heavily on the ground, Lan Zhan's heart was dead. He lowered his head and stood still in a daze. He could not accept the fact. Although he was not very strong, he thought that his potential in sword Dao was good. However, he had lost twice to this newcomer. This time he lost completely. He felt heartache when he thought of the 10,000 lower grade origin stones bet. He lost. The onlookers were surprised. However, it was normal. After all, Fang Chen could control the sword puppet with his primordial spirit. Where are the origin stones? Fang Chen walked to Lan Shui and asked. Although Lan Xian was extremely unwilling, he still reluctantly took it out. That was because that was the rule of the Wuji sword sect. He was not strong enough to break the rule. After taking the 10,000 origin stones, Fang Chen swaggered back to the Star River Prefecture. Boss, how was it? Little Mouse grinned when he saw Fang Chen return. I won 10,000 lower grade origin stones, Fang Chen said. Boss is really powerful. You can absorb 9 fused divine runes of order in the Void Realm. If you enter the Divine Rune Realm, you might be able to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen shook his head. Other than the Star River lineage, the other 72 lineages had developed for countless years and produced many geniuses. Most of them were top Divine Rune Realm experts. Some outstanding geniuses had even reached the Unity Realm. There were too many geniuses. It was difficult to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet. Boss, were you going to break through? Little Mouse asked. In Fang Chen's mind, he suddenly thought of that crazy idea from before. I don't want to break through for now. I have a plan in mind. I will break through after completing the plan, Fang Chen said. Hong long long. Just as Fang Chen and Little Mouse were talking, there was a vibration in the secret chamber. You broke through. After all, the cultivation environment in the Wuji Sword Sect was many times better than the Star River universe. In addition to the origin stone that Fang Chen had given them, it was very easy for them, who were originally at the level of an emperor god, to break through to the Void Realm. The first to walk out of the secret chamber was Star and Moon. Her delicate body was emitting an unparalleled aura. The power of the mysterious Yin Phoenix physique had been unleashed to the extreme by Xingyu. The profound Yin aura filled the air, and the Phoenix aura also circled around. The combination of the two made the stars and moon even more devastatingly beautiful. You broke through? Fang Xinyu Xian asked Xinyu, and Yu Xinyu. Xinyu nodded gently. After breaking through to the void realm, her comprehension of the Tao had deepened. Sister-in-law, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Little Mouse chuckled. Even in the entire Wuji sword sect, I don't think anyone can compare to sister-in-law's beauty, right? Little Mouse's flattery made Star and Moon blush. At this moment, the other secret chambers opened one after another. Xiao Huang, Little Hai, and Pangolin broke through to the void realm. But they were not as heaven-defying as Fang Chun, who could suppress deity inscriptions realm experts at the void realm. Ha, boss, the origin stones are really good stuff. Xiao Huang laughed excitedly. In the Star River universe, we could not break through even if we risked our lives. After coming to the Wuji sword sect, it is so easy to break through. It is really different. Little Hai sighed. Pangolin was full of smiles by the side. He sighed in his heart. If he did not choose to follow Boss in the past, would he have become a cosmos god? But soon he denied this thought. If he made a different decision in the past, he might not even be able to live until now. How about he talk about leaving the Star River universe? The four of you have already broken through to the Void Realm. Work hard. After reaching the deity inscriptions realm, you can join the Wuji sword sect. Fang Chun said. Before joining the Wuji sword sect, they were not qualified to enjoy the resources within the sect. As such, only Fang Chun could help them earn resources. Rest assured, boss, not long later, we will be able to join the Wuji sword sect. By then, you will no longer be the only one in our Star River lineage. Little Mouse said. The old faker's breakthrough seemed to be taking a long time. Until now, there were no signs of him coming out of closed-door cultivation. But Fang Chen was not worried. The old faker breaking through to the God Emperor realm had already created a historical record in the Star River cosmos. In the Star River cosmos, there had never been a plant that could cultivate to the God Emperor realm, yet the old faker did it. Now, he was about to break through to a higher realm. If he became a cosmos god, his inner body would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. As for the God Emperor of Destruction, he had been stuck at the bottleneck for so many years. Although he was also a powerful God Emperor, his potential was clearly not as good as the likes of Star and Moon. Therefore, he did not break through. Fang Chun spread out his spiritual consciousness and immediately discovered by Qing Qing and Princess Exant, who were in closed-door cultivation. The two of them were also cultivating rapidly. Their realms were also gradually changing. They should be reaching the God Emperor realm soon. Fang Chun muttered to himself. After pondering for a while, Fang Chun waved his hand and used an array to envelop the surroundings of the cultivation room to prevent others from disturbing them. But the moment he turned around, Little Mouse and the other three were standing in front of him. They seemed to want to say something, but stopped. What's wrong? Fang Chun asked. Boss, it's not a good idea for us to continue staying in the Star River Prefecture. Little Mouse was the first to speak. That's right. We god beasts are different from you humans. We are innately warlike. We gain insights during battles and improve our strength. But now, the four of us are forced to stay in the Star River Prefecture without being able to leave. This is really unpleasant. Boss, the four of us have already stepped into the Void Realm. If we work together, we can easily escape from ordinary deity inscriptions. Hence, the four of us have decided to temporarily leave the Unbounded Sword sect and temper ourselves. Little C said. The pangolin, who had always been calm, also spoke. Boss, just promise us that we will definitely return to the Unbounded Sword sect after we are done with our training. But the experts in the Eastern Profound Sky are as common as clouds. With your strength, I am slightly worried. Fang Chun said. Little Mouse directly said after hearing that, Boss, you are in the Unbounded Sword sect. That's why you feel that there are so many experts. In reality, there are still many Void Realm cosmos gods in the lower levels of the Eastern Profound Sky. Furthermore, we will be extra careful when we go out to train. After the four of them argued for a while, Fang Chun finally agreed to their decision. He carefully thought about it. Indeed, it was not a good idea for the four of them to stay in the Star River Prefecture. Since they had already made their decision, he would not stop them. All right, I can promise you. But you must remember not to force yourself. You must know how to use your brain flexibly. Feng Shen reminded them. Ha ha, boss, you can rest assured. Little Mouse was very happy. The next time we return to the unbounded sword sect, we will become disciples of the Star River Prefecture lineage. In order to prevent the four of them from roaming around recklessly, Little Mouse and the others might encounter danger. Feng Shen specially sent the four of them to Zeikai Town. Given their current strength, Zeikai Town was the most suitable place for them to train. Using Zeikai Town as a fulcrum, it was more reasonable for them to travel to other places. Very soon, Feng Shen sent the four of them away. At the same time, he also secretly informed the Ling family head to keep an eye on the four of them. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to make a move. He also wanted to let the four of them suffer some setbacks so that they could grow quickly. After sending the four of them away, Feng Shen accompanied Star and Moon alone. He held Star and Moon's small, fair hand in his large hand, while his other hand pulled Star and Moon into his embrace. Once, Star and Moon was also a martial artist who pursued martial arts very crazily. Ever since she became a wife, she gradually changed her role and became a well-behaved woman who stood behind her husband, assisting him and teaching him. It's been hard on you. All these years, if it was not for his wife supporting him from behind and allowing him to cultivate without any worries, he would not have been able to reach this level. It was not easy for him to reach his current level. As long as I can be with Brother Chun, nothing else matters. Star and Moon looked cold on the outside, but her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. Of course, she would only show this side of her when she was with Feng Shen. Chapter 2101. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. I'll get you some divine order emblems. Love go little say, Chu Feng Shen said softly as he looked at Star and Moon, who were quietly leaning in his arms and enjoying the warmth. Star and Moon shook her head. She didn't want her husband to be too tired. Don't worry, I'm a disciple of the Wuji sword sect now. Earning origin stones is still very easy. Once I've completed the plan in my mind, I'll start getting you some divine order emblems, Feng Shen said confidently. If a Void Realm warrior directly broke through to the Divine Pattern Realm, his strength would definitely not be as strong as if he had absorbed the Divine Order Emblems. With Star and Moon's potential, absorbing a few Divine Order Emblems would not be a problem. Naturally, Feng Shen wanted to get his wife some Divine Order Emblems. Feng Shen spent the whole afternoon with his wife. The two of them kept chatting, recalling their experiences over the years. It felt like a dream. Back then, he was an insignificant guy in the Divine Wind Nation, but now he had reached this step. Back then, you were the famous #1 beauty of the Divine Wind Nation. At that time, who knows how many people adored you? Feng Shen joked. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not say anything. Unknowingly, darkness enveloped the land. A naughty smile appeared on Feng Shen's face, and he picked up Star and Moon. The latter was shocked by Feng Shen's sudden action, but she quickly lowered her head. Her face was flushed, as if she knew what Feng Shen was going to do next. The beautiful scenery was overturned by red waves. The next day, Star and Moon continued to cultivate in seclusion, while Feng Shen hurriedly left the Star River Prefecture. I hope my guess is right, Feng Shen said to himself. Soon, he arrived in front of a tall tower in the outer sect cultivation area. Looking at the towering tower, Feng Shen's eyes flashed with a fiery light. This pagoda was very famous in the outer sect and was also one of the holy lands for cultivation. However, one had to pay a sufficient amount of origin stones to cultivate in this tower. Therefore, many disciples were unwilling to come here because they were unable to take out enough origin stones. The Limitless Sword Pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Each level contained a different level of Sword Dao aura. These Sword Dao auras could not only help the disciples increase their strength, but they could also quickly pull the disciples who had fallen into a demonic state back to reality at a critical moment. This was also the reason why the Limitless Sword Pagoda was so precious. The reason why Feng Chun chose the limitless sword pagoda was because he wanted to use the sword Dao aura within the pagoda to protect his life. After all, no one in history had ever succeeded. Once they failed, the aura of the sword Dao could protect them. Of course, this was not a foolproof plan, but there was no other way. If he wanted strength, he would have to take an unusual path. It just so happened that he still had the last divine order rune on him, so Feng Chun wanted to give it a try. Of course, in addition to having sufficient origin stones, he also needed to be powerful to be able to adapt to the terrifying sword Dao aura within the limitless sword pagoda. Otherwise, if he was too weak and forcefully ascended to the higher levels, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Feng Chun asked and found out the standard for collecting origin stones. On the first level, he would need 100 lower-grade origin stones every 2 hours. On the second level, he would need 200 lower-grade origin stones every 2 hours. On the third level, he would need 400 lower-grade origin stones every 2 hours. So on and so forth. On the ninth level, the number of origin stones required was ridiculously large. Let's go to the first level first. Feng Chun paid 1,000 lower-grade origin stones and entered the first level. 1,000 origin stones is enough for me to cultivate for 20 hours, Feng Chun said to himself. As it was his first time coming to the limitless sword pagoda to cultivate, he needed some time to adapt. Buzz! As soon as he entered, he could feel the vast sword chi constantly attacking his body. What a rich sword principle aura! Feng Chun could not help but sigh. No wonder he could collect 100 origin stones every 2 hours. It was really worth it. At a glance, there were many disciples cultivating on the first level. The richness of the sword principle aura seems to be related to the terrain. Gradually, Feng Chun found that the closer he got to the core area, the richer the sword principle aura. On the other hand, the sword principle aura in the outermost area was very thin. Those disciples who occupy the core area have very strong auras. The strong were respected. Those who were powerful naturally had to occupy the best place to cultivate. On the other hand, most of the disciples in the outermost area were weaker. Feng Chun found a place that was more suitable for him. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Star River Prefecture. Lan Xian was furious. He wanted to take revenge. He hated Feng Chun to the bone. However, he would never fight with Feng Chun again. The latter's potential in sword fighting was too strong. He was no match for him at all. On this day, Lan Xian stormed into Star River Prefecture. He wanted to have a real fight with Feng Chun. He wanted to use his absolute strength to redeem his dignity. Of course, he did not have the guts to behave atrociously in Star River Prefecture alone. Senior brother Lan He, Feng Chun is in Star River Prefecture, Lan Xian said in a low voice. Lan Zhen said in a low voice. He only dared to trespass into the Star River Prefecture because of Lan He. I'll hold the fort for you in a while. You teach that arrogant guy a lesson, Lan He said coldly. The two soon arrived at Star River Prefecture. Since Feng Chun was not there, the mansion was empty. Feng Chun, get out here. Lan Xian's voice spread throughout the entire Star River Prefecture. The terrifying power contained in his voice directly awakened Star and Moon, who was in seclusion. Star and Moon frowned slightly. A touch of displeasure appeared on her pretty face. She immediately opened the secret room and walked out. When he saw Star and Moon, Lan He was stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at Star and Moon with a burning gaze. His eyes did not hide his love for Star and Moon at all. He greedily scanned Star and Moon's delicate body from head to toe. She's too perfect. After cultivating for so many years, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman, Lan He muttered to himself. Lan Xian was also completely captivated by Star and Moon's beauty. Who are you? Why have you barged into Star River Prefecture? Xing Yu's voice, which was like the sound of nature, entered their ears. Beauty, we're here to find Feng Chun, Lan He grinned. My husband is not here. Please go back, Star and Moon said coldly. She gave off a cold feeling from head to toe. The more she was like this, the more Lan He wanted to conquer her. With just one look, he was completely conquered by Star and Moon's beauty. Fang Chun is your husband. Hearing this, Lonnie curled his lips and said, Beauty, your husband is too weak. It's really unfair for you to follow him. Don't unparalleled experts cultivate step by step from being weak? Star and Moon said coldly. Although that's the case, Fang Chun is too weak. I can crush him with a finger. You'll become a widow sooner or later if you follow someone like him. It's better to cut ties with him now and join Blue Moon Prefecture. I guarantee that you'll get countless resources. It won't be long before you surpass Fang Chun. Lon, he chuckled. His mind was filled with Star and Moon's figure. He drooled and wanted nothing more than to take Star and Moon for himself. When Lan Xian saw this, he naturally had to speak up for his senior. That's right. My senior is very talented and very strong. His words carry a lot of weight in Blue Moon Prefecture. As long as you say the word, my senior can satisfy all your needs, Lan Xian said. Scram. Everyone had a reverse scale. Star and Moon's reverse scale was her husband and daughter. She didn't allow anyone to talk about her husband. Blue River's words had already angered her. If you have a strong personality, you'll feel a sense of accomplishment when you conquer her. Blue River grinned. He wasn't angry at all. I'll come again. Fang Chun was cultivating an everlasting sword tower. He didn't know what was happening in Star River Prefecture. In the next few days, Blue River came to harass Star and Moon every day. The latter wanted to attack, but he wasn't as strong as Blue River. He had no choice but to ignore Blue River. The latter was a bit afraid and didn't dare to act recklessly in Star River Prefecture. However, the look in his eyes made Xing Yu very uncomfortable. I have to endure it, Star and Moon said inwardly. She couldn't cause trouble for her husband. How about it? Have you thought it through? As usual, Blue River came to Star River Prefecture again. He looked at Star and Moon and asked with a smile. Star and Moon ignored Blue River. Hot enough. I don't believe that I can't conquer you. Chapter 2102. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Inside the boundless sword pagoda, countless dense sword chi drilled into Fang Chen's body, forming a strong impact with the sword Dao in his mind. During this process, he experienced a different sword Dao. At first, Fang Chen wanted to see if the boundless sword pagoda had any effect on him absorbing the 10th divine order rune. Therefore, he only paid 20 hours worth of origin stones. And now, unknowingly, 100 hours had passed. At a certain moment, sword chi vibrated in Fang Chen's body, and a terrifying sword Dao power instantly emerged. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by a shocking sword Dao aura, and even his eyes were flashing with a sharp sword light. Amazing. After checking his body and feeling that the sword Dao in his mind seemed to be different from before, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If I cultivate in the boundless sword pagoda for a long time, my strength should be able to improve very quickly, Fang Chen said to himself. Although he didn't succeed this time, at least he had laid a good foundation. The next time I come, I will definitely be able to absorb the 10th divine order rune in one go, Fang Chen said confidently. Although he didn't succeed this time, Fang Chen already had a new path, and he felt that the 9th divine order rune shouldn't be the end. The Void Realm was very likely to absorb the 10th divine order rune. This cultivation is over. It's time to leave. Standing up, Fang Chen looked around. Many disciples were still cultivating, so he turned and left the boundless sword pagoda. After coming out, he realized that he had unknowingly cultivated for 100 hours. In the end, he paid 9,000 low-grade origin stones and hurried back to the Star River Prefecture. Inside the Star River Prefecture. Today, Lonnie didn't have anything to do, so he couldn't personally persuade Star and Moon, so he sent Lan Zhun over. Lan Zhun looked at Star and Moon with a smile, although the latter ignored him. However, he still shamelessly tried to persuade him. Senior Brother Blue River has an illustrious position in our Blue Moon Manor. If you follow him, you'll be able to enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. Lan Zhun said, Senior Brother Lan, he is sincere to you. He can give you something that Fong Chun can't. Oomph. Say no more. I won't betray Brother Chun, Star and Moon said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't as strong as Lan Xian, he would have taken action long ago. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Senior Brother Blue River just doesn't want to force you. If he's infuriated, he'll flatten the Star River Prefecture in a matter of minutes. Lan Zhen's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Voila! Star and Moon couldn't take it anymore. She finally made her move. Two completely different types of power, the power of the profound Yin and the power of the Phoenix, surged around her. At the same time, Star and Moon struck out with both hands. Attack? Lan Zhen's eyes flickered. He licked his dry lips and said coldly. Then, a large number of divine runes of order appeared above his head. A vast aura instantly spread out, easily breaking Star and Moon's attack. Dong! After the two collided, some wounds appeared on Star and Moon's fair hands. As for her body, it was also forced to retreat. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If it weren't for Senior Brother Blue River, I would have already attacked you, Lan Zhen threatened, staring at Star and Moon. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Fong Chun returned to the Star River Prefecture, he felt a terrifying power colliding in the air. Huh? Battle waves? At first, Fong Chun thought it was a battle between his wife and daughter, but when he sensed it carefully, his expression changed drastically. Lan Zhen, Fong Chun said through gritted teeth. He activated his space-time power and instantly appeared in front of Star and Moon. He pulled Star and Moon into his arms and carefully checked her injuries. Are you okay? Fong Chun asked. Seeing Fong Chun, Star and Moon's cold face finally showed a smile. She shook her head gently, indicating that she was fine. Step aside and wait. Leave this to me, Fong Chun said as he patted Star and Moon's shoulder. Then, Fong Chun turned around. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lan Zhen. This is the Star River Prefecture, Fong Chun said coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart. So what if it's the Star River Prefecture? Lan Zhen spread out his hands and said indifferently. He had Senior Brother Lan He behind him. Why would he be afraid of Fong Chun? Not only did you trespass in the Star River Prefecture, but you also harassed my wife, Fong Chun continued. Lan Zhen sneered, his face full of disdain. So what? What can you do to me? Fong Chun walked towards Lan Zhen step by step. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Even if I kill you, the higher-ups of the Wuji Sword sect probably won't get involved, right? Suddenly, Fong Chun's face showed a sinister and strange smile. Lan Zhen laughed wildly when he heard Fong Chun's words. Fong Chun, aren't you too naive? Do you really think you can kill me after defeating me twice in the Sword Golem arena? Lan Zhen mocked Fong Chun disdainfully. The battle in the Sword Golem arena relied entirely on one's understanding of the Sword Dao. He admitted that his understanding of the Sword Dao was not as good as Fong Chun's, but so what? In terms of combat strength, he completely defeated this guy who was only in the Void Realm. Dong! A terrifying and scorching power suddenly erupted from Fong Chun's body. In the next moment, the temperature in the entire Star River Prefecture rose sharply. Lan Zhen was almost unprepared and was sent flying by Fong Chun's punch. His whole body flew out like a kite and landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. Cough, cough. Lan Zhen felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were about to fall apart. His eyes were scarlet and filled with hatred. Standing up with difficulty, Lan Zhen looked at Fong Chun crazily. Boy, you're courting death. There's no need for you to live anymore. Fong Chun did not give Lan Zhen any chance. The star-concealing sword suddenly appeared and immediately displayed the archaic soul-refining technique. 6 major sword moves were launched at the same time. The terrifying sword light, carrying a shocking power, pierced through the void and stabbed towards Lan Zhen. At the same time, Fong Chun displayed the space-time cultivation Dao. His body constantly shuttled through the void, leaving Lan Zhen completely defenseless. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening energy fluctuations constantly emanated from the Star River Prefecture. Lan Zhen attacked crazily, blocking Fong Chen's attack. You don't have the ability to kill a rune saint as a void realm. Lan Zhan roared crazily as he attacked. However, at this moment, above Fong Chen's head, 9 different colored runes of order floated side by side, erupting with a powerful pressure. That's Lan Zhan, whose face was originally full of anger, instantly changed his expression when he saw the 9 fused runes of order clearly. How is this possible? How did you absorb 9 fused runes of order? At this moment, Lan Zhan's heart was in great turmoil. If Fong Chen had only absorbed a few fused runes of order, it was nothing at all. However, there was a fundamental difference between the 9 divine runes of order. In the entire history of the chaotic void, the most monstrous void realm cultivators had only absorbed 9 fused runes of order. Moreover, once they absorbed 9 runes of order, their combat strength would soar, and even some ordinary rune saints would not be their match. Lan Zhan's strength was very weak in the rune saint realm. How could he be a match for Fong Chen, who had absorbed 9 fused runes of order and had fallen into a rage? Kill! As Fong Chen roared, he repeatedly used the immemorial soul refining art. His physical strength was accompanied by his fists as he punched out again and again. This was the first time Fong Chen had used his full strength since he came to the Wuji Sword sect. This guy dared to harass his wife. Damn it! Fong Chen's killing intent towards Lan Zhan had already arisen in his heart, so he launched wave after wave of violent attacks. No, Lan Zhan was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He frantically blocked Fong Chen's attacks and rushed out of the Star River Prefecture at the same time. Senior brother Lan He, save me. Lan Zhan hurriedly transmitted a message to Lan He, hoping that he could come and save him. You must escape from the Star River Prefecture. Only then will you have a chance. Seeing Lan Zhan run away, Fong Chen sneered. You must die today. No one can save you. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, and the immemorial array instantly enveloped the Star River Prefecture, trapping Lan Zhan inside. Chapter 2103. Genius 1 Second Remember Love / Go / Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Being good at the Star River Prefecture and taking liberties with Fong Chen's wife. These 2 crimes were enough for Fong Chen to kill him. The higher-ups of the Wuji Sword sect had specially formulated some rules to protect the stable development of each faction. One of the rules was that the disciples of other factions were not allowed to barge into other people's residences without the consent of the Mansion Master. Without this restriction, some powerful disciples could casually barge into other factions' residences and slaughter them. How terrible would that be? The reason why Lan Shui and Lan He dared to barge into the Star River Prefecture was that the Star River Prefecture had just been established. They were not afraid of Fong Chen. Now, they had finally angered Fong Chen. The latter used a powerful technique to trap Lan Shui in a sky-piercing array. Do you have anything to say before you die? In the void, Fong Chen took a step forward and hovered in midair. He looked down at Lan Shui, who was in a sorry state, and asked coldly. Lan Shui, who was fleeing in a hurry, roared with a ferocious face. Fong Chen, if you kill me, the Blue Moon Prefecture will not let you go. Blue Moon Prefecture? Fong Chen sneered. Lan Shui was still threatening him at this time. Do you think this threat will work on me? Fong Chen asked calmly. I have already sent a voice transmission to senior brother Lan He. He will be here soon. If you touch me, you won't have a good ending, Lan Shui said. Puchi. The sky-piercing array imprisoned Lan Shui's body. Then, Fong Chen slashed out with his sword. The sword light slashed on his body. Suddenly, his arms were cut off. A miserable scream came out of Lan Shui's mouth. His body staggered in midair and then suddenly fell to the ground. He spat out blood, and his face was extremely pale. Seeing Fong Chen walking towards him recklessly, Lan Shui finally felt afraid. He sensed the aura of death approaching. His body was trembling, and he finally stopped being stubborn. Love, go little, say, Chu Fong Chen, please let me go. Lan Zhan knelt down and begged for mercy, hoping that Fong Chen could let him go. Let you go? Fong Chen sneered. Coincidentally, he had returned today. If he had continued to cultivate in the limitless sword pagoda, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Pucci. With another sword, Lan Zhen's legs were also cut off. His cultivation was directly crippled by Fang Chun, and he instantly became an ordinary person. Fresh blood splattered all over the sky. Lan Zhen's body was riddled with scars. It was also at this moment that a wild aura spread out from the Blue Moon Prefecture, rapidly approaching the Star River Prefecture. Fang Chun, please be magnanimous and forgive me. It's my fault for harassing your wife, but that's not my intention. I'm just doing things for Senior Brother Blue River. Lan Zhen screamed miserably. As long as he could survive, there would be hope for revenge. But once he died, everything would vanish into thin air. Did you think of this when you attacked my wife? Fang Chun snorted coldly and no longer held back. He activated the immemorial soul refining art to the extreme. 6 terrifying sword lights, accompanied by 9 divine runes of order, erupted with a resplendent power that swept through the entire void and ruthlessly slashed Lan Zhen's body. At the same time, a furious voice came from outside the Star River Prefecture. Stop! The person who came was Blue River. He immediately rushed over after receiving Lan Zhen's distress signal. But when he felt the energy fluctuation in the immemorial array, he was shocked and roared in anger, wanting to stop Fang Chun. But it was too late. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky, and the immemorial array shook. You're courting death. Blue River's face was gloomy as he roared in anger. Then, he released the divine runes of order and began to attack the immemorial array. Rumble. Within the array, Fang Chun's attack instantly drowned Lan Zhen. In the blink of an eye, Lan Zhen had no power to resist and died in the terrifying sword light. Glancing at Lan Zhen's corpse under his feet, Fang Chun's indifferent gaze penetrated the immemorial array and looked at Blue River. Whoosh! With a thought, Fang Chun put away the immemorial array. Blue River, who was attacking furiously, floated in the air and stared fiercely at Fang Chun. You killed Lan Zhen? Blue River was in disbelief when he saw Lan Zhen's corpse. Did this guy really kill Lan Xing? Trespassing in the Star River Prefecture and harassing my wife. These 2 crimes are enough to kill you. Lan Zhen's death has a lot to do with you, Fang Chun said calmly. Do you know what you're doing? Blue River's face was ferocious as he said coldly. Lan Zhen is a disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture. How dare you kill him? Don't you know that you're making an enemy of the entire Blue Moon Prefecture? I only know that if you don't leave, I'll report this to Elder Ishan. At that time, you won't be able to escape punishment, Fang Chun said indifferently. You. Blue River's heart burned with rage. He formed a complicated seal with both hands and unleashed a wild attack. A disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture won't die in vain. You'll have to pay with blood. After weighing the pros and cons, Blue River decided to take revenge. Now that he was blinded by anger, he couldn't care less. Rumble. Blue River's strength could be ranked in the top 100 in the Blue Moon Prefecture. He had already condensed 90,000 divine runes of order. His attack power was very strong. Although Fang Chun had absorbed 9 divine runes of order, his strength was still not comparable to the furious Blue River. Bang! 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 While fighting Blue River, he sent a message to Elder Ishan. Buzz! 2 terrifying ripples appeared in the sky above the Star River Prefecture. Then, a vortex appeared in the void, and 2 figures walked out from it. Stop! The moment the 2 figures appeared, the battle in the sky above the Star River Prefecture was forcefully stopped. Blue River was shocked to discover that his body had been imprisoned in the air, unable to move. He raised his head and looked into the distance. To his surprise, he discovered that Elder Hisan and another elder had already arrived. Elder Hishan, Elder Bai Wu. Fang Chun cupped his fists toward the 2. Elder Hishan was in charge of receiving disciples and was also in charge of the outer sect rules. What happened? Elder Hishan frowned and asked. Elder Hishan, please uphold justice for the Blue Moon Prefecture. At that moment, Lan Xin spoke first. Junior brother Lan Xin accidentally trespassed into the Star River Prefecture and was killed by Fang Chun. At that moment, Elder Hishan also saw the corpse below. Elder Hishan, Lan Xian deserved to die, Fang Chen said calmly. He knew that Elder Hishan would definitely uphold justice for him. Then, Fang Chen told Elder Hishan about how Lan Xian had trespassed into the Star River Prefecture and harassed his wife. Elder Hishan's expression was dark as he stared at Blue River. Blue River, you've been in the Boundless Sword sect for a long time. Don't tell me you don't even know the most basic rules? Elder Hishan asked. Faced with Elder Hishan's question, Blue River lowered his head. But even if my junior brother trespassed into the Star River Prefecture, he didn't deserve to die. Fang Chen was clearly using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Lan Xian insisted that Fang Chen was using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Do you think I don't know your personality? Lan Xian's death is definitely related to you. Elder Hishan snorted coldly. He knew Blue River's personality like the back of his hand. This guy must have lusted after Star and Moon's beauty and instigated Lan Xian to trespass into the Star River Prefecture and work for him. Blue River was speechless and fell into silence. Although it's forbidden to kill members of the same sect, Lan Xian did make a mistake. It was not excessive for Fang Chen to kill him. As for you, seeing that Lan Xian is already dead, I won't pursue your wrongdoings. Bring Lan Xian's body back and give a proper burial, Elder Hishan said. If I find out that you've broken the outer sect's rules again, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Thank you, Elder. Blue River carried Lan Xian's body and hurriedly returned to the Blue Moon Prefecture. Thank you, Elders. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. Kid, although you acted reasonably this time, you were a little reckless. Elder Hishan shook his head. The Star River Prefecture has just been established, and there's only you. The Blue Moon Prefecture has been established for countless years and has already formed a foundation. You rashly killed Lan Xian. This is a slap to the Blue Moon Prefecture's face. That's right, Fang Chen, kid, you were too reckless. I'm sure the Blue Moon Prefecture won't let this go so easily. You have to be careful in the coming days. It's best if you stay in the Star River Prefecture and don't go out. Elder Bai Wu also warned. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with golden light. Even if the road ahead was filled with danger, he had no regrets about what he did today. Chapter 2104. Genius 1 Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We will provide you with interesting novels to read. Unsurprisingly, Lan Xing's death caused a huge commotion in Blue Moon Manor. Some absolute geniuses who had been in closed-door cultivation all year round also came out and expressed their opinions on Lan Xing's death. The entire Blue Moon Manor was heavily guarded. A terrifying pressure enveloped the land. There were many disciples of Blue Moon Manor in the discussion hall of Blue Moon Manor. These disciples all came from the Blue Moon universe. Being able to grow to this stage was closely related to the resources of the Limitless Sword sect. It was inseparable. They had been in closed-door cultivation all year round for the sake of breaking through to the inner sect. But after Lan Xing's death, they still came out. Sitting at the highest position was a man wearing a golden robe. He had a pair of sword-like eyebrows above his eyes. He gave off a very sharp feeling. This person was the current manor head of Blue Moon Manor. He was also the strongest person in Blue Moon Manor, Lan Jian. No one knew how many God Order runes Lan Jian had condensed. They only knew that his strength was terrifying. For so many years, no one in the outer sect could force Lan Jian to use his strongest technique. And Lan Jian himself was very low-key. He had been in closed-door cultivation all this time to pursue a higher realm. According to rumors, Lan Jian was already trying to break through to the Unity realm. Of course, these were all rumors. As for the actual situation, no one knew. There were many disciples standing below. Although they were also prodigies in front of Lan Jian, they kept their incomparably arrogant hearts. As for Lan River, who was ranked in the top 100 of Blue Moon Manor, he didn't even have the qualifications to step into the discussion hall. But he was the person involved. He had to explain clearly what had happened. Speak, Lan Jian, who was sitting at the highest position, said indifferently. Although his voice was very calm, it made Lan River's heart tighten. His body trembled slightly. He suppressed the fear in his heart and licked his dry lips. He slowly said, "Senior brother Lan Jian, it's like this." Lan Jian had been listening to Lan River's narration seriously. Even if he had some doubts, he didn't interrupt. After a moment, Lan River finally finished speaking. Hearing this, Lan Jian nodded lightly. His pitch-black eyes stared at Lan River. Immediately, the latter's body trembled with fear. "In that case, the fault lies with my Blue Moon manner?" Lan Jian asked calmly. "Senior brother Lan Jian, Star River Province's Fong Chun, is too despicable. He's clearly very strong, but he lured junior brother Lan Jian to the sword puppet arena. This caused junior brother Lan Jian to lose twice. Junior apprentice brother Lan Xian remembers Fong Chun in his heart and hates him to the bone. I definitely wasn't the one who ordered him to enter the Star River Palace. It was completely his own decision." Blue River hurriedly explained. Lan Jian shook his head slightly. As the Blue Moon Manor's mansion lord, he had stayed in the Limitless Sword sect for an unknown period of time. Just by listening for a bit, he knew that the Blue Moon Manor was in the wrong. Trespassing into another faction's mansion is a taboo in the outer sect, but you two didn't take it seriously. Now, Lan Zhun is dead. This is a slap to my Blue Moon Manor's face. Blue Arrow's business was still very calm, as if he was complaining about Blue River and Blue Starlight's actions. Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow, Junior Marshal Brother was confused for a moment. "I beg Senior Marshal Brother to give me a chance to redeem myself." "Senior Marshal Brother, please forgive me," Blue River said with a bitter face. Lan Jian raised his head and looked at Blue River again. "Although Lan Jin's death has a lot to do with you too, he is still a disciple of the Blue Moon Manor. However, he is still a disciple of our Blue Moon Mansion. Moreover, I watched him grow up in the Blue Moon universe. The dignity of the Blue Moon Manor cannot be trampled on by others." Blue Arrow said, "I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. As for whether you can seize it, it will depend on your own ability." "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow." Hearing this, Blue River was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly cupped his fists to thank him. Star River Palace's Fong Chun didn't care about the face of the Blue Moon Manor and killed Lan Zhun. This is a naked provocation. However, because he is too weak, I disdain to take action. Think of a way to get rid of him. After saying this, Blue Arrow's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting hall. "Don't worry, Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow. I will definitely kill Fong Chun," Blue River said in a low voice. In a short while, the Blue Moon Manor's prodigies in the meeting hall left one after another. Just as Blue Arrow said, Fong Chun was too weak. He was only in the Void Realm. He wasn't worthy of them taking action. Moreover, they disdained to take action. This matter was left to Blue River to handle. Walking out of the meeting hall, Blue River's clothes were already drenched in sweat. His face was slightly pale. This was a sign of excessive fear. He was really afraid that Senior Marshal Brother Blue Arrow would kill him on the spot. Blue Arrow was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. This is all because of that guy Fong Chun. If I don't kill him, how can I continue to live in the Blue Moon Manor? Blue River's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "Brat, just you wait." Star River Palace. Fong Chen's hands were placed on Star and Moon's shoulders. A violent power was injected into Star and Moon's body. He was healing Star and Moon. Although the latter didn't suffer any injuries from the fight with Lan Zhun, Lan Zhun's power had entered Star and Moon's body. However, Lan Zhun's power had invaded Xingyu's body. If it was not removed in time, it would be troublesome. Who? A moment later, Fong Chun removed his hands. Star and Moon's body was faintly filled with a gloomy aura. "It's done," Fong Chun said softly. Seeing this, Star and Moon put on the clothes he took off with her small white hands. She tidied up a little and turned to Fong Chun. "Brother Chun, you killed Lan Zhun. The Blue Moon Manor won't let you go." Star and Moon was a little worried. Fong Chun held Star and Moon's small hands and grinned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." But Star and Moon still wanted to say something, but her red lips were blocked. Then, her body was pressed down on the bed. After accompanying Star and Moon for a night, Fong Chun followed his plan the next day. He left the Star River Palace and went to the everlasting Sword Pagoda. I already had a feeling last time. This time, I'll definitely succeed. Thinking that he could break the record of the primal chaos void, Feng Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He was very curious. How much would his strength soar after absorbing 10 divine runes of order? Whoosh! After paying a certain amount of low-grade origin stones, Feng Chen entered the everlasting sword pagoda. Today, the first floor was empty. There was almost no one cultivating. This is better. Feng Chen grinned. Soon after, he walked to the most central position and chose the best place to cultivate. Buzz. The surrounding air was filled with an extremely dense sword aura. It was just enough for him to immerse himself in cultivation. At this moment, outside the everlasting sword pagoda, Senior Brother Blue River, Feng Chen has entered the everlasting sword pagoda. Blue River hurried over. A Blue Moon Manor disciple who had been waiting here for a long time hurriedly reported. He wants to cultivate in the everlasting sword pagoda. Blue River sneered. Although he couldn't attack in the everlasting sword pagoda, he could interfere with his cultivation. Soon, Blue River entered the everlasting sword pagoda. Only one person. Seeing that Feng Chen was alone, Blue River's eyes revealed a sinister smile. Boom! Blue River didn't say anything else. He clenched his fist, and the surrounding sword aura quickly gathered on his fist. Then, he threw a punch in Feng Chen's direction. Dong! The terrifying sword aura exploded before it could even get close to Feng Chen. The terrifying energy wave directly engulfed Feng Chen's location, instantly interrupting Feng Chen's cultivation. Feng Chen's face was gloomy. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head. Blue River. Feng Chen gritted his teeth. He had just comprehended something, but at the most crucial moment, he was interrupted by Blue River. What? Am I disturbing you by cultivating here? Blue River grinned. Ew. Feng Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. Blue River really didn't break the rules. He was very smart. He didn't attack him, but attacked the nearby void to affect him. Humph. Feng Chen snorted coldly. He sat down cross-legged again and continued to comprehend. However, Blue River continued to harass Feng Chen in the following period of time. Even when Feng Chen was furious, he continued to provoke him. A dignified Blue Moon Manor disciple is like this? Feng Chen mocked. What? Does my Blue Moon Manor's disciple need your guidance? Chapter 2105. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Actually, Blue River's goal was very simple. He wanted to provoke Feng Chen. He wanted Feng Chen to lose his mind and attack him. If that was the case, he would be able to fight back openly. However, it was clear that Feng Chen was more patient than he had expected. At first, he was very angry, but later on, he ignored Blue River. I can't be bothered with trash like you. Feng Chen sat cross-legged at the center. It was rare that no one was cultivating here, so this was his chance. The closer he got to the center, the thicker the sword Dao aura. Orderly runes. Feng Chen looked at the 9 orderly runes in his mind. Although their auras were completely opposite, they complemented each other. If I want to absorb the 10th rune, I have to resist the repulsive force of these 9 runes, Feng Chen said to himself. Seeing that Feng Chen was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating, Blue River's expression became even more gloomy. Not only did he not anger Feng Chen, but he also angered himself. Damn it, Blue River cursed inwardly. He continued to accumulate power and bombarded the space around Feng Chen, using this to affect Feng Chen. Whoosh! Feng Chen took out the 10th orderly rune and tried to absorb it. Seeing this, Blue River was secretly delighted. While absorbing the orderly rune, he couldn't be disturbed at all. You dare absorb the orderly rune in front of me? Are you sure you're not courting death? Blue River sneered. He continued to increase his power to disturb Feng Chen. Every time Blue River's attack exploded in the air, it created a powerful energy wave. These energy waves instantly engulfed Feng Chen's body. Absorb. Feng Chen already had a lot of experience in absorbing the orderly rune. Thus, when he took out the orderly rune, he didn't hesitate to absorb it. But as soon as he started, he ran into trouble. The other 9 orderly runes were forcefully repelling this orderly rune. Not good. The repulsive force is too strong. With a thought, a large number of sword-shaped runes appeared on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. The dense aura of swordsmanship acted on the divine runes of order, wanting to complete the absorption. Crack! The repulsive force between the divine patterns of order grew stronger and stronger. In the end, even Fang Chen was unable to control it. The divine runes of order are absorbing my power. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of fear. Fusing with the divine runes of order was crazily absorbing the energy in his body. If this continued, his energy would soon be exhausted. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This can't go on. Fang Chen was a little anxious. Before this, he had also thought that absorbing the 10th merged divine rune of order would be somewhat dangerous. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. No, just as Fang Chen's mind was in a mess, Blue River suddenly attacked again. A terrifying energy wave instantly enveloped Fang Chen. However, to Fang Chen's surprise, the energy fluctuation didn't affect him at all. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the energy fluctuation that should have affected him was actually forcibly absorbed by the 10th merged divine rune of order. After absorbing the energy fluctuation, the repulsive force between the merged divine runes of order had clearly weakened. This works too? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He sneered and pretended to be hurt. Seeing this, Blue River increased his attack speed. Wave after wave of energy enveloped Fang Chen's body and was then absorbed by the merged divine runes of order. At this moment, Fang Chen also pretended to be pale, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. "Kid, let's see how long you can last." Blue River sneered. For the final attack, he accumulated all the energy in his body and shot it at Fang Chen. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The vast amount of energy was completely absorbed by the divine runes of order. It was also at this moment that the situation took a turn for the better. Fang Chen could clearly feel that after the divine runes of order absorbed enough energy, they were actually gradually fusing into his body. Did I succeed? Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. He closed his eyes, and his understanding of the sword, Dao, instantly erupted, helping him absorb the last divine rune of order. I'll succeed soon. The other 9 divine runes of order were no longer obstructing him. The 10th divine rune of order naturally fused into Fang Chen's body. Dong! In a few breaths' time, the absorption of the 10th divine rune of order was completed. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared in the sky above the Wuji sword sect. The clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. A terrifying vortex appeared in the sky above the Wuji sword sect. Within the vortex, a terrifying power erupted. What is that? Whether it was the outer sect or the inner sect. Many disciples widened their eyes and looked at the sky in shock. A terrifying aura swept through the entire Wuji sword sect. Some of the weaker disciples prostrated themselves on the ground. This change directly alarmed the upper echelons of the Wuji sword sect. Many of the upper echelons floated in midair and stared at the sky. What's going on? Some of the elders with higher positions asked in confusion. How could this happen all of a sudden? Could it be that an expert has descended upon our Wuji sword sect? For a moment, the entire Wuji sword sect was in an uproar, and Fang Chen, who was in the Wuji sword pagoda, absorbed the divine rune of order into his body. Dong! His body had undergone earth-shaking changes. So strong, Fang Chen felt that the power in his body was about to erupt. Let's go. He couldn't stay here for long. He glared at Lan He and hurriedly left the Wuji sword pagoda. When he walked out of the Wuji sword pagoda, he was also stunned by the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. What's going on? Soon, Fang Chen realized something. This phenomenon was very likely caused by him absorbing the 10th divine rune of order. I can't let others find out. Instantly, Fang Chen left the Wuji sword pagoda and returned to the Star River Prefecture. From Lan He's point of view, Fong Chun was heavily injured because of his interference and hurriedly returned to the Star River Prefecture to recover. 1. The strange phenomenon lasted for a few breaths of time before it disappeared. However, the aftermath still caused a huge commotion in the Wuji Sword sect. The outer sect and inner sect elders all gathered together to conduct a comprehensive analysis of this incident, listing out all the possibilities. And the discussion among the disciples was even more intense. Some disciples said that it was probably caused by an important person in the inner sect breaking through. Some disciples said that an expert had just ascended upon the Wuji Sword sect and was chased away by the upper echelons. In short, there were many different opinions about this incident. At the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, on a snow-white stone pillar. The stone pillar was so tall that one could see the entire Dongxian heaven at a glance. Even the disciples of the Wuji Sword sect didn't know about the existence of this stone pillar. An old man sat cross-legged on the stone pillar. He looked at the gradually dissipating vortex in the sky with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then, he muttered to himself, "I never thought that such a monstrous genius would appear in the Wuji Sword sect. It seems that the heavens are really protecting the Wuji Sword sect." When the old man finished speaking, his gaze fell on Fong Chun, who was hurriedly returning to the Star River Prefecture. His gaze was burning as he stared at Fong Chun, a monstrous genius from the Star River universe. The old man muttered to himself with an excited smile on his face. "It seems that I can't hide from the Star River ancestor." However, as soon as the old man finished speaking, an illusory figure appeared in front of the stone pillar. "Ha! I just said that I can't hide from the Star River ancestor. I didn't expect you to appear." The old man grinned when he saw the newcomer. "I already noticed this kid when he first came to Dongxian Sky. His potential in the Sword Dao is very powerful, but I still underestimated his potential," the Star River ancestor said with a smile. If the news of the Star River ancestor's praise spread, the entire Void Star sky would be shaken. "What? You want to snatch this kid from me?" Jian Wuji said calmly. The Star River ancestor shook his head slightly. "This kid has already broken the record of the chaotic void by absorbing the 10th divine rune of order. I don't want his identity to be exposed to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, I won't interfere with his cultivation. The Wuji Sword sect is more suitable for him, but I hope that you can help him when he's in danger." Chapter 2106. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. No one knew about the conversation between the Xing He ancestor and Jian Wuji. Both of them were top experts of Void Star Sky. If they didn't want others to know about their conversation, no one would be able to find out. Soon, the projection of the Xing He ancestor left. On the snow-capped stone pillar, Jian Wuji's eyes glowed with a glimmer of light. Recalling his conversation with the Xing He ancestor, he could feel that the latter valued Fong Chun very much. "You said you wouldn't disturb his cultivation, but in reality, you still did." Jian Wuji grinned. The Star River Great Ancestor's means were exceedingly high. Just now, he had used an incredible method to directly shield the heaven and earth phenomenon triggered by Fong Chun. Although it seemed shocking, only the people of the Wuji Sword sect could see it clearly. As for the other sects of Dongxian heaven, such as the Divine Phoenix sect and the Divine Blade sect, they could only vaguely sense it. At most, they would think that an expert of the Wuji Sword sect had broken through. They wouldn't think that a Void Realm Martialist had absorbed the 10th Divine Rune of Order. Jian Wuji's gaze fell on the Xing He Palace. He stared at Fong Chun carefully and felt that this little guy was very strange. "What a curious guy." Jian Wuji grinned. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. "You broke the historical record of the chaotic void and absorbed the 10th divine rune of order? I wonder how strong you will be in the future." Jian Wuji sighed when he spoke up to hear. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance as a melancholy expression appeared between his brows. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps the Xing He ancestor is right. I still need to explore my own path." After saying that, Jian Wuji's figure disappeared from the stone pillar. The shock in the Wuji Sword sect was gradually forgotten by people as time passed. In the end, there was no official answer. However, in order to calm the frightened disciples, the senior elders deliberately explained that the phenomenon was caused by an expert of the sect breaking through. Only then did the aftermath of the heaven and earth anomaly gradually dissipate. Over the past few days, Feng Chun had been in the Galaxy Prefecture. Other than accompanying his wife, the star and moon, he was also controlling the 10 fused divine runes. After a few days of endless research, he finally had a thorough understanding of the 10 divine order runes. After carefully examining his body, Feng Chun made some conclusions. Absorbing 10 fused divine runes of order had broken the historical record of the primal chaos void. His gains were huge. First of all, his physical body had become stronger. Most importantly, he discovered that his body was no longer a perfect sword body, but a sword body of a higher level. As for what it was exactly, he still needed to explore it. However, although he didn't know what his physical body had become, Feng Chun knew that his strength had increased countless times. Now, even if he relied on pure strength, he could defeat a divine inscription realm expert like Lan Zhun. Secondly, his primordial spirit had improved. From the 4th origin realm to the 5th origin realm, there were now 5 golden men in his mind. The 5th origin realm primordial spirit had allowed Feng Chun's spiritual sense to increase dramatically, and his soul Dao cultivation had reached a new level. Now his soul Dao had reached the middle stage of the cosmos god realm, similar to the divine inscription realm. However, he lacked a powerful soul Dao divine technique at the moment. This was his shortcoming. Other than these two things, Feng Chun also felt that his talent in sword Dao had improved again. Originally, he was already the most outstanding expert, but now his talent in sword Dao had improved again. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the most talented person in sword Dao in the outer sect. Feeling the changes in his body, Feng Chun was ecstatic. 10 divine order runes. Even now, Feng Chun felt that he was dreaming. I have to thank Blue River for this. If not for him, I wouldn't have been able to absorb them so smoothly. A cold glint flashed in Feng Chun's eyes. He knew that Blue River wouldn't let the matter of Lan Xian's death go, but he still used such despicable methods to disturb him. With my current strength, I should be able to challenge Blue River. I just lack a powerful sword technique. Thinking of this, Feng Chun frowned. In the Boundless Sword sect, one had to pay a sufficient price to obtain any cultivation resources. Sword techniques were the foundation of the Boundless Sword sect. Even the most basic sword technique required a certain amount of origin stones to obtain. To Feng Chun, this was somewhat helpless. He now had a total of 20,000 low-grade origin stones. It was enough to purchase an ordinary sword technique, but it was far from enough to purchase a powerful sword technique. Voila! All of a sudden, ripples appeared in the void. Then, a vortex that was so small that it was almost invisible appeared. Just as Feng Chun was on guard, a yellowed book slowly appeared from the vortex. Xiao! After the book appeared, it quickly shot in front of Feng Chun. He subconsciously caught it with his hand, and the vortex disappeared. The Star River Prefecture regained its tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Traceless sword technique. When Feng Chun saw the 4 words on the book, he was stunned as well. Immediately, he quickly flipped open the book and stared at the contents. After a while, Feng Chun's breathing became rapid, and his face was filled with shock. He shook his head hard and looked at the book in his hand in disbelief. Immediately, he looked around to see who had given this sword technique to him. Universe-level divine technique. Feng Chun's eyes were burning. He held the yellowed book tightly with both hands, and his heart was in turmoil. Divine techniques were divided into 3 grades: King, Heaven, and Sacred. Above the divine grade divine spells were the legendary cosmic grade divine spells. Universe divine techniques were also divided into 3 grades: Inferior, Intermediate, and Superior. In the Wuji Sword sect, most of the disciples cultivated intermediate universe divine techniques. As for the superior universe divine techniques, only the top 100 geniuses on the Wuji Sky Tablet could cultivate them. Above the superior universe divine technique, There was another type called the superior universe divine technique. This universe divine technique was very domineering, and it had extremely high requirements for the sword principle talent. In the entire outer sect, there was not a single disciple who could cultivate a superior universe divine technique. However, the traceless sword technique in front of him was a genuine superior universe divine technique. How could Feng Chen not be shocked? One had to know that the highest grade divine technique he had ever cultivated was the inferior universe divine technique, the sword drawing technique. Suddenly, he received a superior universe divine technique. He could not react in time. Who was it that sent the traceless swordsmanship to me? Feng Chen could not figure it out. He even suspected that it was He San and Bai Wu, but he quickly dismissed the idea. This was a superior universe divine technique. Jian Wuji sat cross-legged on the sky-piercing stone pillar, looking down at it from above. Although I won't easily interfere with your cultivation, I still have to give you some resources to guide your cultivation, Jian Wuji muttered to himself. It was obvious that he was the one who gave the traceless sword technique to Feng Chen. Little brat, the traceless sword technique is considered one of the best superior universe divine techniques. If you can cultivate it, surpassing the unity realm will be just around the corner. Jian Wuji continued, I hope you won't disappoint me. In fact, Jian Wuji had other thoughts when he gave the traceless sword technique to Feng Chen. It had been 10 billion years since an outer sect disciple had cultivated the traceless sword technique. He wanted to see if the super genius who had absorbed 10 divine imprints of order and broken the record of the primal chaos void could cultivate the traceless sword technique. At the same time, he also hoped that the traceless sword technique could raise Feng Chen's cultivation level so that he could protect himself in the outer sect. Within the Star River Prefecture, Feng Chen was still excited about the traceless sword technique. Although he did not know who had given it to him, he guessed that it should be a super expert from the Limitless Sword sect. Senior, thank you for giving me the traceless sword technique. Feng Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. This junior will never forget this kindness. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. Feng Chen cupped his fists and thanked the void. Then, his burning gaze landed on the traceless sword technique. Chapter 2107. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, divided by little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. The traceless sword art required extremely high talent in the sword Tao to comprehend. Love, go little, say netko. Furthermore, it also required a strong physique. This physique didn't just refer to physical strength. It also referred to compatibility with the sword Tao. The higher the compatibility, the more power one could withstand from the traceless sword art. Feng Chen was already satisfied with these 2 points. In the following time, he immersed himself in comprehending the traceless sword art. The traceless sword art had a total of 3 moves. The 3 moves seemed simple, but they gave off a cryptic and profound feeling. It had been 10 billion years since an outer sect disciple had mastered the traceless sword art. From this point, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend the traceless sword art. The core of the traceless sword art is actually similar to the space-time cultivation system. Feng Chen thought to himself as he seriously studied the traceless sword art. Traceless and traceless, as the name implied, was the highest level of the traceless sword art. When performing the sword art, one would be able to kill without leaving a trace. This was the highest level of the traceless sword art. Blue Moon Manor. Blue River. How's the matter I gave you? A disciple stronger than Blue River asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, big brother Blue Devil. Feng Chen was absorbing the divine runes of order in the unbounded sword pagoda not long ago. After I interfered, he was heavily injured. He's probably still hiding in the Star River Manor to recover. Blue River grinned. The disciple called Blue Devil nodded lightly and said indifferently, Senior Brother Blue Arrow is already very unhappy because of Blue Star. If you can't handle this matter well, you don't need to appear in the Blue Moon Manor anymore. Hearing this, Blue River's heart trembled, but he could only nod. Don't worry, big brother Blue Devil. I'll definitely kill that kid. Blue River said confidently. Blue Devil said, "Try to be fast. If you can't, then fight that kid to the death." Recently, our Blue Moon Manor has a mission that requires disciples to go out and complete. I'm prepared to fight for you. Hearing this, Blue River was secretly happy. Thank you, Big Brother Blue Devil. If I successfully complete the mission, I'll definitely thank you. Blue River said hurriedly. Going out on a mission could be said to be the most profitable thing. Every disciple hoped to go out and carry out missions. That way, they would be able to reap the benefits of cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a quota to go out and carry out missions. Outside of the Limitless Sword sect, each sect had their own intelligence department. This kind of intelligence agency basically searched for valuable cultivation sacred grounds or the remains of experts in Dongshin Sky territory. Once they found something, they would send the information back. Then, the manor head would issue a mission to send disciples to explore. This was another way for each bloodline to compete. Whoever had more cultivation resources would be able to quickly increase their strength, and thus, they would have a higher authority in the Limitless Sword sect. Yes, the fastest is 5 days. I should be able to get it for you. Blue Devil seemed to be very confident in himself. Then I'll wait for Big Brother Blue Devil's good news. Blue River said with a laugh. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period of time, Fong Chen's cultivation of the traceless sword art was surprisingly smooth. Even he could not believe it. The supreme universe divine art, which was said to be extremely difficult to cultivate, was actually cultivated by him in an instant. Does this mean that I've cultivated it successfully? Fong Chen muttered to himself in disbelief. He could already clearly display the first move of the traceless sword art. It was as if he was dreaming. Swoosh! Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, and his body flickered. The hidden star sword vibrated, and a fine sword light escaped from an imperceptible spot. This sword light combined with the power of the 10 divine runes of order, forming an explosive force that directly exploded in the void. Buzz! The wild sword aura swept through the entire Star River Prefecture. Fong Chen's body involuntarily took a few steps back. After he stabilized himself, his eyes widened as he looked at the torn space. This Fong Chen was ecstatic. Although he was a little inexperienced in using the first move of the traceless sword art, he had finally mastered it. Its power had already surpassed the sum of the sword drawing technique and the immemorial soul refining art. Just this move alone is enough for me to enter the top 1,000 on the Wuji Sky Steel, right? Fong Chen said. The Wuji Sky Steel was the ranking of the outer sect disciples. There were only 1,000 names on it. Disciples who could enter the Wuji Sky Steel were all extremely talented and unparalleled. Entering the Wuji Sky Steel was also a symbol of status. Every palace master of the 72 lineages had entered the Wuji Sky Steel. Only Fong Chen was too weak to reach the divine rune realm. Because of this, many disciples of the lineage of stars secretly mocked them. Now, Fong Chen could finally enter the Wuji Sky Steel. Amazing. Now, Fong Chen was extremely impressed with the traceless sword art. Ha ha! With this sword art, if I meet Lan He again, I'll be able to kill him in one move. Fong Chen laughed. On the stone pillar at the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, Jin Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. His withered face was filled with disbelief. This guy mastered the traceless sword art just like that? His heart shuddered slightly. After a long while, Jin Wuji's inner breath calmed down. He grinned and said, as expected of the guy who broke the historical record of the chaotic void. He only used 5 days to master the first move of the traceless sword art. With this move, he can enter the Wuji Sky Steel. He can be considered to have some ability to protect himself in the outer sect. In the Star River Prefecture, energy fluctuations spread out in the void. Fong Shi, who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, finally came out. Father, I've already formed 50,000 divine runes of order. As soon as Fong Shi came out, she ran to Fong Chen's side. Her face was filled with excitement. For someone like her who didn't like to cultivate, forcing her to cultivate in seclusion, was simply asking for her life. As he spoke, Fang Shi released 50,000 divine runes of order. Her aura was extremely shocking. "Father, can I join the Wuji Sword sect now?" Fang Shi asked, blinking her eyes. "Of course. That's great. From now on, I'm a disciple of the Star River Prefecture," Fang Shi said excitedly. Under her urging, Fang Chun found Elder He-san. "Fang Chun, what's the matter? Did the Blue Moon Prefecture make things difficult for you?" Elder He-san asked anxiously. "Elder He-san, the Blue Moon Prefecture didn't make things difficult for me. I called you here because I have a request." Fang Chun cupped his fists. "You don't have to be so formal with me. Just say what you want." Elder He-san waved his hand. Because of Fang Chun's relationship with Bai Wu, he had high hopes for Fang Chun. "It's like this. My daughter, Fang Shi, has already formed 50,000 divine runes of order. I would like to ask Elder He-san to accept her into the Wuji Sword sect." Fang Chun briefly explained Fang Shi's situation. Your daughter." Elder He-san carefully observed Fang Shi. He could feel that the latter wasn't simple. "No problem." However, Elder He-san didn't ask for more details. Soon, the induction ceremony was completed. Fang Shi became a disciple of the Star River Prefecture and could freely enter and leave the Star River Prefecture. "Fang Chun, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After the ceremony, Elder He-san took his leave. "Yay, I finally don't have to stay in the Star River Prefecture anymore." Fang Shi jumped up and down, giggling as she said. Then, she said goodbye to her father and hurriedly left the Star River Prefecture. Filled with curiosity about the Wuji Sword sect, Fang Shi couldn't wait to walk around and see what was so special about it. Inside the Blue Moon Prefecture. "Blue River, I've already gotten a spot for you. Don't mess it up this time," Blue Devil warned. "Don't worry, big brother Blue Devil. I definitely won't disappoint you," Blue River said confidently. "It's about time. Pack up and prepare to leave the mountain." Blue Devil nodded. However, at this moment, a servant hurriedly ran over and whispered in Blue River's ear. Blue River's expression changed, and he looked at Blue Devil. "What is it?" Blue Devil asked. Chapter 21:08. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little. I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. The fact that Fang Shi had the 10,000 Harmonies body was still unknown to the outside world. Love go little say Netco. Furthermore, she had just been accepted as an official disciple of the Star River Prefecture, so the people of the Blue Moon Prefecture had no idea. Blue Devil and Blue River hated the Star River Prefecture to the bone, so they couldn't wait to make a move on the people of the Star River Prefecture. In the plaza, Fang Shi was walking around energetically. Among them, there were a few young talents who were very nice to her and wanted to chat with her. However, they were all rejected by Fang Shi. "Miss, you don't look familiar. You must have just joined the Limitless Sword sect, right?" A disciple with a fan in his hand said with a gentle smile. "The Wuji Sword sect has a strict hierarchy, and there are many rules. Since you're new here, there are many things that you don't know. Can I help you?" Fang Shi's appearance was the same as her mother's, the type that could cause the downfall of a country. However, she wasn't as cold as her mother. Her personality was exceptionally fiery. Therefore, any young disciple who saw her would develop feelings of admiration for her. "No need," Fang Shi politely rejected. "Miss," the man holding the folding fan still wanted to say something, but Fang Shi turned around and left. Many disciples were pointing at Fang Shi, discussing animatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Fang Shi passed by the plaza, Blue River finally arrived. Crash! Blue River's figure landed in front of Fang Shi. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Shi. Seeing a stranger blocking her path, Fang Shi was a little surprised and frowned. "Didn't Fang Chen tell you that those who aren't disciples of the Limitless Sword sect can't leave the mansion?" Blue River said coldly. "I can see the killing intent in your eyes. You and I have never met before, but you have killing intent towards me. There is only one possibility, and that is that you have a grudge against my father," Fang Shi said calmly. You have a sharp tongue." Blue River laughed coldly, It doesn't matter if you're Fong Chen's daughter or not. You left the Star River Prefecture without permission and went against the rules of the Limitless Sword sect. As an outer sect disciple, I have the right to arrest you." After saying this, Blue River directly attacked. Rumble. The wild divine order runes floated in the sky, erupting with vast power. Seeing this, Fong Shi's expression changed drastically. Damn it! Facing such a strong opponent, Fong Shi wasn't afraid. He calmly activated 10,000 infusion body to deal with Blue River. Dong! After the two divine order runes collided, a dazzling light exploded. Fong Shi was forced back a few steps. After she stabilized herself, a sly look flashed through her beautiful eyes. Just now, she had used the power of 10,000 infusion body to secretly invade Blue River's body and absorb his innate divine ability. Increased strength? Isn't this innate divine ability too trashy? Fong Shi's small white hand patted the dust on his clothes, then curled his lips and said disdainfully, How did you know?" Hearing this, Blue River's expression changed drastically. He came from a powerful clan in the Blue Moon universe and had an innate divine ability. His clan's divine ability only increased strength at the beginning, but later on, it would evolve into an even more powerful divine ability. Up until now, Blue River had been pretending. Because it increased strength, outsiders couldn't see it. However, this little girl actually saw through his divine ability at a glance. "Who are you?" At this moment, Blue River had no choice but to seriously examine Fong Shi. "Don't you already know?" Fong Shi said. Blue River's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and used a thunderous attack on Fong Shi. "No matter who you are, if you break the rules, you will be punished." Fong Shi naturally couldn't block Blue River's all-out attack, but with 10,000 infusion body, he could still deal with it. The battle was very intense. In the blink of an eye, it reached its climax. Bang! In one exchange, Fong Shi was forced back by Blue River. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. "Just surrender obediently." Blue River walked step by step towards Fong Shi, a sly look flashing through his eyes. He could use this opportunity to capture her and use her to threaten Fong Chun. Star River Prefecture. Fong Chun was cultivating when his communication jade pendant suddenly flashed. After picking up the jade pendant, Fong Chun's expression suddenly changed. "Damn it!" Fong Chun cursed. Immediately, he used the space-time cultivation system and disappeared. Because he was worried about his daughter's safety, he increased his speed to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, he traveled through the void and arrived at the plaza. At this moment, he saw his daughter being forced back by Blue River, who was trying to suppress her. "Blue River, you're courting death." Fong Chun couldn't care less. With a roar, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Then, he activated all the strength in his body and used the first move of the traceless sword art. Rumble. The hidden star sword burst out with a sword light that caused people to tremble. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it pierced through the void and directly shot towards Blue River. Blue River, who was dealing with Fong Shi, felt a trace of danger. When he raised his head, his expression changed drastically. "Not good." Blue River cursed inwardly. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Poochie, the shocking sword light, pierced through Blue River's body without any resistance. Then it dragged his body and stabbed it into the ground. The sword nailed Blue River, who was in the divine inscription's realm, to the ground. Crash! The entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless disciples looked at this scene, dumbfounded. They shook their heads hard and couldn't believe what they had just seen. Heavens, how strong is Fong Chun? He nailed Blue River with one sword? He's only in the void realm. That sword art just now was too shocking, right? For a moment, the square was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the swordsmanship that Fong Chun had displayed. Fong Chun walked to Fong Shi's side and checked his body. He asked gently, "Are you okay?" "Father, I'm fine." Fong Shi stuck out his tongue and said with a smile. Fong Chun lightly nodded his head and walked towards Blue River step by step. At this moment, Blue River's heart was filled with fear. His mind was filled with the shocking sword strike that Fong Chun had just unleashed. That sword light is simply too shocking, Blue River thought to himself. He felt a lingering fear. He felt pain all over his body. When he saw Fong Chun walking towards him, he used all his strength to shatter the sword light that had pierced through his body. Then, he crawled up from the ground with difficulty and looked at Fong Chun with a ferocious expression. "How dare you touch my daughter? Do you want to die?" Fong Chun's ice-cold voice reverberated across the square. Fong Chun. Blue River hadn't even finished speaking when Fong Chun slashed again. The terrifying sword light pierced Blue River's body again. This time, the latter fell to the ground. His aura was weak, and he had lost the ability to fight. "If we weren't in the Unbounded Sword sect, you would have died long ago," Fong Chun said coldly. "Stop!" Suddenly, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. Soon after, the sound of something rushing through the air was heard. Then, Blue Devil appeared beside Blue River. He glanced at Blue River, who was lying on the ground. Then, his gaze fell on Fong Chun. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun. He wanted to kill him with his gaze. "Did you injure him?" Blue Devil pointed at Blue River and asked. Fong Chun nodded. "That's right. I was the one who injured him. If we weren't in the Unbounded Sword sect, I would have killed him long ago. This kind of person is a disaster." "Why did you injure him?" Blue Devil asked in a low voice. His words were full of threat. "He attacked my daughter. Big brother Blue Devil, you have to help me." Blue River cried out miserably. Blue Devil laughed coldly and continued. "Do you know the rules of the Unbounded Sword sect? Before you become an official disciple, you can't leave the residence. You allowed your daughter to violate the rules of the Unbounded Sword sect and leave the residence without permission. This is a violation of the sect's rules." Blue River was only punishing the offender on behalf of the sect. What crime did he commit? You, on the other hand, protected your daughter and injured Blue River. Do you know your crime? Blue Devil's cold voice echoed in the plaza. His attitude was very strong. He wanted to help Blue River get back at him. Fong Chun shrugged and said disdainfully, "What crime did I commit?" Chapter 2109. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by a Little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. There was no need for the galaxy lineage to continue existing. This was a blatant threat. No one in the outer sect would dare to say such arrogant words. However, Blue Devil did, because the Galaxy Palace was too weak. He could destroy it with one hand. What a joke. It's not up to you to decide if the Galaxy Palace needs to continue existing. Fong Chun sneered. He looked at Blue Devil as if he was looking at an idiot. Besides, you don't have the right to say such things. Are you doubting my decision? Blue Devil asked darkly. So what? If you have the ability, then destroy my Star River Palace's bloodline, Fong Chun said coldly. Blue Devil was furious and prepared to attack. However, Elder He San and Elder Bai Wu arrived side by side. When the two of them saw the scene in the square, they frowned slightly. They were somewhat displeased. What's going on? Elder He San asked coldly. Seeing Elder He San arrive, Blue Devil became even more arrogant. Elder He San, Galaxy Palace disciple Fong Chun, allowed his daughter to leave the Galaxy Palace without permission. This is already against the Outer Sect rules. My junior brother Lon, he is enforcing the Outer Sect rules. He wanted to capture this girl and hand her over to Elder He San for punishment. However, Fong Chun protected his daughter and injured my junior brother. Elder He San, please uphold justice for my junior brother. After Blue Devil finished speaking, he glared at Fong Chun. His meaning was clear. Now that the elders were here, let's see how you're going to deal with this. After Elder He San heard Blue Devil's words, he nodded lightly and turned around. Blue Devil, are you sure Fong she violated the Outer Sect rules? Absolutely. This girl didn't join the Wuji Sword Sect at all. Blue Devil cupped his fists. Bullshit. Love, go little say, W. Chew instantly. Elder He San flew into a rage and yelled, Are you questioning my decision by saying that? Elder He San? Lon Mo was at a loss as to what to do after being scolded by Elder He San. He did not understand what he had said wrong and why Elder He San would scold him. I can tell you clearly that this matter is your junior brother's fault. He, Blue River, had only himself to blame. He had brought this upon himself. Fortunately, Fong Chun showed mercy. Otherwise, even if he was killed, the sect wouldn't punish him. Elder He-san said in a low voice. This Blue Devil didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Elder He-san to have such an attitude. Elder He-san, as an elder in charge of the daily affairs of the outer sect disciples, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to side with the Star River Prefecture? Lan Emo asked in a low voice. This old man held a ceremony for Fong Shi not long ago. Yet you say that this old man is biased towards the Star River Prefecture? Come on, tell me, how exactly did I help the Star River Prefecture? If you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving, Elder He since said. Lan Emo was startled when he heard this. Soon after, he widened his eyes. How is that possible? At this moment, Lan Emo felt as if 10,000 mud horses were galloping through his mind. He glared fiercely at Blue River, who was lying on the ground, his heart filled with rage. Didn't this damn guy say that Fong Chun was the only one in the Star River Prefecture? He dared to attack without even asking for information? Even if Lan Emo had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare question Elder He-san's words. Fong Shi has met the requirements to become a disciple and has officially become a disciple of the Star River Prefecture. What's wrong with him leaving the Star River Prefecture and wandering the outer sect? Elder He-san continued to ask as he stared at Lan Emo. At this moment, Lan Emo wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Love, go little say, Netka countless mocking gazes shot towards Lan Emo from the plaza, making him feel like he had lost all face. And you, Blue River, don't you know how to cultivate all day? I don't know what you're thinking about. Even if Fong Shi broke the rules, the law enforcement department would punish him. What are you doing jumping out? Elder He-san scolded loudly. I know that the Blue Moon Prefecture is prejudiced against Fong Chun for killing Lan Xing, but you should know that it was Lan Xing who broke the rules first. Elder He-san continued. Scram, this old man doesn't want to see you. Aren't you embarrassed to be pinned to the ground by a new disciple? Elder He-san is right. Lan Emo cupped his fists towards Elder He-san, then quickly pulled Lan River up and disappeared from the plaza. I've caused trouble for Elder He-san again, Fong Chun said apologetically. Elder He-san waved his hand and said, I didn't think this through. It's my fault for not announcing Fong Shi's entry into the sect. However, I don't think anyone will cause trouble for you in the future. At the peak of the unbounded Sword Mountain, atop a towering stone pillar wrapped in pure white snow, Jian Wuji beamed as he looked down at the scene below. When he saw Fong Shi, a smile actually appeared on his calm face. As expected of this guy's daughter, she actually has the rare myriad fusion body. Who was Jian Wuji? He was one of the top experts in the entire starry sky. Moreover, he was in charge of the enormous unbounded sword sect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his words carried a lot of weight in the unbounded sword sect. Interesting. Jian Wuji chuckled. I've always been looking for a successor. Who would have thought that it would be in my unbounded sword sect? Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping me. Actually, Jian Wuji wanted to accept Fong Chun more. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't the only one paying attention to Fong Chun. There was also Ancestor Xinghe. He couldn't compare to Ancestor Xinghe, so he could only settle for the next best thing and accept the myriad fusion body. Most importantly, the myriad fusion body was more suitable for him to inherit his legacy. Haha! Jian Wuji was very happy. Inside the Blue Moon Prefecture, Lan Emo was so angry that he smashed all the porcelain in the room to the ground. One idiot. I was almost punished by Elder He-san because of him. Lan Emo roared angrily. If Lan River hadn't secretly left the unbounded sword sect, he would have given him a few slaps. You better get something out of this operation. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Lan Emo said sinisterly. The deadline for the mission had arrived. After Lan River was brought back by Lan Emo, he ate some healing pills and recovered some strength. Then, he left in a hurry. At this moment, Fong Chun also received a piece of news in the Star River Prefecture. HM, Lan River left. Fong Shin was a little confused. Why did Lon River leave? This guy has attacked me time and time again. He even attacked my daughter. I can't let him live. After learning that Lon River had left, Fong Shin settled down in the Star River Prefecture and quietly left the Unbounded Sword sect. Unbounded Town. Damn Fong Shin. It's all because of you. I won't let you go. Lon River sat in a restaurant and drank big mouthfuls of wine as he cursed in his heart. He had to complete this mission and get a big reward. Only then would he be able to get Big Brother Lon Mo's forgiveness. What kind of mission is this guy going to do? Fong Chun used a space-time cultivation system to hide in the void and eavesdrop on Lon River's words. Originally, he was going to attack Lon River after leaving Unbounded Town, but now he changed his mind. Judging from what this fellow is saying, it seems that he has discovered an incredible historical site with an inherited cardinal treasure inside. Fong Chun pondered. After coming to the Unbounded Sword sect, he realized that the competition for cultivation resources was much more intense than he had imagined. Although he had mastered the traceless sword technique and absorbed the 10th rune, he was still not satisfied with his strength. I'll follow him secretly and see what kind of ruins it is. Fong Chun decided to follow Lon River secretly. With his attainments in the space-time cultivation system, a mere Lon River wouldn't be able to discover him. Soon the sky darkened. Lon River finished the last jug of wine and hurriedly left Unbounded Town. When he arrived at a wasteland, Lon River looked left and right. After making sure that no one was following him, he turned around and rushed towards the mountains to the west. The ruins are in these mountains? Fong Chun was a bit confused, but he still followed. Soon, Lon River entered the mountains. Someone came to pick him up. It's me, Lon River said. Hearing this, the black figure nodded and continued forward with Lon River. Did you find anything else? Lon River asked. We haven't found anything important yet, but we speculate that there must be an inheritance treasure in this strange place, the black figure said. Hearing this, Lon River was secretly delighted. Chapter 2110. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Soon, the black figure brought Blue River to the depths of the mountain. Love go little say, Webka, what's that? Blue River looked at the depths of the mountain in astonishment. There was a dazzling thing emitting light. That's what we found this time. Let's go and take a look, the black figure said indifferently. He took the lead and arrived at the bottom of the cliff. There was a cliff behind the mountain. The cliff emitted a dazzling light. As long as you get close, your divine sense will be completely blocked, the black figure said. We suspect that there's a Soul Dao expert in this cliff. A Soul Dao expert? Blue River's eyes lit up. His strength had reached a bottleneck. It was unrealistic to increase his strength in a short period of time. However, if he could obtain a Soul Dao inheritance and strengthen his primordial spirit, he could still increase his strength. Did you go and take a look? Blue River asked. The black figure shook his head. They were Blue Moon Manor's intelligence agency. They were only responsible for gathering information. These things were not their responsibility. Okay, leave the rest to me. After saying this, Blue River leapt into the air and disappeared into the dazzling light. At this moment, the black figure turned his head and looked into the distance. He said indifferently, still not coming out? Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the black figure to be able to discover him, as expected of Blue Moon Manor's intelligence agency. Who are you? The black figure stared at Fong Chun and asked coldly, Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Fong Chun smiled. The black figure snorted and disappeared into the darkness like a ghost. Seeing this, Fong Chun immediately raised his guard and looked around. Hiding in front of me? Fong Chun sneered. Hiding in front of a space-time cultivator, wasn't that just showing off in front of an expert? Crash! Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword. Without saying anything, he slashed at a certain spot in the void. Suddenly, a wild sword light pierced through the void. A drop of blood dripped down from the void. Bang! The black figure's body fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was gloomy. How did you find me? The black figure asked in surprise. Your concealment skills are too trashy, Fong Chun said with a grin. That was indeed the case. Although the black silhouette was good at hiding, its grasp of the void was not up to standard. With Fong Chen's ability, he could naturally see through the void and capture his tracks. The first move of the traceless sword art had already surpassed most divine inscriptions realm experts. Moreover, the Black Shadow was a low-level martial artist in the Blue Moon Manor's intelligence agency. His strength was even weaker. Kill. The Black Shadow made the first move, wanting to kill Fong Chen. However, with a thought, the latter disappeared into the void. The Black Shadow's heart was in turmoil. He actually couldn't catch the enemy's trace. How is this possible? The Black Shadow cried out involuntarily. He looked around and cautiously guarded against Fong Chen. Pucci! Suddenly, a cold sword light shot out from the dark void. Caught off guard, the Black Shadow was stabbed by the sword light. The Black Shadow let out a miserable cry as his body fell heavily to the ground. Pucci! The traceless sword art was executed once again. Together with Fong Chen's space-time transformation system, its power reached its peak. The Black Shadow was killed with a chop. Let's go in and take a look. After killing the Black Shadow, Fong Chen jumped and disappeared into the dazzling light. In the cliff, there was a very hidden cave. In the cave, there was a yellow praying mat. The dazzling light came from the praying mat. It really is a soul Tao inheritance. Blue River's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Although this inheritance wasn't too important, it was enough for him at his current stage. Blue River walked to the praying mat and gently pressed his hands on it. Suddenly, the light disappeared. Wong! A strange sound came from the praying mat. Then it started to vibrate. In the next moment, Blue River discovered that strands of a strange aura had emerged from the praying mat and was rushing towards his body. Pucci! Just as Blue River was overjoyed, an ice-cold sword light suddenly pierced through his body. No! Blue River roared in anger. He turned around and saw Fong Chen. Fong Chen! A trace of fear flashed through the depths of Blue River's eyes. This is an important place of my Blue Moon Manor. How dare you barge in? Blue River threatened. However, Fong Chen ignored him and slashed again. Pucci! Blue River's body was blasted out of the pitch-black cave and fell down the cliff. Wong! The strange aura emerged from the praying mat and drilled into Fong Chen's mind. Dong! Fong Chen's mind trembled, and he felt something appear in his mind. This is, as expected, it was an inheritance left behind by a soul Tao expert and a soul Tao divine art. A universe divine art? Although it wasn't a supreme divine art, it was still a mid-tier divine art. Striking while the iron was hot, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the soul Tao inheritance in the praying mat. Blue River, who had fallen down the cliff, had a malevolent expression. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was thinking of a way to get rid of Fong Chen. If I fail the mission, I won't have a good ending when I return. Why don't I take a gamble? I might be able to kill Fong Chen. Blue River thought. He racked his brains and finally came up with a plan. I remember that there is a divine inscription, Realm Iron Head Wolf, in this mountain. A sinister smile appeared on Blue River's face. Soon after, he disappeared into the darkness. For the entire night, Fong Chen was comprehending the soul Tao inheritance in the praying mat. When the sky brightened and the sun shone on the earth, he suddenly opened his eyes. After letting out a breath of turbid air, Fong Chen felt his mental state become much better. An inheritance left behind by a Unity Realm expert. Fong Chen thought to himself, although this soul Tao inheritance wasn't too strong, it was still useful to him. Moreover, the most important thing was the soul Tao divine technique. Fong Chen liked this divine technique very much. It was similar to the 1,000-leaf needle that he cultivated in the Starry River cosmos. However, its power was countless times stronger than the 1,000-leaf needle. Flying Needle Technique was the name of this mid-tier universe divine technique. This divine technique had a total of 9 levels. After cultivating the first level, one could fight against ordinary divine inscription realm experts. If one could cultivate it to the 9th level, one could dominate the divine inscription realm. Good stuff. Feng Chun was delighted. After absorbing the 10th divine inscription of order, his primordial spirit had reached the 5th origin realm. Coincidentally, he needed a soul Dao divine technique. He didn't expect that following Blue River in secret would give him such a harvest. The only pity was that he didn't kill Blue River. I'll cultivate it when I get back. Feng Chun collected his thoughts and stood up, muttering to himself. Soon, Feng Chun floated down from the cliff. At this moment, Feng Chun heard the sound of wolves howling. Oh, whoa! The deafening howls didn't stop. What's going on? Feng Chun felt a little irritated. The howls seemed to be able to disturb his mind. Feng Chun. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Immediately after, Blue River's figure appeared and charged straight at Feng Chun. Seeing Blue River, Feng Chun's eyes lit up. However, just as Blue River was about to reach him, he suddenly changed directions. At this moment, several iron-head wolves rushed over from behind Blue River. Iron-head wolves. Feng Chun was startled and immediately frowned. Iron-head wolves were considered rather troublesome divine beasts in the divine inscription realm. Their heads were incomparably hard, and their combat strength was fierce. Damn bastard. Blue River actually lured the iron-head wolves to attack him. In order to kill him, he was willing to do anything. Boom! In an instant, Feng Chun was surrounded by 3 iron-head wolves and fell into a fierce battle. Feng Chun, let's see how you're going to escape this time. On a tree branch not far away, Blue River coldly watched all of this and said disdainfully, Blue River, you despicable bastard. Feng Chun roared. Seeing this, Blue River's mood became even better and he laughed loudly. Keep fighting. When both of you are injured, I'll reap the benefits. Blue River naturally wouldn't leave so easily. He still needed to obtain the soul Dao inheritance from Feng Chun. Oh, whoa. The other 2 iron-head wolves fought Feng Chun on the side. One opened its bloody mouth and charged directly at Feng Chun. Dong! Feng Chun gathered all the strength in his body and fiercely punched the iron-head wolf's head. Suddenly, a vast amount of strength drilled into his fist, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Chapter 2111. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After stabilizing his body, Feng Chun was also speechless. He felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. Traces of blood escaped from his palm. This was caused by the strong recoil. Oh, whoa. The iron-head wolf's head was as hard as black iron. Logically speaking, with Feng Chun's strength, it should be easy to shatter black iron. However, this was not the case. The iron-head wolf bloodline was very special. After fusing with the wolf's head, it could increase the hardness of the wolf's head to the maximum. The hardness of this guy's head is at least at the level of a mid-grade universal weapon, right? Feng Chun curled his lips and said, It must be known that the hidden star sword was only a low-grade universal weapon. After colliding with the iron-head wolf, the latter did not feel good either. This iron-head wolf's head was swollen with a big bump. It was simply a remarkable horn. Oh, whoa. The iron-head wolf looked up to the sky and howled furiously. The 3 of them rushed towards Feng Chun together. After a simple probe, Feng Chun knew the strength of the iron-head wolves. He did not dare to rashly confront the 3 of them together. While Feng Chun retreated, he saw Blue River, who was gloating on a tree branch not far away from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat. He rushed under the towering tree. Almost at the same time, a golden light enveloped the earth. Not good. By the time Blue River realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. A sky-piercing array, Blue River's face was ferocious. He did not expect Feng Chun to be a sky-piercing array master. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. The restriction of the array reduced the speed of the 3 iron-head wolves. After resisting the 3 of them, Feng Chun used the recoil to quickly retreat to Blue River's side. Die! Almost at the same time, Traceless Sword was used. The hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into Blue River's head. Boom! Blue River's body directly exploded, and he died instantly. Love, Go little, say, Netco Blue River didn't even have time to say a word before he was killed by Fong Chun. At this moment, the attacks of the three Ironhead Wolves had already closed in on Fong Chun. Voila! With a flip of the hidden star sword, he threw Blue River's broken body towards the three Ironhead Wolves, immediately blocking their path of attack. Fong Chun then performed the first move of the traceless sword principle. Just like this, Fong Chun made use of the array formation and tangled together with the three Ironhead Wolves. Time passed, from the initial panic to the later stages of suppression. Fong Chun had almost completed a complete reversal. The three Ironhead Wolves couldn't do anything to him. In the end, Fong Chun decided to use the Ironhead Wolf to practice. Pucci. Every time he used the traceless sword technique, he would gain a certain level of insight. After about 6 hours, Fong Chun felt that his comprehension of the traceless swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. He didn't want to continue fighting with the Ironhead Wolf, so he used his traceless sword technique with all his might. Pucci. He killed one with each slash. The three Ironhead Wolves all died under the restraint of the sky-piercing array. Then, Fong Chun disappeared into the mountains. Blue Moon Manor. Why isn't that trash Blue River back yet? Blue Devil paced back and forth, extremely anxious. The time limit for the quest was up. If Blue River still didn't return, the quest would be considered a failure. This time, he was the one who had fought for Blue River. Blue River's failure. Wasn't this a slap to his face? That damn guy, what an idiot. Blue Devil's heart was filled with resentment towards Blue River. This guy caused him to be scolded by Elder He-san. Now, he couldn't even complete the quest on time. Senior brother Blue Devil. Just as Blue Devil was feeling anxious, a normal disciple of Blue Moon Manor hurried over. What's the matter? Senior brother Blue River's life slip shattered. What? Are you sure? Blue Devil asked with wide eyes. The disciple nodded. This morning, when I went to clean the life slip pavilion, I discovered that senior brother Blue River's life slip had shattered. As for when it shattered, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Blue Devil clenched his fists. His expression was extremely gloomy. Who was it that killed Blue River? Every branch had a life slip pavilion, used to store the life slips of all disciples. Every life slip contained the aura of a disciple's primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit dissipated, the life slip would automatically shatter. Blue River's life slip had shattered, which meant that he had already died. Could it be Fong Chun? Blue Devil was suddenly moved. He quickly left Blue Moon Manor. His divine sense spread out, enveloping the entire Star River Manor, as if he was searching for something. At this moment, within the Star River Manor, Fong Chun was chatting with his daughter, Fong Shi. Fong Chun frowned slightly. Soon after, he soared into the sky. Looking at Blue Devil in the distance, he scolded loudly, "Blue Devil, what is the meaning of this?" Blue Devil recklessly used his divine sense to scan the Star River Manor. This was a great disrespect to the Star River Manor. Fong Chun was naturally furious. What? You still want to stop me from using my divine sense? Blue Devil said coldly. If there is a next time, I will definitely report to Elder Cray Mountain. With that, Fong Chun turned and left. Blue Devil stared at Fong Chun's back. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. Fong Chun had been in the Star River Manor all this time. Then it must be someone else who killed Blue River. Who was it? Could it be a coincidence? Blue Devil thought to himself. Star River Manor. Father, Blue Moon Manor has gone too far. Fong Shi bit her lips and said, Don't worry. When the Star River Manor becomes stronger, they won't dare to say anything. Fong Chun said softly, Father, I want to go to the sword puppet arena to fight. Can you accompany me? Fong Shi said in a sweet voice. Fong Chun really couldn't resist his daughter's coquettishness. He could only bring her to the sword puppet arena. I've already told you about the sword puppet arena. You should properly experience it. Fong Chun said. Just as Fong Shi was about to walk to the sword puppet arena, a monkey-faced disciple smiled and asked, Miss, do you want to fight? Yes. Fong Shi's beautiful eyes flickered. Perfect, I also want to fight. Why don't we have a bet? The disciple said. Sure, what kind of bet? Fong Shi asked. Seeing that you're also a newcomer, How about this? Let's bet 1,000 origin stones. Okay, soon, the two reached an agreement to bet 1,000 origin stones. She came before the sword. Her small white hand gripped the sword and controlled the sword puppet. Rumble. Although it was She's first time fighting, her control of the sword puppet was pretty good. Not bad. Shear's potential has always been like this. Chen nodded in satisfaction. The myriad fusion body was too exaggerated. It could absorb other people's talent. Soon, the result of the battle was out. She actually won against the disciple. The latter reluctantly took out 1,000 origin stones and handed them to Shi. Then he left dejectedly. Bang! Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chen turned around and shockingly discovered that the disciple who had just lost to She had been sent flying by a dark-skinned and burly man. Brother Liu, give me a few more days. I'll definitely gather all the origin stones for you. The disciple begged for mercy on the ground, his body trembling. I've already given you a long time, but what's the result? I haven't even seen a single origin stone. The dark and strong disciple said coldly, 5,000 origin stones. If there's even one missing, I'll cut off one of your fingers. Brother Liu, please spare me. The disciple was so scared that his body trembled. Brother Liu was about to attack him. Brother Liu, I originally had origin stones, but she won them all. Following the disciple's finger, Brother Liu looked at Shi. You won his origin stones? Brother Liu asked calmly. Shi nodded and said, Yes, is there a problem? Do you know that he's one of my men? He owes me 5,000 origin stones. Everyone knows that. No one dares to fight with him. But you ignored me and fought with him? Shi stood up and said coldly. Shi looked at Shi seriously and said, Are you crazy? He owes you origin stones. Why are you asking him for them? Moreover, I won the origin stones by force through a sword fight. It's fair and square. There's no cheating involved. I really wonder if your head was caught in a door. How could the Wuji Sword sect have someone like you? You're really an embarrassment to the outer sect. Shi was taken aback by Shi's words. Soon after, an ice-cold aura emanated from his body as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Shi. Shi'er, let's go. Chen also shook his head. This person was an idiot. Stop. Did I say you can leave? Chapter 21:12. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Shi's logic was simply the logic of a bandit. He owes you origin stones, so you won't allow others to fight with him and win his origin stones? Damn it. These are two unrelated things, okay? To put it bluntly, Shi was bullying Chen and Shi because they were new faces. If they were experts on the Wuji Sky Tablet, would he dare to do so? Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Chen really didn't want to bother with such an idiot. However, the latter thought that he was invincible and acted as if everyone owed him. Did I say you could leave? Shi said coldly. Chen and Shi stopped and looked at Shi with flickering eyes. I feel ashamed to be with an idiot like you. Hand over the 1,000 origin stones, Shi said. No. Chen's attitude was very tough. If he showed an attitude of not wanting to cause trouble now, many people would take advantage of him in the future. Oh, you want to go against me? Shi looked at Chen with interest and approached him step by step. Get lost. He really couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Shi's disgusting face, Chen felt speechless. When he saw Shi approaching, he suddenly threw a punch and directly sent Shi flying. Dang! Dang! Kid, who are you? Shi looked at Chen with a solemn expression and asked coldly. Chen. What? You're Chen? Chen from the Xing River province? Shi's eyes widened, and he looked at the latter in disbelief. Why? Can I? Chen said. At this moment, Shi was filled with regret. He didn't expect to meet Chen from the Xing River province. He was really unlucky. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Shi Hui was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He naturally knew what kind of person Chen was. During this period of time, he had been hearing legends about this person. Nailing Blue River with a single sword was something that even he couldn't do, but his opponent had done it. It was obvious that Fong Chen's strength had far surpassed Blue River's. He didn't believe that he was a match for Blue River. Humph. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Fong Chen coldly snorted. It's a disgrace for the outer sect to have a disciple like you. This guy was like an idiot, daring to swindle people in the outer sect. Fong Chen was very curious as to how these people managed to join the Limitless Sword sect. His good mood had been ruined by this idiot. Fong Chen brought Fong Shi back to the Star River Prefecture. Shi, don't be angry. Fong Chen comforted her. I won't lower myself to the level of an idiot, Fong Shi said. That's right. How can a smart girl like you lower yourself to the level of an idiot? Suddenly, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from a void. This voice was very illusory. Even Fong Chen couldn't capture its source. Where was the source of the voice? What's going on? Fong Chen's expression changed. His divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire Star River Prefecture, but he couldn't discover who was hiding in the void. Senior, may I ask who you are? Please show yourself. Fong Chen had no choice but to cup his fists towards the void. Haha, I'm here for this little girl. The illusory voice came from the void again, pretending to be mysterious. Why don't you dare show yourself for me? Fong Shi was impatient and said directly. Shi. Fong Chen was a little anxious and hurriedly stopped her. The latter could even avoid his divine sense. It was obvious that he was an expert. This kind of expert was temperamental. It would be troublesome if he offended him. However, to Fong Chen's surprise, Fong Shi's words made the expert in the void laugh. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gray-robed elder appeared in the Star River Prefecture. There was no energy fluctuation on this elder's body. His eyes were a little dim. He was holding a walking stick in his hand and had a smile on his face. Senior, although the person in front of him gave off a very peaceful feeling, Fong Chen didn't dare to underestimate him. You're so young, but your temper is quite big, the gray-robed elder said with a smile. Old man, who are you? Fong Shi glared at the gray-robed elder and asked, Who I am is not important. What's important is that I'm about to become your master. After the gray-robed elder finished speaking, he turned to look at Fong Chen. Boy, your daughter has great potential. She also has the all-fusion body. She's very suitable for my lineage. I want to take her as my disciple. What do you mean? Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The old man could actually see that Fong Shi had the all-fusion body. He stared at the old man warily. Boy, with my strength, you can't stop me even if I take her by force. Don't worry. It's not easy to meet such a precious child. How can I bear to do anything to her? The gray-robed elder continued. At this moment, Fong Chen relaxed his vigilance. Immediately, he said apologetically, Senior, I can understand your thoughts. You can rest assured and hand her over to me. I guarantee that the next time you see her, you'll be surprised. The old man waved his hand. Senior, I still don't know your name. It's a little inappropriate to hand Shi over to you so rashly, Fong Chen said awkwardly. Yes, old man. If you want to be my master, you can't do it without some ability, Fong Shi said. The old man shook his head helplessly. Then he grabbed the void with his palm. Immediately, a withered tree branch appeared in his palm. Following that, an unimaginable aura emerged from the old man's palm. In an instant, the withered tree branch was filled with vitality. Under the gaze of Fong Chen, green and lush sprouts appeared on the withered tree branch. How is it? The old man passed the tree branch to Fong Chen to take a look. The latter was incomparably shocked, and a storm was set off in his heart. Could this be the legendary withered tree, reviving spring? Looking at the tree branch, Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. In the primal chaos void, there was an extremely powerful technique called withered tree, reviving spring. It could bring life back to a dead tree branch. Even though Fong Chen could do it in the Star River cosmos, it was an illusion. However, that was only an illusion. The withered tree reviving spring technique was to awaken the vitality of the withered tree from its roots. It was many times more powerful than creating the rules. At least, it was impossible for cosmos gods to do it. Withered tree reviving spring? The old man laughed self-deprecatingly, saying, "This technique isn't worth mentioning." "Senior, are you also from the Limitless Sword sect?" Fong Chen probed. He had never heard of such a person in the Limitless Sword sect. "Sort of," the old man said. "What do you mean, sort of?" "Yes means yes, no means no," Fong Chen said. "You'll know in the future." The old man smiled mysteriously. "How about it? Are you willing to take me as your teacher?" Fong Shi's eyes turned, saying, "Your technique is not bad. It's not a problem for you to be my teacher. But after I leave, what will happen to my father? There are only 2 of us in the Star River Prefecture. I can't bear to let my father support the Star River lineage alone." "You little girl." The old man helplessly shook his head. He then took out a small brown bottle from his bosom. "There are a few pills in here. Treat it as a meeting gift for you." Fong Shi received the small brown bottle and passed it to Fong Chun. "Father, take this." Although the old man in front of him was strong, Fong Chun wouldn't make a rash decision. After all, it was related to his daughter. "Father, don't worry. This old man doesn't look like a bad person. Since he's so strong, I'll follow him to cultivate first. When I'm strong enough, I'll come back to find you." Fong Shi transmitted. All right. It's not like you won't be able to see me." The old man said impatiently. "Senior, when can I see my daughter?" Fong Chen asked. "Once you enter the inner sect." After the old man finished speaking, he grabbed Fong Shi's body and disappeared into thin air. Sky-piercing stone pillar. Fong Shi suddenly appeared here. He was a little surprised. "Old man, where is this place?" Fong Shi asked. "I'm your teacher. Don't call me old man," Jian Wuji said. Fong Shi lowered her head to take a look and was instantly stunned. Wasn't the Limitless Sword sect below? Why was he above the Limitless Sword sect? "All right, don't be surprised. As my disciple, you'll see a lot of things in the future. Don't embarrass me, okay?" Jian Wuji said. "You're called Jian Wuji?" Fong Shi asked. "Yes, I have another identity. I'm the head of the Limitless Sword sect." Chapter 21:13. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by a little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In fact, Fong Chun felt conflicted about letting the old man take Fong Shi away. Love, go, little say, W. Chu, if you didn't allow him to take him away, the old man would be able to use the withered tree reviving spring consummate technique. He was definitely not an ordinary person. At least, if they really fought, he wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, it could be seen that the old man really wanted to take Fong Shi as his disciple. Instead of falling out with the old man and having Fong Shi taken away by force, Fong Chun might as well compromise. This was also the decision that Fong Chun made after thinking for a long time. Now, he could only pray that Fong Shi could achieve something. In the Star River Prefecture, Fong Chun took out the small brown bottle that the old man had given him. "It smells so good." He put to his nose and sniffed it. Immediately, he felt the fragrance. "What kind of elixir is this?" Fong Chun was a little curious. He gently opened the lid of the small brown bottle and shook it gently. 3 brown elixir pills rolled out and lay in his palm. What a strong elixir fragrance. Fong Chun was very shocked. This was the first time he had seen elixir pills with such a strong elixir fragrance. After absorbing the elixir fragrance, I feel refreshed." Fong Chun was a little surprised when he suddenly saw this scene. Then he began to carefully observe the 3 brown elixir pills. Fong Chun. Elder Bai Wu had come and called Fong Chen's name from afar. Elder Bai Wu. After all, Elder Bai Wu had helped him in the Yuan Wilderness impasse. When Fong Chun saw Elder Bai Wu, he felt particularly close to her. Fong Chen. Elder Bai Wu was about to speak when she was suddenly attracted by the 3 elixir pills in Fong Chen's palm. "Love, go, little say, W. Chu, what elixir pills are these?" "Let me see." Elder Bai Wu's expression turned serious. He hurriedly took the 3 pills from Fong Chen's hand and examined them. "Elder Bai Wu, do you recognize these pills?" Fong Chen asked. The more Elder Bai Wu watched, the more serious his face became. In the end, his body began to tremble slightly. Voila! Elder Bai Wu suddenly raised her head and stared at Fong Chun. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Where did you get this pill? There was an old man just now." Fong Chun told Elder Bai Wu about the old man wanting to accept Fong Shi as his disciple. The latter was extremely excited and laughed out loud. "Kid, your luck is really off the charts. Let me tell you, the old man who took Fong Shi as his disciple must be a peerless expert of our limitless sword sect." Fong Chun was a little confused. "Do you know what these 3 brown elixirs are?" Elder Bai Wu asked. Fong Chun shook his head. Elder Bai Wu continued, "If I'm not wrong, these 3 elixirs are the legendary Divine Mark elixir." Divine Mark elixir? Do you know what's above the ascending heaven level for alchemists? Elder Bai Wu asked. "I've read the records of the limitless sword sect. Above the ascending heaven level is the heaven opening level," Fong Chun said. The elixirs refined by heaven opening level alchemists had the ability to open the sky. Of course, this might be a little exaggerated, but it was enough to show the strength of a heaven opening level alchemist. They were on the same level as those above the Unity Realm. Elder Bai Wu, are you saying that these 3 Divine Mark elixirs are heaven opening level elixirs? Fong Chun asked with wide eyes. Elder Bai Wu nodded heavily. That's right. These 3 Divine Mark elixirs are heaven opening level elixirs. In our limitless sword sect, there are few people who can refine these elixirs, but they are all in the inner sect. As for the outer sect, no one can refine them. The Divine Mark elixir is a heaven-opening level elixir. Its value far surpasses those peak heaven-opening level elixirs. After swallowing it, Void Realm warriors can immediately condense Divine Marks and break through to the Divine Mark realm. Don't you think it's amazing? Elder Bai Wu said. This Fong Chun was stunned. Wasn't this effect too exaggerated? If that was the case, why were there so many Void Realm warriors who couldn't break through to the Divine Mark realm? Brat, don't think of things as simple. Heaven-opening level elixirs are too precious. How can ordinary cosmos gods afford them? Elder Bai Wu said with a smile. Fong Chun nodded. So it was like this. At this time, he recalled the words the old man said when he took out the elixirs. Unless he already knows that there are others in the residence, and this elixir is prepared for them. Fong Chun thought, keep this Divine Mark elixir. Don't let others know about it. Otherwise, it'll attract unnecessary trouble. Elder Bai Wu reminded, you can give this elixir to your wife, but it's best if you don't consume it. Why? Fong Chun asked, puzzled. Any elixir is an external object. If you can rely on yourself, why would you need to rely on external objects? Consuming the Divine Mark elixir will have a certain influence on your future path of martial arts. But as your strength increases, the influence will become smaller and smaller. Even so, those apex geniuses aren't willing to consume it. After all, even if the influence is small, it will be magnified at a certain moment. Elder Bai Wu said, Many thanks for your explanation, Elder Bai Wu. Brat, your luck isn't ordinary. Elder Bai Wu said, Oh right, I've come to find you this time because I have something to tell you. Elder Bai Wu, please speak. Fong Chun said, You were able to pin Lan He with a sword. Your strength should be close to the Wuji Sky Tablet. If you have time, go and take the test. Put your name on the Wuji Sky Tablet. This will be beneficial for you. Elder Bai Wu said. After that, Elder Bai Wu chatted with Fong Chun about some other matters, and then left. Fong Chun looked at the 3 Divine Mark elixirs and felt a little excited. He could already confirm that the old man who took Fong Shi away was an unparalleled expert in the Wuji sword sect. This made him feel even more relieved. At least Fong Shi wouldn't be in any danger. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the secret chamber again. Breakthrough. Fong Chun's eyes lit up as he said softly. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed God Emperor of Destruction walked out of the secret chamber. He was in high spirits and exuded a terrifying aura. Congratulations, God Emperor of Destruction. Fong Chun cupped his fists and congratulated him. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If not for you bringing me to the primal chaos void, I would have been trapped in the God Emperor realm for my entire life. God Emperor of Destruction sighed. That time, when he dominated the deity world, he didn't expect that he would become a cosmos god after so many years. God Emperor of Destruction, do you want to step into the God Emperor realm? Fong Chun suddenly asked. Amen. God Emperor of Destruction said, "Of course. I have a pill here. After swallowing it, you can immediately break through to the God Imprint realm. However, it would more or less affect one's cultivation in the future." Feng Chun told God Emperor Destruction about the pros and cons. The latter agreed without hesitation. Without Feng Chen's help, it was impossible for him to step into the Void Realm. God Emperor of Destruction was clear that his potential had reached the upper limit. If he could rely on the pill to reach the God Imprint realm, it would be a good choice. Feng Chun flicked his finger and passed the God Imprint elixir to God Emperor of Destruction. This is a heaven-opening grade God Imprint elixir. After swallowing it, you can break through. Feng Chun said, "I can't thank you enough." After saying that, God Emperor of Destruction rushed into the secret room with joy. Feng Chun was about to turn around when he suddenly realized that by Qing Qing and Princess Xen, who were in closed-door cultivation in the time-accelerated space, had also broken through. According to the time ratio, they should have been cultivating for close to 10,000 years. Feng Chun thought to himself. He could tell with a glance that the two of them had both stepped into the God Emperor realm. Voila! With a thought, Feng Chun sent 200 origin stones into the time-accelerated space. Absorb the origin energy in the origin stones and break through to the Void Realm. Feng Chen's voice was transmitted into the ears of the two ladies. Seeing the two ladies start absorbing the origin stones, Feng Chen nodded and left the secret room. As expected, God Emperor of Destruction soon broke through to the God Imprint realm, and he condensed more than 10,000 God Imprints of order in an instant, which made him wild with joy. However, it was still a forceful increase in cultivation through the use of pills. In terms of strength, it was definitely weaker than a normal breakthrough. However, God Emperor of Destruction didn't care. "Ha! I can also join the Wuji Sword sect." God Emperor of Destruction laughed. At that moment, on the sky-piercing stone pillar, Feng Shi pouted. He was extremely dissatisfied with his irresponsible master. Irresponsible at all. He brought me here and taught me nothing. What kind of master is he? Feng Shi mumbled. To think that you're the sect master of the Wuji Sword sect. My good disciple, look at what I have brought for you. In the void, Jian Wuji appeared with an item in his hand. Chapter 21:14. Genius 1, second remember love, go/small. Shuo, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Jian Wuji was holding a small wooden box in his hand. The craftsmanship of the small wooden box was very exquisite. Waves of delicate fragrance wafted out from inside. On the top of the small wooden box, some complicated runes were engraved. Just this small wooden box made Feng Shi's beautiful eyes open wide. "Master, what's in this small wooden box?" Feng Shi asked hurriedly. Jian Wuji chuckled and said, "Don't be anxious first. Wait for me to explain slowly." As the master of the limitless sword sect, his strength was even more formidable to the extent that it made people look up to him. Even when looking at the entire Void Star heaven, he was considered a #1 figure. He had always been searching for a successor, but could not find a suitable one. This time, by chance, he found a possessor of the myriad fusion body. He was naturally incomparably excited. Toward this little disciple of his, Jian Wuji doted on him very much, even bringing him to the heaven-reaching stone pillar. Others did not know, but he, Jian Wuji, was the most clear. This heaven-reaching stone pillar was personally built by him. The martial Tao comprehensions contained inside were rather profound. To ordinary martial artists, this place was simply a cultivation holy land. Cultivating here for a year was comparable to 100 or even 1,000 years in the outside world. Normally, Jian Wuji would not interfere with the matters of the limitless sword sect at all. Under normal circumstances, he would cultivate on the heaven-reaching stone pillar. In order to nurture this disciple of his, he was willing to give up the heaven-reaching stone pillar. This is a kind of supreme treasure that this old man inadvertently obtained a long, long time ago when I was traveling the Void Star Heaven. Jian Wuji said with a wide smile. Just the wooden box that placed the supreme treasure, the material was already incomparable. This wooden box is 1,000 heart wood. In the entire void star heaven, there are only 3 pieces of thousand heartwood. This old man also expended a lot of effort to obtain a branch and leaf, then refined it into this wooden box. Jian Wuji continued to speak. Just what is it to actually need to use thousand heartwood to store it? No matter what, Fong, she was also a divine inscription realm martial artist. He still had a certain understanding of thousand heartwood. The thousand hearts tree was a very special plant in the chaos void. It contained the great Tao of nature and could be said to be a strengthened version of the Enlightenment ancient tree. To a martial artist, being able to cultivate under the thousand heartwood was the best opportunity. In the vast void star sky, there were only 3 pieces of thousand heartwood, and they were all occupied by some peak powerhouses. From this point, one could see how precious thousand heartwood was. However, this thing actually needed to be placed in thousand heartwood. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Voila! As he spoke, Jian Wuji opened the wooden box. Immediately, a resplendent light blossomed from within. It was colorful and extremely beautiful. So beautiful. Any girl would love her daughter, and Fong Shi couldn't help it. Seeing such a beautiful light, Fong Shi's face revealed a beautiful smile. Master calls these exquisite origin beads. They are made from exquisite sacred source stones. Jian Wuji chuckled as he handed a string of milky white beads to Fong Shi. Linglong Saint's source stone. Fong Shi's mouth was agape as she looked at the milky white beads in disbelief. As soon as she received the beads, she immediately felt a cool aura into her fair hands. Exquisite sacred source stones don't exist in void star sky. Even in the entire chaos void, there are very few of them. At that time, I was lucky. 2 peerless experts were fighting in the primal chaos void. This Linglong sacred source stone was shattered from the weapon of one of the peerless experts and shot into the illusory star sky. I just happened to come across it. Jian Wuji sighed. Jian Wuji's heart trembled as he recalled his experience of obtaining the exquisite sacred source stone. He hadn't even been able to get close to such a battle between powerhouses. He had only been able to watch from afar through the endless void. It had been too strong. Even the current him felt a lingering fear. If those 2 powerhouses had fought in void star sky, the entire void star sky would have been turned into ruins in an instant. This, Fong Shi's eyes widened. She had long been shocked. The thousand heartwood had already surprised her. She hadn't expected that her master would actually make the exquisite sacred source stone into a bracelet and get it to her as an accessory. Wasn't this too extravagant? The exquisite sacred source stone was a very regular or in the chaos void. Even for an expert like Jian Wuji, it was still quite useful. However, he had kept it and given it to his disciple. Disciple, this exquisite origin bead will provide you with an endless source of source energy, which will increase your cultivation speed. At the same time, it will also subtly change your talent. Jian Wuji introduced, however, before your strength increases, don't expose it. Otherwise, it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Thank you, Master. Fong, she said gratefully as she put the exquisite sacred source bead on her hand. I just heard someone say that I'm an irresponsible master. Jian Wuji pretended to be angry. Master, I was just joking. Fong, she pulled on Jian Wuji's arm and said coquettishly, using the thousand heartwood to make a box and the exquisite sacred source stone to make a bracelet as an accessory. Other than Jian Wuji, no one else would do so. It wasn't exaggerated to say that if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar in the eastern profound heaven. That was the legendary exquisite sacred source stone, yet it was wasted to such an extent. Many experts on the same level as Jian Wuji would definitely curse him. Thinking back to the past, when many unparalleled experts learned that Jian Wuji got the exquisite sacred source stone, they were incomparably envious and took out treasures to exchange for it. Nevertheless, they were all rejected by Jian Wuji. Little girl, properly cultivate here. Jian Wuji said. His disciple was still too weak and could not inherit his legacy. Hence, she could only cultivate temporarily to increase her strength. Within the Star River Prefecture, Fong Chun did not know that his daughter had actually become Jian Wuji's disciple and received such a precious gift. During these few days, he had been paying attention to the movements of Bai Qing and Princess Xian. The two of them had already stepped into the God-Emperor realm through time acceleration. As long as they absorbed sufficient origin energy, they would become cosmos gods. It's about time, Fong Chun said to himself. He could feel that the void aura on the two ladies was getting denser. Whoa! Just as Fong Chun finished speaking, a thunderous sound exploded within the cultivation room. Closely following that, a green-robed Bai Qing exited her closed-door cultivation. You broke through? Fong Chun grinned. Bai Qing was exceptionally happy after breaking through to the void realm. It's a pity that I still can't catch up to you, Bai Qing said helplessly with a smile. Thinking back to when she was at the profound heaven sect on the Clear Sky Island, this fellow was merely an ordinary disciple, and she was already a vice palace master of the Bloodthirsty Palace. But now, she could step into the void realm entirely because of Fong Chun's help. If you want to catch up to me, then you have to work hard in cultivating, Fong Chun said. Not long after Bai Qing exited her closed-door cultivation, Princess Xian exited her closed-door cultivation. The two girls had fulfilled their wish of stepping into the void realm. The power of the Star River Prefecture was also gradually increasing. Apart from Fong Shi, the God Emperor Destruction had also stepped into the Divine Inscription realm. Although he didn't reach the standard of the Wuji Sword Sect's disciple, he was still a genuine Divine Inscription realm. Fong Chun. Princess Xian suddenly called out. Fong Chun looked at Princess Xian and asked, We have already discussed and are preparing to go out for training, Princess Xian said. In the Star River Prefecture, they would be under Fong Chun's protection and would be free of worries. It would definitely be difficult to break through. But you are too weak, Fong Chun said. You can't protect us forever, and we don't want to be a burden to you. Little Mouse and the rest have already gone out for training. We don't want to be flowers in a greenhouse. How can we grow if we don't go through hardships? Bai Qing said in a deep voice. Also, don't forget, before we met you, we relied on our own hard work and experience outside to grow up step by step. Hearing that, Fong Chun fell silent. He could understand what the two girls were thinking. If he were in their shoes, he would definitely do the same. Although flowers in a greenhouse didn't have to worry about their lives, they wouldn't be able to break through for the rest of their lives. He could help them break through to the void realm, but they still had to rely on themselves for the rest of their journey. All right. After pondering for a long time, Fong Chun muttered, Train in Dongxian heaven for the time being. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, remember to inform me. As he spoke, Fong Chun handed 2 jade talismans to the two girls. These 2 jade talismans contain my consciousness. If you encounter any danger, just crush them. Chapter 21:15. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fong Chun watched as the two girls left the Limitless Sword Sect and sighed in his heart. Fong Chun, you don't have to think too much. Since we warriors have chosen to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, we will definitely give up some things. Unless, one day, we can stand at the very top. All of a sudden, Emperor God of Destruction appeared behind Fong Chun and said faintly. He was too old, and he had been cultivating for too long. His talent had reached the upper limit, and he no longer had the drive of his youth. Therefore, he chose to consume the divine pattern pill to break through. Moreover, he was willing to stay in the Star River Prefecture because he was used to living a peaceful life. Time had worn down God Emperor Destruction's horns. Back then, when they were in the Milky Way, Godly Emperor Destruction was also in high spirits. Especially when he had just become an omnipotent Emperor God. He had defeated the other omnipotent Emperor Gods and became the #1 Emperor God in the Divine Realm. At that time, he was very popular in the God Realm. Almost all the God Emperors believed that he could enter the Void Realm. However, as time passed, God Emperor Destruction gradually calmed down. Only now did he know how to reflect. Sigh. Hearing this, Fong Chun sighed. Star and Moon had been cultivating all this time and hadn't come out of seclusion. Let's go and have a drink. In the vast Star River Prefecture, there were only the two of them. BR, all right, let's get drunk. Seeing this, the God Emperor of Destruction laughed out loud. He put his arm around Fang Chen's shoulder and walked towards the pavilion. That night, the two drank to their heart's content. Fang Chen didn't use the power in his body to dissolve the alcohol, so in the latter half of the night, he was completely drunk. Come, Fang Chen. Cheers. The God Emperor of Destruction wasn't fully conscious either. He held his wine cup and knocked it against Fang Chen's. Loved, go little say, could that night was the most relaxing night Fang Chen had had since he came to the chaotic void. The next day, the sun had just passed the horizon. Fang Chen felt a slight headache as he slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light shone in his eyes. I drank too much last night. Fang Chen shook his head and grinned. He took a look at God Emperor Destruction beside him. The latter was still in deep sleep. Fang Chen did not disturb God Emperor Destruction. Instead, he left the pavilion quietly. Soon, Fang Chen appeared on a piece of land in the courtyard. He took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. Then, with a thought, the soul, Tao divine art that he had obtained earlier appeared in his mind. Although the flying needle technique was a mid-level universe-level divine technique, its attack power was not to be underestimated. Fang Chen would not let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. Therefore, he began to practice the flying needle technique today. In fact, the essence of the flying needle technique was not much different from the thousand-leaf needles. In this regard, Fang Chen had taken a shortcut. It took him 2 hours to completely understand the essence of the flying needle technique. Then he began to practice it. A primordial spirit of a 5-elemental level was much stronger than a 4-elemental level. The condensation of the flying needle also became faster. Blue Moon Prefecture. Blue Devil had been investigating Blue River's death. Today, there was finally some progress. What did you say? On the day Blue River left, Fang Chen seemed to have gone out? Blue Devil asked with his eyes wide open. Senior Brother Blue Devil, we are not too sure. However, it is said that the disciples from the other factions saw Fang Chen's back in a hurry. He was walking towards the teleportation array. Blue Devil fell into deep thought after hearing this. Soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. It must be him who killed Blue River. He bullied Blue Moon Prefecture to this extent. Does he really think that there is no one in Blue Moon Prefecture? Blue Devil exuded a cold, killing intent. He then took a step forward and left Blue Moon Prefecture, arriving in front of the Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen, get out here. Blue Devil roared, his voice echoing throughout the Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen's cultivation was interrupted. He walked out of the Star River Prefecture in anger. Blue Devil, what is the meaning of this? Fang Chen scolded. Did you kill Blue River? Blue Devil questioned. I don't know what you were talking about. Fang Chen shrugged. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to admit that he killed Blue River. Otherwise, Blue Moon Prefecture wouldn't let him go. Although he wasn't afraid of Blue Devil, he wasn't the only one in Blue Moon Prefecture. The strongest in Blue Moon Prefecture, Blue Arrow, had unfathomable strength. He hadn't made a move all these years. However, his deterrence allowed Blue Moon Prefecture to gain a foothold in the outer sect. You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it? Blue Devil sneered. I, Blue Devil, formally challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? A life and death battle? A cold, killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. It seemed that Blue Devil was determined to kill him. I refuse. Fang Chen turned around and walked into the Star River Prefecture. It's useless even if you don't agree. Blue Devil snorted and turned around to leave. Soon, a piece of news came from the enforcement hall. All the elders agreed to Blue Devil's life and death battle. The time was set for 3 months later. After this piece of news came out, the entire outer sect was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were discussing it. In the Star River Prefecture. Forcefully passed? Fang Chen frowned. He was displeased. Just because I'm not a disciple of the Wuji Sky Tablet? Fang Chen was slightly enraged. He immediately stood up and left the Star River Prefecture. When he passed by the square, many disciples were looking at Fang Chen. The latter didn't care about them and quickly arrived in front of the Wuji Sky Tablet. Isn't that Fong Chun of the Star River Prefecture? What is he doing? I guess he's scared silly? The enforcement hall agreed to Blue Devil's life and death battle. He's no match for Blue Devil. Blue Moon Prefecture must have put in a lot of effort to get the enforcement hall to forcefully agree. Many disciples were discussing. Unknowingly, they arrived in front of the Wuji Sky Tablet. The Wuji Sky Tablet was an important place in the outer sect. It was a stone tablet that was several feet tall and stood on the ground. Around the stone tablet, there was a faint trembling light. On the stone tablet, there were 1,000 names that were vivid and lifelike. It gave people an incomparable shock. Wuji Sky Tablet. Fong Chun muttered to himself. His gaze followed the Wuji Sky stele and saw Lan Mo's ranking at a glance. Blue River was ranked 985, while Blue Devil's ranking was much higher. He was ranked 860. If he wanted to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet, he had to defeat one of the disciples. That way, he could replace that disciple. Fong Chun casually chose the last disciple. Soon, the elder in charge of the Wuji Sky Tablet notified this disciple. You want to challenge me? The disciple asked coldly. Cut the crap, Fong Chun said. You're courting death. Just as the disciple was about to attack, he felt a cold sword light slashing towards him. Crack! Without any power to resist, he was sent flying by the sword. Fong Chun wins. Ranked 1,000 on the Wuji Sky Tablet. The elder in charge of the Wuji Sky Tablet announced loudly. Although it was only 1,000, being able to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet was enough to attract the attention of the outer sect's higher-ups. Many disciples were shocked. This wasn't Fong Chun's full strength, right? If he used his full strength, would he be able to reach Blue Devil's level? Fong Chun glanced at Blue Devil's ranking and said, I'll let you be cocky for 3 months. After entering the Wuji Sky Tablet, Fong Chun returned to the Star River Prefecture to cultivate. Disciplinary Hall. Elders, you've heard the news, right? Today, Fong Chun ascended to the everlasting heavenly tablet. An old man in blue robes said slowly, I've said before that although Fong Chun didn't enter the Wuji Sky Tablet, his strength isn't any weaker than the disciples on the Sky Tablet. However, you didn't listen. Elder Black, what do you mean by saying this? The person who spoke was from the Blue Moon Prefecture and was called Elder Blue. Fong Chun killed a disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture. Can't the Blue Moon Prefecture take revenge? The life and death battle is a fair thing. Blue Devil is a genius on the Wuji Sky Tablet. Since he initiated the life and death battle, according to the rules, we should accept it. Now that things have come to this, we can only wait for the life and death battle in 3 months. The other elders also expressed their opinions one after another. Obviously, Elder Blue's side hated Fong Chun. They were also the main reason for the life and death battle. As for Elder Black and the others, they felt that this decision was too hasty. After a round of argument, Elder Black compromised. Chapter 21:16. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 3 months was enough for Fong Chun to master the flying needle technique. At that time, the outcome of the battle with the Blue Devil would be uncertain. Therefore, Fong Chun wasn't anxious at all. After a month of seclusion in the Galaxy Province, Fong Chun finally mastered the first level of the flying needle technique. Whoosh! With a thought, a flying needle suddenly formed in the void. Although the flying needle looked small, it was formed by the fusion of the Divine Order runes. Out! Following Fong Chun's low shout, the tiny flying needle pierced through the sky and shot into the shattered void. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the clouds. Fong Chun nodded his head in satisfaction. The power of the first level of the flying needle technique had exceeded his expectations. The Blue Devil has only condensed 100,000 Divine Order runes. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with him. However, it will be difficult to defeat him with lightning speed, Fong Chun said to himself. If he could master the flying needle technique to the second level, the Blue Devil would be a piece of cake. There's still 2 months. I have to raise my strength as much as possible. This battle will let the outer sect disciples know that the Galaxy Province isn't that easy to bully. With that, Fang Shun left the Galaxy Province and arrived at the Boundless Sword Pagoda. He still had some origin stones on hand, which would be enough for Fang Shun to cultivate for a while. As soon as he entered the Boundless Sword Pagoda, Fang Shun saw many cultivators cultivating on the first level. To the second level. Go! Fang Shun hadn't been to the second level yet, so he wanted to give it a try. Whoosh! He passed through the light screen and entered the second level. Instantly, a scorching aura hit him in the face. The extremely dense origin energy drifted about in the void. Fang Shun's body trembled as the energy in his body resonated with the origin energy. The second level is indeed much better than the first level. Fang Shun grinned. At a glance, the second floor was divided into several areas. The area at the very front had 9 blue stones. All 9 blue stones are empty. Why aren't they cultivating there? The second level required 200 low-grade origin stones every 2 hours. Since he was already here, he would definitely go to a place with dense origin energy to cultivate. Fang Shun didn't think too much and directly sat on a blue stone near him. Wong. The rich origin energy instantly surged, and Fang Shun's face showed a hint of joy. Flying needle technique. In fact, being able to cultivate in the everlasting Sword Pagoda was already considered a luxury. At the very least, most of the disciples who were unable to enter the Wuji Sky Tablet did not have enough origin stones to cultivate here. Who is that kid? Why are you cultivating at Duan Hei's place? F*CK. He even dares to occupy Duan Hei's place. Is he tired of living? This brat looks so familiar. I remember now. He seems to be Fang Shun from the Star River Province. Recently, he's caused quite a bit of commotion in the outer sect. In an instant, all the disciples' gazes were focused on Fang Shun. Duan Hei's strength is obvious to all. Although he's not strong and is ranked at the bottom of the Wuji Sky Tablet, he has a powerful brother. However, he has a powerful older brother. Otherwise, how could he dare to occupy a bluestone platform on the second floor? Yes, these 9 bluestone platforms are the best places to cultivate in the second level. Countless people dream of it, but it's firmly occupied by the 9 of them. No one dares to provoke them. If it's any other bluestone platform, it's fine. But they just have to occupy Duan Hei's place. Now that Duan Hei is here, he's going to explode, right? Many disciples were discussing. At this moment, Duan Hei arrived. Young Master Duan, the origin stones have been paid for you. You can cultivate here to your heart's content. A disciple said fawningly. Duan Hei nodded and walked straight to the bluestone platform. However, he paused midway and pointed at Fang Shun, who was cultivating on the platform, and said, "Who is he?" Everyone who was in the midst of cultivation fell silent. A few disciples stood up and said, "Senior brother Duan Hei, this is Fang Shun from the Star River Province." Fang Shun? The Fang Shun who had a life and death battle with Blue MO? Duan Hei's face gradually darkened. The guy who ranked last on the Wuji Sky Tablet dared to occupy his bluestone platform. All 9 bluestone platforms are empty, yet he chose to occupy mine. Is he looking down on me? Duan Hei's heart was burning with anger. Senior brother Duan Hei, this guy is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson. Some disciples rushed to attack in order to curry favor with Duan Hei. Soon, a disciple attacked at lightning speed and threw a punch at Fang Shun's body. Dong! The terrifying rebounding force instantly sent that person flying. At the same time, Fang Shun stopped cultivating and looked at him with a frown. Why did you interrupt my cultivation? Fang Shun questioned. You're Fang Shun? Duan Hei stared at Fang Shun and asked, Who are you? Kid, you've got guts. You dare to occupy my spot? Duan Hei sneered. Who doesn't know that all 9 bluestone platforms on the second floor have owners? You don't want to occupy other spots, but you want to occupy mine. Aren't you bullying me? Fang Shun frowned and was unhappy. The Wuji Sword Pagoda is the Outer Sect's public cultivation resource. You violated the Outer Sect's rules by occupying it without permission, Fang Shun said in a deep voice. But this bluestone platform is my private cultivation spot. Duan Hei emphasized again. What a joke. There's so many on the second floor. Where's your name? The outer sect doesn't have such a decision. As long as I pay enough origin stones, I can cultivate wherever I want. Since when is it your turn to tell me what to do? Fong Chen said. Kid, you dare to talk to young Master Duan like that? Do you want to die? Kid, you're dead. You even dare to offend young Master Duan? A few disciples surrounded Duan He and scolded Fong Chen. Pa pa pa. Crisp sounds could be heard in the air. The disciples who had just scolded Fong Chen fell to the ground in an instant. 5 red finger marks could be seen on their faces, and a burning aura surrounded them. No matter what, I'm still a disciple of the Wuji Sky Steel. Who do you think you are? You dare to tell me what to do? Fong Chen's attitude was very strong. He didn't give Duan He any face and directly attacked his subordinates. Duan He squinted his eyes and stared at Fong Chen with his pitch-black pupils. After speaking, Fong Chen ignored Duan He and continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Seeing this, Duan He clenched his fist and punched towards Fong Chen. Dong! Just as his fist was about to reach Fong Chen, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. There was anger in his eyes. Immediately after, he gathered all the strength in his body and fiercely punched Duan He's fist. Kacha! Duan He's strength was about the same as Lan River's. In terms of strength, he was no match for Fong Chen. Under the impact, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Duan He's body, and his body was sent flying. Young Master Duan. A few lackeys hurriedly helped Duan He up. Kid, you're dead. Young Master Duan's brother is Duan Yunlong. If you dare to offend young Master Duan, his brother won't let you go. Oh? So you have a brother to back you up? Fong Chen squinted his eyes and smiled. Unfortunately, I don't know any Duan Yunlong. Duan He's heart burned with anger. In the previous exchange, he had already felt the terror of Fong Chen. Talking to a dying person is simply a waste of my time. Duan He sneered. In 2 months, you will definitely die at the hands of Blue Devil. Duan He, disdain to attack you. So, I can cultivate here? Fong Chen spread his hands and asked. Just wait and see. Duan He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Fong Chen looked around to the crowd and then sat cross-legged on Duan He's bluestone platform. No matter where, only the strong would gain the respect of others. Duan He relied on his brother's reputation to bully the weak disciples. They were afraid of Duan He, but he was not. Outside the everlasting sword pagoda. Young Master Duan, are we just going to let that kid go? Yes, young Master Duan. He dared to attack you. You must kill him. Young Master Duan, if you use your full strength, you will definitely be able to suppress Fong Chen. A few lackeys said in a low voice. Duan He's dark eyes flickered with cold, killing intent as he said coldly, He dared to provoke me, Duan He. He will not have a good ending. A mere disciple ranked in the top 1,000 of the everlasting sky tablet is not enough for my brother to make a move. Young Master Duan, then how should we deal with Fong Chen? Hearing this, Duan He sneered, as if he already had a plan in mind. Chapter 21:17. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Galaxy Province was ranked last out of the 73 lineages of the outer sect. However, even so, Fong Chen's name had spread among the lower-ranked lineages. He had killed Lan Xing, pierced Lan He with a sword, and challenged Lan Mo to a 3-month battle. All of these had caused his name to spread. Especially when the latter had entered the Wuji Sky Steel, those disciples who couldn't enter the Wuji Sky Steel were envious. Duan He came from the 65th ranked Black-White Mansion. Their lineage was in a universe called the Black-White Universe. The Black-White Universe had produced many geniuses over the years. Especially in Duan He's generation, there were a few outstanding experts. One of them had even entered the inner sect. This caused the Black-White Mansion to have a high status in the outer sect. Even those who were ranked higher than the Black-White Mansion did not dare to provoke them. Duan He's strength wasn't too strong. The reason why he could do whatever he wanted in the outer sect was because of his brother, Duan Yunlong. Duan Yunlong was ranked in the top 500 of the Wuji Sky Steel. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. With Duan Yunlong protecting his brother, Duan He was even more fearless. This time, Fang Chun had snatched Duan He's green stone platform, causing the latter to hold a grudge against him. Hence, he came to visit Lan Mo. Who are you? Black White Mansion's Duan He is here to visit Lan Mo, Duan He said. Soon, the guard sent a message to Lan Mo, who welcomed him with a smile. Haha, what brings Brother Duan He here? Lan Mo invited Duan He into the Blue Moon Mansion. The two of them sat in the pavilion and chatted happily. Brother Lan Mo, I heard that you're going to have a life-and-death battle with Fang Chun in 2 months? Duan He went straight to the point. That damn guy. He insulted my Blue Moon Mansion time and time again. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lan Mo gritted his teeth when he mentioned Fang Chun. To be honest, I had a conflict with Fang Chun in the Wuji Sword Pagoda, Duan He continued. Oh, Lan Mo looked at Duan He and his eyes sparkled. I've come here this time to discuss with Brother Blue Devil how to kill this kid in 2 months. Limitless Sword Pagoda's second floor, on the bluestone platform. Fang Chun, who had been cultivating for several hours, could feel that his comprehension of the flying needle technique had already reached a certain level. Phew! Fang Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. Time to go out. There was no need to stay any longer. It would be a complete waste of origin stones. After leaving the Limitless Sword Pagoda, Fang Chun realized that the sky had already darkened, and he could not even see his fingers in front of him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fang Chun felt a subtle energy fluctuation in the air. Fang Chun frowned. His expression changed slightly. These energy fluctuations were clearly from a battle. Who's fighting so late at night? Fang Chun was a little curious. He quickly rushed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Whoosh! Using the space-time cultivation system, Fang Chun shuttled through the void and quickly arrived at the edge of the mountain. This place was already far away from the outer sect buildings of the Limitless Sword sect. Over there, Fang Chun hid in the weeds and suddenly realized that there were 2 experts fighting halfway up the mountain. Whoosh! Unimaginable sword light circled in the sky and finally collided with each other. The energy fluctuations that erupted shocked Fang Chun. So strong. Are they also outer sect disciples? Fang Chun was very curious. Such strength was already the strongest divine inscription's realm that he had ever seen. Love, go little Seichu with their strength. They should at least be in the top 50 of the Limitless Sky Monument, right? Fang Chun thought to himself. Halfway up the mountain, a man in a black robe, holding a giant sword, stared ahead. Opposite him was a man in a purple robe, holding a software in his hand. Zifang, your strength hasn't improved much after so many years. The man in the black robe sneered. Aren't you the same, Wen Kong? The man called Zifang said. Today's battle is a draw. We'll fight again in 3 years. Wen Kong put away his giant sword and said with a smile. However, just as Zifang was about to leave, they suddenly noticed someone in the dark. Who is it? Following Zifang's angry roar, Fang Chun walked out of the weeds awkwardly. Senior brothers, I came here because I accidentally noticed the fluctuations of the battle. Fang Chun hurriedly explained. Void Realm? Seeing Fang Chun, Zifang was stunned for a moment. He frowned and was a little unhappy. You're Fang Chun from the Star River province? Wen Kong looked at Fang Chun with interest and asked, How do you know? Fang Chun was a little surprised. Of course I know. You're the first person after me to use the primordial spirit to control the sword puppet and defeat your opponent in the sword puppet arena. Wen Kong grinned. After knowing that this person was Fang Chun, Wen Kong's attitude towards him obviously improved. So it's you, Zifang said in surprise. However, talent doesn't represent strength. You're too weak now and don't have the qualifications to watch our battle. Go back. Senior brothers, I'll take my leave. Fang Chun was very tactful and hurriedly left. After returning to the Star River province, Fang Chun kept thinking about the battle between his 2 senior brothers. Senior brother Wen Kong's control of the sword has reached the point where he knows it like the back of his hand. And senior brother Zifang can use Qi to control the sword. It's really amazing. Watching the battle between the 2 experts, Fang Chun felt enlightened and hurriedly began to practice the traceless sword principle. After an hour, Fang Chun opened his eyes. He curled his lips and said, "I haven't mastered the traceless sword principle, but I've mastered the second level of the flying needle technique." After mastering the second level of the flying needle technique, Fang Chun was more confident in the deathmatch. Although he had not stepped into the divine rune realm, he had created a historical record in the chaotic void. Just you wait. In 2 months, I'll make you regret your decision. After saying that, Fang Chun closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Today, the 3-month deadline had arrived. Some disciples who were watching the death match came to the martial arts practice field early in the morning. Many people were discussing who would fall in this battle of life and death, and who would win. "Young Master Duan, you're here too?" In the crowd, someone recognized Duan He and asked with a smile, "I'm here to see how Fang Chun will be killed by Lan Mo." Duan He said coldly. As time passed, more and more disciples gathered in the martial arts practice field. About 2 hours later, Lan Mo also arrived. Senior brother Lan Mo. Many people were shouting Lan Mo's name. A few elders of the law enforcement hall also came. Among them, Elder Lan and the others smiled when they saw Lan Mo's refreshed look. Lan Mo will definitely kill Fang Chun in this death match. If Fang Chun falls, then there's no need for the Star River province to continue existing, right? Indeed, after waiting for a while, Fang Chun finally arrived under everyone's gaze. Whoosh! With a leap, he jumped onto the martial arts practice field and looked at Lan Mo. "Fang Chun, are you ready to die?" Lan Mo asked eerily. "I'm not ready." Fang Chun shrugged and said, "Because I won't die at all. The one who will die will be you." It's useless to be glib. I won't hold back in a death match. After today, the Star River province will disappear from the outer sect, Lan Mo said disdainfully. Below, Duan He was furious when he saw Fang Chun. "This damn guy. I really hope Lan Mo can kill him," Duan He said in a deep voice. "Young Master Duan, don't worry. Fang Chun is no match for Lan Mo. That's right. Lan Mo is a prodigy ranked in the 800s on the Wuji Sky Tablet. How can Fang Chun defeat him?" "I hope so," Duan He said gloomily. On the martial arts practice field, the atmosphere was tense. On the rostrum, Elder He announced the rules of the deathmatch. In theory, the deathmatch will not end until one side dies. However, you're both disciples of the Wuji Sword sect. I hope you can stop when you're done, Elder He said. During the deathmatch, you can't borrow the power of others. The deathmatch will only end when one side dies. Although the deathmatch had such rules, Elder He still hoped that the two could put aside their hatred and decide the victor. However, it was merely a thought. He knew that it was impossible. On the path of martial arts, once the sword was drawn, there was no turning back. Chapter 21:18. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Elder Black finished his announcement, Blue Devil was already eager to give it a try. He could not wait to attack Fang Chun. "Fang Chun, enjoy the approach of death." After Lan Mo said this, an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Then, a giant sword appeared in his hand. Crash! With a swing of the giant sword, the whole world seemed to be spinning. Wherever the giant sword passed, a terrifying sword aura would spread out, quickly forming many black and enchanting flowers. There were spots of white on these flowers. They looked ordinary, but in fact, they were filled with killing intent. Heaven and earth obliteration technique. Lan Mo shouted and performed the heaven and earth obliteration technique. Under the control of the giant sword, the black and enchanting flowers formed by the sword chi in the sky revolved together to form a terrifying vortex. In the vortex, a terrifying black sword light gradually appeared. Crack! The surrounding void shattered instantly. Lan Mo waved his hand, and the giant sword spun a few rounds in the sky. The black sword light that appeared from the vortex absorbed all the flowers. Then, it merged with the giant sword and burst out a dazzling black light. Kill! Lan Mo was aggressive. He held the giant sword and slashed it. It seems that Lan Mo really wants to kill Fang Chun. He performed his best heaven and earth obliteration technique right from the start. Yes, it is said that although this heaven and earth obliteration technique is a medium-level divine technique, its real power is comparable to a high-level divine technique. It seems that the battle is about to end. No one had expected it to end when it had just begun. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chun sneered when he saw Lan Mo's attack. "In my eyes, all of your attacks are nothing more than the resistance of an ant." Fang Chun sneered. He entered the void and shuttled back and forth, avoiding Lan Mo's attacks. At the same time, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He performed the immemorial soul refining technique. 6 sword moves were performed at the same time and attacked the giant sword. Dong! A deafening sound resounded in the sky and the void shattered. Fang Chun quickly retreated and stabilized himself on the martial arts stage. Crack! Lan Mo held the giant sword and shattered Fang Chun's attack. He took a step forward and arrived above Fang Chun's head. "Is this all you've got?" Fang Chun did not care about Lan Mo's ridicule. In a battle of life and death, only the last survivor would be the winner. Moreover, he had not performed the traceless sword principle. Buzz! Faced with Lan Mo's powerful attack, Fang Chun performed the traceless sword technique. A streak of sword light that was imperceptible to the naked eye silently appeared in the air. It shot toward the blue demon with unstoppable power. At the same time, Fang Chun used flying needle flying technique. The second level of the flying needle art was displayed. The terrifying power of the soul, Tao, instantly condensed into 2 resplendent flying needles, which shot towards the blue devil's eyes. On the rostrum, Elder Blue's expression changed. He vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness. "What's going on?" Elder Blue stared intently at Fang Chun, but he could not find any clues. "I hope it's just my imagination," Elder Lan said softly. "Poochie." Just when everyone thought that Lan Mo's thunderous attack had completely suppressed Fang Chun, the battle situation took a 180-degree turn. A miserable cry rang out from Lan Mo's mouth. A shocking hole had appeared on his chest at some point in time. Blood constantly flowed out from it. Bang! Lan Mo's body was on the verge of collapse. He tried his best to hold on, but it was useless. The traceless sword principle was too powerful, and he could not withstand it. Swoosh! Just as Blue Devil's body fell, 2 flying needles shot into his eyes, causing his eyeballs to explode. Dong! Lan Mo let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. This sudden turn of events stunned Elder Blue and the others. He immediately cried out, "It's the traceless sword principle. It must be the traceless sword principle." Only the traceless sword principle could erupt such a powerful force. Recalling the uneasiness he felt, Elder Lan was even more certain that Fang Chun was using the Wuji Sword Sect's supreme universe-level divine technique, the traceless sword principle. Die! The attack of the traceless sword principle immediately made Lan Mo lose his combat strength. Coupled with the flying needle flying technique, he lost his sight and became a cripple. Fang Chun walked towards Lan Mo step by step and raised the hidden star sword in his hand. "When you challenged me, you should have been prepared to die." After saying that, Fang Chun's face was emotionless. The hidden star sword quickly fell and blood splattered everywhere. Lan Mo's head was chopped off and his primordial spirit shattered. "Stop!" When Elder Lan woke up from the shock, he was instantly enraged and hurriedly scolded. But it was too late. Lan Mo had been killed by Fang Chun. Crash! Elder Lan's body flashed and landed on the martial arts practice ring. After checking Lan Mo's body, he found that Lan Mo was dead and his face was extremely gloomy. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Fang Chun with his deep eyes. "Elder Lan, are you going to interfere in the life and death battle?" Elder Hay scolded. "Lan Mo is dead and the life and death battle is over. I hope Elder Lan will restrain himself." The entire martial arts practice ring was in an uproar. Countless disciples widened their eyes and looked at the bloody scene. They did not expect the outcome to be like this. You have cultivated the traceless sword principle. Elder Lon suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly. Fangchen did not deny it. The traceless sword principle was the sword principle divine technique of the Wuji sword sect. Elder Lon and the others had seen it, and he had to admit it. With your current strength, you are not qualified to obtain the traceless sword principle. You sneaked into the secret skills pavilion and stole the traceless sword principle. Elder Lon said word by word, "Do you know that this is a capital offense?" After hearing the words, traceless sword principle, the martial arts practice ring was in an uproar again. Oh my God! Fangchen has cultivated the traceless sword principle? No one in the outer sect has been able to cultivate this sword principle until now. He has actually cultivated it? It is said that a genius who can cultivate the traceless sword principle has the potential to surpass all the disciples. Many people looked at Fangchen with their mouths agape. Their eyes were burning with passion. Before this, they were just watching the show. But now it was different. Fangchen had cultivated the traceless sword principle. This was definitely explosive news. How is this possible? This damn guy. How did he cultivate the traceless sword principle? Duan He, who was in the crowd, muttered to himself. His mind was blank. He vaguely remembered that his brother, Duan Yunlong, had said that in the entire outer sect, even the number one person on the Wuji Sky Tablet could not cultivate the traceless sword principle. However, anyone who could cultivate the traceless sword principle divine skill had the potential to be on a different level. This Duan He trembled. His heart was in turmoil. On the martial arts practice ring, Elder Lon, Fangchen is able to cultivate the traceless sword principle. This is our outer sect's blessing. Don't you think it is too much to make such malicious conjectures? Elder Lon said in a deep voice. Elder Lon, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, you should know better than me the importance of the traceless sword principle. How could an ordinary outer sect disciple come into contact with the traceless sword principle? Elder Lon questioned. Please tell me, how did he obtain the traceless sword principle? No matter what, Fangchen has cultivated the traceless sword principle and is already an important disciple of the outer sect. Don't you dare touch him. Elder Lon said, I know you hate Fangchen because of Lon Mo's death. However, this is the truth. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Lon Mo for being inferior. He was the one who proposed the death match. At that time, I didn't want to accept it. However, you, Elder Lon, insisted on accepting it. Now that Lon Mo is dead, you're looking for trouble with Fangchen, Elder Lon continued. Fangchen, tell me, where did you obtain the traceless sword principle? Elder Lon kept harping on this matter. If I say it fell from the sky, would you believe me? Fangchen said. Don't be so glib. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will punish you on behalf of the law enforcement hall, Elder Lon scolded. Fangchen spread out his hands, indicating that he was speechless. Elder Lon, I respect you as an elder of the law enforcement hall. Therefore, no matter how malicious your conjectures are, I am not angry. Moreover, when you asked me where I obtained the traceless sword principle, I told you the truth. However, what about you? As an elder of the law enforcement hall, you're using your position to avenge private matters. What's the point of this? Chapter 21:19. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Elder Lon was from the Blue Moon Manor, so she naturally had to protect the Blue Moon Manor's disciples. Normally, there were many Blue Moon Manor disciples who violated the outer sect's rules, but Elder Lon bent the law for personal gain and did not pursue the matter. Today, he had originally been confident that Blue Demon would be able to kill Fangchen in the Galaxy Province. However, the outcome had exceeded his expectations. For a moment, Elder Lon was unable to accept this fact. Therefore, he wanted to punish Fangchen with his traceless sword technique. However, Elder He and the others strongly opposed it. What kind of joke was this? To be able to master the traceless sword art, he was a genius that was hard to come by in a billion years. How could he allow Elder Lon to punish him? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Elder Lon was so angry that he lost his mind and scolded. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and attacked Fong Chen. Impudent. Seeing this, Elder He let out a low growl and shielded Fong Chen behind him. Then, he exchanged a blow with Elder Blue. "Move aside," Elder Blue said coldly. "Elder Blue, don't be so obstinate." Elder Black said, "You can't stop me." Elder Blue sneered. His body turned into a series of afterimages and instantly surrounded Elder Black. Bang, bang, bang. While Elder Black was dealing with the afterimage, Elder Blue's main body had already silently arrived in front of Fong Chen. BR crack. Fong Chen moved his body sideways without warning, barely dodging Elder Blue's powerful attack. Die brat. Elder Blue punched out, shattering the void. Fong Chen was enveloped by the terrifying power. Stop! Elder Black's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. However, his actions were unable to stop Elder Lon, who had descended into madness. The latter increased his strength and launched a fierce and domineering attack on Fong Chen. Love go little say, cannot good. Fong Chen cursed inwardly and was about to perform the traceless swordsmanship. Suddenly, a spatial ripple appeared. Then, he sensed that the powerful force binding him had disappeared without a trace. Elder Blue. A light voice came from the sky. Bang! A giant hand descended from the sky and pressed Elder Blue to the ground. His dangerous attack was instantly neutralized. What happened? Everyone in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes as they looked at Elder Lon, who was being pressed onto the martial arts practice field. In the entire outer sect, there was no one else who possessed such strength apart from the outer sect leader. Heavens! Even the outer sect leader has been alerted? The hearts of many disciples were filled with shock. The giant hand pressed Elder Blue to the ground, but no one appeared. Elder Lon, you've gone too far. The voice came from the void again. Although his voice was very soft, no one dared to ignore it. This was especially so for Elder Black and the others, who cupped their fists towards a void. Swordmaster, Fong Chen secretly learned the traceless swordsmanship. As the elder of the law enforcement hall, I punish him, Elder Blue said in horror. However, before he could finish his sentence, the cold voice came from the void again. You're too stubborn. The law enforcement hall is not suitable for you. From now on, Elder Blue will be stripped of his position as the elder of the law enforcement hall. He will be demoted to an ordinary elder and will assist Elder He-san in the daily affairs of the disciples. Swordmaster, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Elder Blue was shocked when he heard that and hurriedly begged for mercy. However, the giant hand disappeared and the voice came from the void again. Swordmaster? Fong Chen looked at the giant hand that disappeared and was shocked. He was indeed the Swordmaster, the person in charge of the entire outer sect. He could intimidate everyone before he even arrived and pressed Elder Blue to the ground with just one hand. Elder Blue's face was ashen. He got up from the ground and looked at Fong Chen with resentment. Elder Blue, take care. Elder Black flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Some of the other elders who were originally on Elder Blue's side were trembling and separated themselves from Elder Blue. They were afraid that the Swordmaster would blame them and demote them to ordinary elders. Dong! Suddenly, a voice sounded in Fong Chen's mind. Soon after, he looked at the distant horizon with some confusion. Whoosh! Before he could react, the figure disappeared into thin air. Fong Chen disappeared. The Swordmaster must have taken him away. Other than the Swordmaster, there could be no one else who could take Fong Chen away under the noses of Elder Black and the others. It seems that the Swordmaster is also paying attention to this battle. Elder Black and the others were happy for Fong Chen. He was destined to be extraordinary after cultivating the traceless sword principle. Now that he was summoned by the Swordmaster, it could be imagined that his future path would be even easier. In the martial arts arena, everyone was still in shock. At this moment, Fong Chen had already arrived at the center of power of the outer sect. He was in a sword-shaped palace. I am the Swordmaster. An old man in a long white robe sat on the throne with a gentle smile on his face as he spoke. Disciple Fong Chen greets the Swordmaster. Fong Chen was shocked. If he did not know, he he would not have associated this person with the Swordmaster. "You're welcome." The Swordmaster seemed to be in a good mood and was not affected by Elder Blue's words. "Where did you get your traceless sword principle?" the Swordmaster asked. "Swordmaster, my traceless sword principle fell from the sky," Fong Chun said truthfully. Unexpectedly, the Swordmaster believed him. Fong Chun did not expect the Swordmaster to believe him. He nodded slightly, his eyes filled with passion. "I didn't expect the outer sect to have a genius like you. It's a pity that someone else found you first." Fong Chun guessed that the someone else the Swordmaster was referring to was someone from the inner sect. It was also very likely that it was the old man who took Fong Shi away. "The traceless sword principle hasn't been cultivated for a long time. You were able to cultivate it with your own efforts. You are indeed a genius in the way of the sword." The Swordmaster laughed. "It's not an exaggeration to say that you have the highest potential in the outer sect." "Swordmaster, you flatter me." "I was just lucky," Fong Chun said humbly. Who was the Swordmaster? He was the high and mighty leader of the outer sect and controlled the entire outer sect. No one knew how powerful he was. The Swordmaster's black eyes stared at Fong Chun. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt that his body was imprisoned in the void. All his secrets became transparent and were completely exposed to the Swordmaster. After a long time, the Swordmaster nodded in satisfaction. "If it wasn't for this life-and-death battle, I wouldn't have noticed you." The Swordmaster stroked his white beard and said with a smile, "However, it's not too late now. You haven't stepped into the divine pattern realm, so there is still room for improvement. By the way, how many divine pattern of order have you absorbed? If you need divine pattern of order, just let me know." The Swordmaster asked Fong Chun to release the divine pattern of order. Fong Chun nodded lightly, and one by one, the divine pattern of order appeared above his head. 5. However, just as the Swordmaster finished speaking, the 6th divine pattern appeared, followed by the 7th and 8th. Could it be that he absorbed 9? Whoosh! When the 9th divine pattern of order appeared, the Swordmaster's eyes widened. But soon he felt relieved. It was normal for a Sword Dao genius who had mastered the traceless sword art to absorb 9 divine runes of order. Not bad, not bad. The limit of the void realm. The Swordmaster nodded with a smile. However, this wasn't the end. Since the Swordmaster valued him, he had to show some ability. Fong Chun released the 10th divine pattern of order without hesitation. Suddenly, the bright divine pattern of order lit up the entire palace. The Swordmaster's smile disappeared as he stared at Fong Chun in shock. "This is the 10th divine pattern of order." The Swordmaster rubbed his eyes hard, afraid that he had seen wrongly. However, after countless confirmations, he finally believed the truth in front of his eyes. Can the void realm absorb the 10th divine pattern of order? The Swordmaster seemed to be asking himself this question. His heart was surging with waves of shock. The limit of the void realm was 9 divine patterns of order. This was the iron law of the chaotic void, but Fong Chun had broken it. Senior Swordmaster, existence is reason. Moreover, the limit of the void realm absorbing 9 divine patterns of order is just some theory. They can't absorb the 10th divine pattern because of various factors, Fong Chun said. After a long while, the Swordmaster woke up from his shock and nodded lightly. Existence is reason. He muttered to himself, "After cultivating for countless years, I can finally see a legend today. I have no regrets in my life." Fong Chun had raised the Void Realm record to 10 divine patterns, shocking the Swordmaster. Chapter 2120. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Swordmaster looked at Fong Chun in a daze, his eyes filled with excitement. Although he was shocked to learn the traceless sword principle, he could still accept it. After all, there had been people who had succeeded in the history of the Wuji sword sect. However, for a Void Realm expert to absorb 10 fused divine runes of order, this was definitely unprecedented. He dare not say that no one would be able to do it in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Ever since the existence of the chaotic void, the most powerful person in history had only absorbed 9 divine order runes. 9 was the limit. Throughout the years, there had been many elites who had tried to absorb the 10th Divine Order rune, but they had all failed and died. However, there was someone who had successfully absorbed the 10th Divine Order rune before his eyes. Does this mean that 9 Divine Order runes isn't the limit of the Void Realm? After a long while, the Swordmaster's heart trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. Today, he had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Whoosh! Fang Chen kept the 10 Divine Order runes, and the terrifying aura in the sword-shaped hall instantly dissipated. Seeing the Swordmaster's expression, Fang Chen knew that he had achieved his goal. He had already displayed such outstanding talent, and the Swordmaster would definitely value him. His days in the Wuji Sword sect would be much better in the future. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about the Blue Moon Prefecture taking revenge on him. On the path of martial arts, other than talent, cultivation resources were more important. Talent determined the upper limit of a martial artist's growth, and cultivation resources determined the speed of a martial artist's cultivation. Fang Chen had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He had to protect his family and friends. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to allow the Galaxy Prefecture to gain a foothold in the outer sect. Although the Galaxy Prefecture could survive in the outer sect, many of the higher-ranked prefectures didn't even acknowledge the Galaxy lineage. They didn't even bother to attack the Galaxy lineage. If Fang Chen wanted to change this, he had to become stronger. Senior Swordmaster. Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted him softly. The Swordmaster suddenly woke up from his shock. He squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. It was as if he was staring at a peerless locust tree treasure, and he was deeply afraid that it would slip away if he wasn't careful. Why didn't you say that you absorbed 10 fused divine runes of order? The Swordmaster asked. Fang Chen remained silent. The Swordmaster continued. From today onwards, you will enter the limitless sword pagoda to cultivate. You don't need any source stones. You can cultivate for as long as you want. This was the promise that the Swordmaster had made to Fang Chen. It was also a certain amount of cultivation resources. The limitless sword pagoda was the outer sect's holy land for cultivation, but the price was incomparably high. Many disciples did not have enough source stones to cultivate. However, the Swordmaster had waived all of Fang Chen's origin stones. He could enter and leave as he pleased to cultivate. One had to know that in the history of the Limitless Sword sect, other than him, no other disciple had received such treatment. Thank you, Swordmaster. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The Limitless Sword Pagoda had helped him a lot, and the Swordmaster's words had undoubtedly benefited him a lot. You were able to absorb 10 fused divine runes of order. Such potential is considered top-notch in the entire chaotic void. In the Void Realm, you can be considered as the undisputed number 1 person, the Swordmaster said. The strongest Void Realm martial artist in history. Just this honor alone was frightening. From today onwards, you're a core disciple of the Outer Sect. If you have any problems, you can look for me directly, the Swordmaster said. Then, the Swordmaster waved his hand, and suddenly, a ray of light shot into Fang Chen's glabella. Fang Chen felt a vast amount of energy spread out instantly, and countless small words appeared in his mind. Back then, I also tried to cultivate the traceless sword principle, but I failed. It wasn't until I became the Outer Sect leader that I started to comprehend the traceless sword principle again. This is my understanding of the traceless sword principle. Take a good look at it, the Swordmaster said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Wasn't the comprehension of the traceless sword principle too precious? The traceless sword principle was a supreme, universe-level divine art, and there were a total of 3 moves. Fang Chen had only mastered the first move, but he was already invincible in the Void Realm. He could even hold his own in the Divine Inscription Realm. According to his guess, if he could master the second move of the traceless sword principle, he would be invincible in the Divine Inscription Realm. Swordmaster, I will never forget your kindness. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster waved his hand and said, You are a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. It is natural for me to help you. Thank you. After the sword master finished speaking, his gaze fell on Fang Chun again. After observing for a long time, he said, "Although your physical body is strong, I feel that there are some flaws." Oh, Fang Chun listened attentively. The sword master was too strong. He was knowledgeable, and his analysis was unique. "If you have time, you could try the Purgatory Tower." The sword master said, "The Purgatory Tower is only open to the top 100 disciples on the Wuji Sky Tablet. However, with your strength, it is only a matter of time before you enter the top 100. I will allow you to enter the Purgatory Tower freely." "Sword master, what is the Purgatory Tower?" Fang Chun was curious. He had been in the Wuji sword sect for some time. Why hadn't he heard of the Purgatory Tower? "Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you." The sword master grinned and said, "The Purgatory Tower is a tower for tempering the physical body. If a martial artist can persevere after entering the tower, the tempering of the physical body might change your special body constitution. In the history of our limitless sword sect, there were many geniuses who came out of the Purgatory Tower with a completely new body. They cultivated some special physiques that were famous in the primal chaos void." Swordmaster said, "However, these special physiques are all related to the Sword Tao. I realize that your physical body is related to the Sword Tao. This way, you will have a higher chance of success after entering the Purgatory Tower." Voila! The Swordmaster's wrist shook, and a triangular token flew towards Fang Chun. The latter caught it and looked at it carefully. There was a giant sword drawn on the back and the word sword on the front. "The Purgatory Tower is on the Purgatory Mountain. You can enter the Purgatory Tower with this token," the Swordmaster said. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. He had heard of the Purgatory Mountain before. He was still wondering what exactly was on the Purgatory Mountain and why disciples were forbidden from entering. Now he finally understood that the Purgatory Tower was on the Purgatory Mountain. "I can only help you this much. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Your potential is great. Don't let yourself sink." The Swordmaster waved his hand, indicating that Fang Chun could leave. "Thank you, Swordmaster." Fang Chun bid farewell to the Swordmaster, walked out of the sword-shaped palace, and returned to the Star River Prefecture. Blue Moon Prefecture. Elder Blue's face was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, with a bang, he smashed the stone table beside him. His heart was burning with anger. "That damn bastard," Elder Blue said coldly. His eyes were filled with ice-cold, killing intent. "Elder Blue, this is all that Blue Devil's fault. If not for him, you wouldn't have been demoted to an ordinary elder," Lan Jian said calmly. "There is a huge difference between an ordinary elder and an enforcement elder. His current status was even lower than Elder He-San's. You want me to help that He-San guy? Dream on," Elder Blue said with a heavy voice. With the Swordmaster's appearance, Fang Chun in the Star River Prefecture will definitely be noticed. "It will be extremely difficult for us to take action," Lan Jian continued. It didn't matter if Blue Devil died, but Elder Blue was demoted. This was definitely not something their Blue Moon Prefecture wanted to see. Elder Blue was demoted to an ordinary elder. For Blue Moon Prefecture, this was too great of a loss. Therefore, even Lan Jian couldn't sit still anymore. Just because it isn't easy to take action doesn't mean we don't have a chance. I have just been demoted. Don't act rashly. You must wait patiently. When you have enough confidence, then take action." Elder Blue's eyes emitted a cold light as he said coldly, "Elder Blue, don't worry. I will order the Blue Moon Prefecture disciples not to cause trouble for a period of time." Lan Jian nodded and said, "However, as for how to deal with Fang Chun, Elder Blue will have to personally take action. Don't worry. He caused me to be demoted. I will definitely take revenge," Elder Blue said. "Oh, right. How's your cultivation?" Hearing this, Lan Jian's face revealed a helpless expression. "I feel that my physical strength has reached a bottleneck. Every time I go to the Purgatory Tower, I can't change the nature of my physical body." Elder Blue thought for a moment and took out a pill from his bosom. Chapter 21:21. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the battle with the Blue Devil, Fang Chen's name spread again. This battle had attracted the attention of the elusive Swordmaster. Countless disciples were shocked by this battle. Especially after the battle, when the Swordmaster summoned Fang Chun, it caused countless disciples to speculate. Fang Chen's domineering killing of the Blue Devil made many disciples acknowledge his strength. However, there were still many factions that thought that Fang Chun was too high profile and that the Star River province would not exist for long. Black and White Mansion. The Black and White universe was many times stronger than the Blue Moon universe. Duan He and Duan Yunlong both came from the Black and White universe. Although Duan Yunlong was not the strongest person in the Black and White Mansion, his deterrence was still very strong. It was said that Duan Yunlong's strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the Black and White Mansion. One could imagine how strong he was. At this moment, in a certain pavilion, Duan Yunlong sat quietly on a stone bench, holding a teacup in his hand and drinking tea leisurely. "Big brother, that Fang Chun is too much," Duan He said anxiously. At this moment, Duan Yunlong put down his teacup and turned to look at his younger brother. "Brother, you're always so impatient." Duan Yunlong shook his head and said, "Your potential is not bad, but you don't like to cultivate. And you learn from others, arrogant and despotic, occupying the best cultivation spot in the Wuji Sword Tower. I told you before that the Wuji Sword Sect is not our Black and White universe. Those who can come here are all geniuses of various universes. They also had their own pride in their hearts. Because I was protecting you before, many people were not willing to be your enemy. But if this goes on, it won't be a good thing," Duan Yunlong said earnestly. "But big brother," Duan He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Duan Yunlong. "Fang Chun of the Star River Province. Although he is weak, his potential is not bad. How long has it been since he came to the outer sect and killed the Blue Devil? Even I am ashamed of my inferiority to such a speed of growth. And this time, he attracted the attention of the Swordmaster. You better not provoke him in the future," Duan Yunlong warned. "Got it, big brother." Duan He lowered his head. Without Duan Yunlong's help, how could he fight Fang Chun on his own? "All right, if there's nothing else, don't disturb me. I'm going into secluded cultivation," Duan Yunlong said as he stood up and left. A cold glint flashed across Duan He's eyes. Fang Chun, Galaxy Prefecture. Fang Chun was comprehending the traceless sword art that the Swordmaster had given him. As expected of the Swordmaster, he can actually use such an unconventional method to comprehend the traceless sword principle. After a long time, Fang Chun opened his eyes and sighed. After a deep comprehension, he realized that the Swordmaster's method was very unique. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not think in such a way. However, this was where the Swordmaster's brilliance lay. My control over the first move of the traceless sword art has become even more perfect. However, there's still a certain distance before I can master the second move. Fang Chun curled his lips and said to himself. Right now, he had already reached the critical point of the Void Realm. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the Divine Pattern Realm. However, Fang Chun was hesitating. He was wondering if 10 fused divine patterns of order was the limit of the Void Realm. Could it be that he really couldn't absorb the 11th one? After successfully absorbing the 10th one, Fang Chun was even more eager to try. However, he didn't try recklessly. After stopping his cultivation, Fang Chun stood up and said, "Let's go to the Purgatory Tower to take a look." The perfect sword body was still considered powerful in the universe, but in the primal chaos, it clearly couldn't keep up with Fang Chun's growth. Fang Chun also wanted to give it a try and see if he could gain anything in the Purgatory Tower. Purgatory Mountain. This was an extremely small mountain peak above the limitless Sword Mountain. The surroundings of this mountain peak were scarlet all year round, and a terrifying aura filled the entire mountain peak. Slaughter was the specialty of Purgatory Mountain. Many disciples who weren't firm enough easily lost their rationality when they came to Purgatory Mountain. As soon as he arrived at the foot of Purgatory Mountain, he was stopped by a red-haired elder. Disciple Fang Chun wishes to enter the Purgatory Tower to cultivate. As he spoke, he took out the triangular token. Sword Master token? Seeing this, The red-haired elder's expression changed, and then he directly let him go. What kind of joke was this? In the outer sect, the sword master was the strongest and also the person with the highest status. His token wouldn't be given to others so casually. Dang, dang, dang. After ascending the Purgatory Mountain, Fang Chun felt that the surroundings were filled with an incomparably scarlet aura. So oppressive, Fang Chun felt that even his heart was a bit shaken. This scarlet aura was filled with tyrannical source power. If he recklessly absorbed it, it would cause harm to his body. What a strange place. I wonder how it was built. In Fang Chen's words, it was simply amazing. In the Scarlet Storm, a 9-story tall tower was faintly discernible. This was the Purgatory Tower. There were complicated patterns on the Purgatory Tower's body. It was entirely red, giving off an incomparably shocking feeling. That is, Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the complicated patterns on the tower's body. If his guess was correct, it should be from the hands of a talisman master. Could it be that this Purgatory Tower itself is also a talisman? In the universe, Fang Chun had seen pagoda-shaped talismans before, but they couldn't compare to the Purgatory Tower at all. The closer he got to the Purgatory Tower, the more he could feel the terrifying power spreading. Crack! The bones in his body made sounds, and his body was tense. The perfect sword body had already been pushed to the extreme, and his physical defense was raised to the strongest. However, every step he took still felt extremely difficult. Is it because I'm too weak? Fang Chun muttered to himself. In fact, his guess was correct. The runes on the tower's body contained the terrifying power of the divine runes of order. If a Void Realm martial artist wanted to pass through their seal and enter the Purgatory Tower, it would be an extremely difficult task. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Fang Chun was moving forward with difficulty, a few disciples entered the Purgatory Tower one after another. When they passed by Fang Chen's side, they gave him a look of surprise. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had already persevered in front of the Purgatory Tower for an hour. He was only a step away from the entrance. I finally persevered. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Purgatory Tower, it was too powerful. At this moment, Blue Moon Manor's Lan Jian ascended Purgatory Mountain. Why would a Void Realm martial artist appear? Lan Jian looked at Fang Chun's back and was a bit puzzled. However, he quickly recognized Fang Chun. Star River Manor's Fang Chun. A trace of coldness flashed past Lan Jian's eyes. Then, he leapt up, and with a light tap of his feet, he instantly appeared beside Fang Chun. Audacious thief, trespassing into Purgatory Mountain. Lan Jian deliberately let out a low shout and punched out. Rumble. It was already a bit difficult to resist the Purgatory Tower's runes to begin with, so he was ambushed by Lan Jian. Fang Chun couldn't hold on any longer, and his body directly flew out. Thump, thump, thump. After leaving the Purgatory Tower's range, Fang Chun did his best to stabilize his body and stared angrily at Lan Jian. Why did you ambush me? Fang Chun was furious. He finally got close to the Purgatory Tower's entrance, but it was actually destroyed by this fellow. A mere Void Realm martial artist wants to enter the Purgatory Tower. You are truly courting death. Lan Jian sneered. You trespassed into Purgatory Mountain and violated the outer sect's rules. I can immediately execute you. Fang Chen's eyes landed on Lan Jian's clothes. You are a Blue Moon Manor disciple? Fang Chen asked. Blue Moon Manor's Lan Jian. Fang Chen immediately understood. He sneered and said, using your position to avenge a private grudge? Is there any use in quibbling? It is a fact that you trespassed into Purgatory Mountain. Lan Jian's attitude was unyielding. He prepared to take action against Fang Chun. Laughable. I want to see just how you're going to execute me. Fang Chun stood there without moving, his face full of mockery. You. Lan Jian was furious. He immediately took action. Stop. Right at this time, a voice sounded from the foot of the mountain. Then, the elder guarding the Purgatory Tower appeared, stopping Lan Jian's action. No one is allowed to take action in Purgatory Mountain. You dare violate this rule? The red-haired elder berated. Elder, he is of the Void Realm. Trespassing into Purgatory Mountain is a capital offense. Lan Jian hurriedly said, he has the Sword Master token. I was the one who let him in. The red-haired elder said. Since you didn't know anything, get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lan Jian's face alternated between green and red. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he gave Fang Chun a fierce glare and then entered the Purgatory Tower. Chapter 21-22. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The red-haired elder naturally understood how important this person was to the sword master, and he had come with his token. It was his fault for something like this to happen in his territory. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, if something really happened to Fang Chun, how would the sword master explain himself? Thank you for your help, elder, Fang Chun said gently. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. I will send you into the Purgatory Tower. The red-haired elder waved his hand, and a tyrannical waterfall appeared to forcibly block the light radiating from the runes on the tower. Next, a void corridor appeared. Fang Chun's body gently stepped onto the void corridor and was quickly sent into the Purgatory Tower. Wong. The door of the Purgatory Tower shook, and Fang Chun suddenly felt that he had arrived at a whole new world. Looking around, he curled his lips helplessly. Just by relying on his own strength, he would not be able to enter the Purgatory Tower, even if it was so difficult. However, with the red-haired elder making a move, he would be sent here in a matter of minutes. This is the Purgatory Tower. Fang Chun looked around curiously. The Purgatory Tower had a total of 9 floors. Under normal circumstances, Divine Inscription's realm martial artists would start from the 4th floor. The gravity of the first 3 levels was suitable for Void Realm martial artists. However, ordinary Void Realm cultivators were not qualified to enter the Purgatory Tower, so the first 3 floors were usually empty. Rumble. Barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy gushing toward him. Sword-shaped runes flickered and covered his entire body, raising his defense to the extreme. However, he could still feel the tyrannical power squeezing his body. Fang Chun observed carefully and discovered the wonders of the Purgatory Tower. Although the gravity in the Purgatory Tower was pressing his body, the magical power that had entered his body was changing the nature of his body. Love, go little say, is this the so-called change of physique? Fang Chun muttered to himself. The most valuable thing about the Purgatory Tower was that it could change a martial artist's physique into a super powerful special physique. Of course, the probability of this happening was very small. Most of the martial artists' bodies only increased in strength. Their original special physiques were strengthened a little. However, there were also some amazing geniuses who cultivated in the Purgatory Tower and changed their bodies into several super physiques. Fang Chun stabilized the thoughts in his mind and said, the gravity of the first level is useless to me. On the first level, it was simply a waste of time. His physical strength had already reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm. Plus, he'd absorbed 10 divine runes of order. He didn't need to stay on the first level. Soon after, he stepped into the second level. After pausing for a moment, he continued on to the 3rd floor. After arriving at the 3rd level, Fang Chun finally felt some pressure on his physical body. He felt a sense of urgency. Finally, there are some obstacles, Fang Chun said with a grin. However, this kind of hindrance still couldn't put too much pressure on him. Only under pressure could the perfect sword body be changed. Therefore, Fang Chun glanced at the 4th floor without hesitation and plunged in. There were 9 levels in the Purgatory Tower. The first 3 levels corresponded to the Void Realm. The middle 3 levels corresponded to the Divine Rune Realm. The last 3 levels corresponded to the Unity Realm. The highest record for an outer sect disciple in history was the 8th level. The disciple who'd stepped into the 7th level had shaken the entire outer sect. He'd also successfully changed his physique into a super strong Sword Dao physique, the murderous sword constitution. This kind of physique could devour sword-type weapons to increase one's Sword Dao cultivation. This was also the strongest Sword Dao physique that had walked out of the Purgatory Tower so far. On the 4th level, someone's here. Fang Chun had just entered and found 2 or 3 disciples tempering their bodies. At this moment, Lan Jian also noticed Fang Chun. A sliver of iciness flashed through his eyes. He immediately mocked. Humph, what a lucky bastard. It's already good enough that you can enter the Purgatory Tower, yet you actually dare to come to the 4th floor. Are you looking to die? Hearing this, Fang Chun frowned. Lan Jian was too hostile towards him. I can go wherever I want. What can you do about it? Are you my son or grandson? Why are you so concerned about me? Fang Chun retorted. Immediately, the other disciples who were tempering their bodies turned to look at Fang Chun. They were also surprised. Who dared to speak to Lan Jian in such a manner? Kid, watch your mouth. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because someone is protecting you. Lan Jian's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Boom! A shocking thunderbolt swooped down and bombarded Lan Jian's body. Immediately, the thunder rune around Lan Jian's body flickered. A terrifying force wreaked havoc in the surrounding void. He grabbed with his large hand and immediately grabbed the dense lightning symbol on the surface of his body. Immediately, he threw it at Fang Chun. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chun didn't expect Lan Jian to attack him. Damn it! Fang Chun activated his perfect sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. His body flickered, and he barely dodged the attack of the thunder rune. Humph! Trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Fang Chun snorted coldly and ignored Lan Jian. He plunged into the entrance of the 5th level. Pretentious. You're courting death. Seeing this, Lan Jian sneered. He thought that Fang Chun was afraid that he would attack him, so he forced his way into the 5th level. Even if a Void Realm martial artist absorbed 9 Divine Order runes, it would be impossible for him to enter the 5th level. Even Lan Jian, who had such a strong physical body, couldn't persevere on the 5th level. I hope you die on the 5th level, Lan Jian said in his heart. Although the other disciples were surprised, they continued to temper their bodies. Dong! The entire world was filled with endless thunderbolts. No matter how Fang Chun dodged, there would be thunderbolts bombarding him. Every time he was struck by lightning, his body would become battered and exhausted. Is this the 5th level? Fang Chun felt that it was difficult to breathe. With his current strength, he could barely persevere on the 5th level. Buzz. Finally, after persevering for 15 minutes, he felt a little weak. Fang Chun hurriedly released 10 Divine Order runes. At this moment, the colorful Divine Order runes lit up the entire sky. The terrifying power of the Divine Order runes formed a light screen that enveloped Fang Chun. Dong! The thunderbolts were still diving down, but with the Divine Order runes as a buffer, it finally felt a little better. The power of the 10 Divine Order runes that broke the limit of the chaotic void was completely exposed at this moment. The thunderbolts contained the aura of the sword principle. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chun carefully sensed the aura of the thunderbolts. The sword Dao aura contained in each bolt of lightning was completely different. Every time it struck, Fang Chun would feel a whole new sensation. The Purgatory Tower lives up to its name. Fang Chun exclaimed. After such a short period of tempering, he could clearly feel that the defense of his perfect sword body had improved a lot. If he continued tempering, he would definitely be able to change his perfect sword body into a super strong constitution. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had been on the 5th floor for 2 hours. At this moment, on the 4th floor, Lan Jian was very surprised and his eyes flickered. It's been 2 hours. I guess he's been blasted to pieces by the thunderbolts? Lan Jian thought to himself. He did not believe that Yi Tian, who was only in the Void Realm, could persist on the 5th floor. Void Realm trash. So what if you have great potential? So what if you're from the Xing River universe? Thinking that Fang Chun might be dead, Lan Jian felt a burst of joy in his heart. This damn guy not only killed Lan Shui and Lan Mo, but also caused Elder Lan to be demoted. Now he was finally dead. Although the Xing River universe is famous in Void Star Heaven, the Xing River ancestor never cares about the warriors from the Xing River universe. He just let them fend for themselves. Thinking of this, Lan Jian was ecstatic. Immediately, he took out an elixir from his arms. This was the elixir that Elder Lon had given him. I hope it works. Lon Jian prayed secretly and swallowed the elixir. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying aura of the sword principle emerged from his body. The effect of the elixir erupted. The thunderbolts in the surrounding sky madly gathered above Lon Jian's head, forming a terrifying vortex. Dong. Chapter 21-23. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Iron rules were broken by geniuses. Fong Chen's arrival had broken a series of records in the Wuji sword sect. In particular, he had absorbed 10 divine runes of order. In the entire chaotic void, there was no one else who could do so. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration when the sword master said that he was the strongest void realm expert in the chaotic void. Now, it was his first time in the Purgatory Tower, and he had come as a void realm expert, but he had reached the 5th level in one go. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely cause a commotion. Although he had gained a lot in his first trip to the Purgatory Tower, he had not achieved his expected goal. Fong Chen also thought that he had been too impatient. He had thought that he would be able to change his perfect sword body into a super strong constitution on his first visit to the Purgatory Tower. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it carefully, he had indeed been too whimsical. After cultivating on the 5th level of the Purgatory Tower for about 3 days, his perfect sword body had reached its limit and could no longer improve. At this moment, Fong Chen chose to leave. The path of cultivation required a balance between work and rest. Blindly cultivating would not bring about anything. When he left the 5th level and retreated to the 4th level, he happened to see Lon Jian being bombarded by thousands of lightning bolts. The others had already left. Did he break through? Fong Chen looked at Lon Jian in surprise. He had not expected this guy to change so much. His physical body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. After taking a few steps, a thought suddenly appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Blue Arrow sees me as an enemy and has been scheming to kill me all this time. Since we are already enemies, there is no need to hold back. Thinking of this, Fong Chen smiled sinisterly. He quickly approached Lon Jian, and the deafening lightning bolts continuously bombarded Lon Jian's body. Buzz! Wild power squeezed in from all directions. At this moment, Lon Jian had reached the moment of transformation and needed a large amount of power. Who asked you to be so smug? Fong Chen quietly activated his perfect sword body and began to absorb the power of lightning around Lon Jian. Just as Lon Jian was about to break through, he suddenly felt powerless. The energy entering his body had weakened significantly. What happened? Lon Jian's expression changed greatly as he looked around. If not for the pills that Elder Lon had given him, it would have been impossible for him to break through. Now that he was finally about to break through, he would not allow any mistakes. However, when he turned around and saw Fong Chen, it was as if he had seen a ghost. How are you still alive? Lon Jian cried out involuntarily. His heart was in turmoil. This fellow had clearly entered the 5th floor, so how could he be standing right beside him, safe and sound? Could it be he persisted on the 5th level for 3 days? Upon having this thought, Lon Jian's heart was filled with astonishment. He stared at Fong Chen, dumbfounded. The thunder in the sky was suddenly interrupted. Not good. At this time, Lon Jian remembered that he was in the middle of a breakthrough. Bastard, you dare to disrupt my breakthrough? Lon Jian looked at Fong Chen with a ferocious expression and roared angrily. However, Fong Chen did not want to pay attention to this mad dog. You're speaking as if it's true. If you can cultivate here, why can't I? Fong Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully. He continued to increase his speed and quickly absorbed the power in the air. The thunder that had gathered in the sky was gradually disappearing. Once the thunder disappeared, all his previous efforts would be in vain. No, I don't want to fail. Lon Jian shouted in his heart. His eyes were scarlet as he frantically absorbed the power of the thunder. The vortex in the sky began to operate again. Thousands of thunderbolts bombarded Lon Jian's body. However, only a few seconds later, the vortex stagnated again. The reason was exactly the same as before. Fong Chun, this shameless guy, took away more than half of the power, leaving him with insufficient power. His breakthrough was in a state of stagnation. I'm going to kill you. Lan Jian roared angrily, but did not take action. He was trying to find a way to remedy it. He didn't want to give up like this. Rumble. Even though Lan Jian was trying to remedy it, the medicinal effects of the pill were already about to completely disappear. Finally, under Lan Jian's fury, the vortex in the sky disappeared. Lan Jian's body became calm again. Only bits of lightning patterns flickered about. Meanwhile, at this time, Fong Chun already left the fourth layer like a wisp of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Did I fail? Lan Jian was a bit dazed. He looked at his own body, his mood incomparably irritable. It's all Fong Chen's fault. He ruined such a good opportunity for me. Lan Jian roared towards the sky. Right now, he viewed Fong Chun as someone he had to kill. I'm going to kill you. Anyone who had their breakthrough interrupted might enter a state of rage, right? The crazy Lan Jian's face was sinister. He quickly left the fourth layer to chase after Fong Chun, who, when he appeared in Purgatory Mountain, Fong Chun finally released a breath of relief. With his current strength, he still couldn't completely contend against Lan Jian. When that fella became angry, he was also a bit worried. However, he wasn't scared now. Purgatory Mountain had the red-haired elder, so Lan Jian didn't think he would do anything out of line. Rumble. As soon as Fong Chun appeared, Lan Jian rushed out. He clenched his fists tightly, accumulating all of his power. He immediately erupted, smashing it towards Fong Chun. The battle fluctuations on Purgatory Mountain immediately startled the red-haired elder. The latter appeared out of thin air, sending out a fist, blocking Lan Jian's attack. Then his large hand reached out, directly suppressing the furious Lan Jian. Lan Jian, are you treating me like I don't exist? The red-haired elder said coldly. Taking action in Purgatory Mountain again and again. Do you really think I don't dare punish you? Lan Jian really was unlucky. If he attacked someone else, then that was that. However, he just had to take action against Fong Chun. How could the red-haired elder let him go? What a joke. The latter came with the Sword Master token, so he had to take special care of him. Elder, he interrupted my breakthrough, violating the outer sex rules. The suppressed Lan Jian finally calmed down, hurriedly saying this. I will investigate the truth of the matter clearly. The red-haired elder said, his eyes landing on Fong Chen's body. Elder, I didn't know he was breaking through before either. I was only cultivating normally in the fourth layer. He suddenly took out his anger on me, saying that I absorbed the power in the air, preventing him from breaking through. Fong Chun put on an innocent appearance, slowly saying this. Who was this red-haired elder? He had been in charge of Purgatory Tower for so long. When Fong Chun spoke, he immediately knew the inside story. Even though Fong Chen's methods were a bit close to the edge, not breaking the rules, if they were truly investigated, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. However, the red-haired elder definitely wouldn't do this. Taking action against the rules twice, you are not allowed to take half a step into Purgatory Mountain for a year. The red-haired elder picked up Lan Jian, directly throwing him down Purgatory Mountain. I hate this so much. The miserable Lan Jian crawled up from the ground, his eyes scarlet red as he looked at Purgatory Mountain peak. Are you all right? After the red-haired elder dealt with Lan Jian, he asked with a smile. Many thanks to Elder for taking action. This disciple is fine. Fong Chun said. The red-haired elder nodded. As soon as he was about to say something, he suddenly thought of something. Immediately afterwards, he widened his eyes, looking at Fong Chun. Lan Jian just said that you ruined his cultivation. I know that he has always been tempering his body in the fourth layer. Could it be that you... When the red-haired elder reached the end, his voice even became a bit emotional. Correct. I indeed entered the fourth layer. Fong Chun calmly said. The red-haired elder was inwardly shaken. He forcefully endured the shock in his heart, giving Fong Chun a thumbs up. Formidable, worthy of being the disciple that Sword Master regards highly. This type of potential really makes me sigh in amazement. able to enter the fourth layer with Void Realm cultivation. If you continue cultivating, it won't be long before you can change your body into an extremely powerful constitution. The red-haired elder said with a sigh. Feng Chun chuckled, saying with a bit of embarrassment, Elder, actually, I have already entered the fifth layer. When he heard this, the red-haired elder nodded. However, after nodding twice, he suddenly turned around to look at Feng Chun. What did you just say? I have already entered the fifth layer. Feng Chun repeated. You really entered the fifth layer? The red-haired elder was in a bit of disbelief. Feng Chun nodded. When he saw this scene, the red-haired elder roared with laughter.